Chapter 497. After having seen the conflict between Changli Mountain and the Blood Dragon sect, Yan Zhaoge already had a general understanding of the relationship between the so-called 7 pillars of good and the 6 evil sects of the vast ocean world. Righteous and evil were relatively opposed to each other, but different sects of the same camp also had their own conflicts and grudges in private. From time to time they would fight. However, when the two camps collided, the forces of the same camp would mostly put aside their former enmity and work together. While Yang Chu-fan and the others had not explicitly said it, Yan Zhaoge was still able to guess a thing or two about it. Spirit Rhino Island was most likely also one of the 7 pillars of good, on par with the Blood Dragon sect and Changli Mountain, being enemies of the evil shifting sect of the 6 evil sects. However, the relationship between Spirit Rhino Island and Changli Mountain might not be all that harmonious amongst the 7 pillars of good. As Jiang Xiong walked towards the gap in the barrier, he gazed at Yan Zhaoge. His question was similar to Yang Chufan's earlier. Yan Zhaoge's answer did not change as he said casually, "Me and Changli Mountain? They're most likely friends, but I can't say for sure. I'll have to wait until I meet the people of Changli Mountain first." Jiang Xiong's face was expressionless as he continued walking forward. "What's inside the barrier?" Glancing at Jiang Xiong, Yan Zhaoge smiled, spreading his hands apart. "If I said that I was only passing by, not knowing what was inside, also not having obtained anything from this barrier, would anyone here believe me?" Jiang Xiong was taken aback as the other evil shifting sect martial practitioners all looked unkindly at Yan Zhaoge, while Yang Chu-fan and the other Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners were currently being surrounded and attacked by the evil shifting sect martial practitioners. Their praising gazes towards Yan Zhaoge were also filled with doubt. Everyone present clearly had one sentence written on their faces. "It would be weird if I believed you." Jiang Xiong said indifferently, "The barrier is still there, which means that the core treasure should not have been touched. But I can't be sure about the other things." Yan Zhaoge clapped his hands, laughing lightly. In this current world, no one would believe the truth. At this time, Jiang Xiong had already arrived at the gap in the barrier, just a single step away from Yan Zhaoge. Staring fixedly at Yan Zhaoge with his bloodshot eyes, he suddenly bared his teeth in a smile. Whether it's the truth or not is no longer important. Before his words had landed, Jiang Xiong suddenly attacked, a blood-red saber light suddenly appearing as he hacked towards Yan Zhaoge. A shadow flickered above Jiang Xiong's head, presenting a fiendish scene. A black wind howled, a sea of blood and a mountain of bones. On top of the white mountain of bones stood a figure. He held a saber in his hand, and wherever the saber pointed, it slaughtered the common people. It was no longer the dark black saber chi that he had used before, but the evil shifting sect's blood sea saber chi, which was even more profound. At this moment, the vast sea of blood seemed to compress into a streak of blood light, condensed to the extreme. Wherever the saber light passed, the void seemed to be split into 2 by a bloody line. It doesn't matter if you really don't care or you're pretending to be calm. The fact that you're able to remain calm after seeing me make a move shows that you have some ability. Jiang Xiong sneered and said, "But your Grandpa Bear didn't use much strength to beat a waste like Yang Chu-fan just now." The distance between the two of them was already very close, and the blood-red saber light arrived in an instant. Seeing this, Yang Chu-fan, Fang Min, and the other Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners all felt a chill run down their spines. The martial arts of the evil shifting sect were big and bold, powerful and ferocious. However, the baleful aura was too heavy, and when it attacked and retreated, it was not as smooth and fast. However, if the evil shifting sect martial practitioners were allowed to get close and gain the initiative to forcibly attack, it would be extremely hard for their opponents to deal with. Amidst his words, Jiang Xiong arrived at the gap in the barrier in a few steps before suddenly erupting, wanting to catch Yan Zhaoge unawares. Yang Chu-fan and the others wanted to warn Yan Zhaoge, but were beaten to the point of being unable to catch their breath by the fierce attacks of the other evil, shifting sect martial grandmasters. Seeing Jiang Xiong not even using his dark black saber chi now, instead directly unleashing his blood sea saber chi, the hearts of the spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners sunk. Dark evil Jiang Xiong, an elite of the evil shifting sect senior generation, the strongest existence amongst the essence spirit martial grandmasters, the strongest as well as youngest late essence spirit martial grandmaster. In the vast ocean world, it was customary to list the 10 strongest martial practitioners of each major cultivation level. The evil shifting sect's dark evil, Jiang Xiong, was ranked third amongst the current top 10 essence spirit experts. This ranking did not look at one's background or cultivation level. There was only one criterion, and that was one's personal strength. It depended on whether one could fight or not. The reason why Jiang Xiong could be ranked third was because of his outstanding strength and glorious battle achievements. Having risen to fame at a young age, having traversed through trials and tribulations for more than 20 years, stepping on the corpses of countless enemies to get where he was now, his strength could not be doubted. Born of the 6 evil sects, other than being vicious and merciless, he was also unscrupulous, only looking at results. In order to obtain the greatest chance of victory, he did not mind first pretending to chat with Yan Zhaoga, immediately turning hostile and making a move after closing the distance between them. Whether Yan Zhaoga was friend or foe of Chongli Mountain, foe of Spirit Rhino Island, from the moment he had seen Yan Zhaoga appear within the barrier, Jiang Xiong had already resolved on killing him. What he was scheming was merely how he could kill this opponent of his. Facing the sudden appearance of the blood-red saber light, Yan Zhaoga smiled nonchalantly. Amidst his words, Yan Zhaoga formed a sword with his index and middle fingers, tapping out towards the blood-red light. The green sword light suddenly lit up, emitting a long roar that resembled the roar of a dragon. The sword light instantly transformed into the form of a green dragon, meeting Jiang Xiong's saber light head-on. As the two sides clashed in midair, that line of blood-red light instantly expanded mightily, transforming into a sea of blood once more. The green dragon was fearless as it entered the sea of blood, riding the winds and breaking through the waves as it advanced, mightily splitting the sea of blood apart. Jiang Xiong's expression did not change as the ferocity within his bloodshot eyes intensified, a cruel smile even appearing on his face. I was just waiting for you. Within the sea of blood, a mountain of white bones suddenly arose, breaking through the surface of the sea and blocking before the green dragon. Jiang Xiong opened his palm, a white bone saber suddenly appearing within it, overflowing with baleful qi. It was shockingly an extremely high-quality, mid-grade spirit artifact. He raised his saber and descended, sweeping along the mountain of bones and the sea of blood as it chopped down towards the green dragon, formed of Yan Zhaoga's swordlight. The green dragon, formed of Yan Zhaoga's swordlight, did not halt in the slightest as it continued, shooting towards Jiang Xiong. As the green dragon collided with the mountain of bones, the sea of blood roiled unceasingly, the mountain of bones shaking intensely as white bones shattered and fell to the ground. However, the green dragon was also sent flying backwards, light exploding as it seemed about to disperse. Jiang Xiong laughed savagely. Hand over all the treasures within the barrier, and Grandpa Xiong will leave you a complete corpse. However, before his words had landed, Yan Zhaoga's swordlight had already transformed into another green dragon, continuing to collide with the mountain of bones and the sea of blood. Then a third, a fourth. Jiang Xiong was stunned as he looked at this opponent before him. It was as though he did not need to return his qi at all as his tyrannical attacks rained down like a tempest, his swords striking out in rapid succession. The numerous dragons linked together like a frenzied tide, ripping apart the sea of blood, smashing apart the mountain of bones. Of course I know that the move you exchanged with those Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners just now was just a light touch, not having used your full strength. The sea of blood dissipated as Yen Zhaoge strolled out of the barrier, laughing lightly. Still, even if you used your full strength, it's still nothing much. On the other hand, why don't you take a guess? How much effort do I need to put in to fight a piece of trash like you? Chapter 498. Yen Zhaoge executed the coiling dragon sleeve with finger-flicking shocking thunder, his sword light resembling a dragon, thunders interlocking as it enveloped the heavens and covered the earth as it attacked towards Jiang Xiong with the momentum of numerous dragons emerging from the sea. The evil shifting sect's martial arts were bold and unrestrained, fierce and vicious. They were adept at fighting head-on attacks. However, if he encountered an opponent that was even fiercer and mightier than him, then it was very easy for him to fall into a disadvantageous position. He would be restrained at every turn, and he would have the feeling that he wouldn't be able to turn the tables no matter how he fought. Each sword of Yen Zhaoge's was faster than the previous, the power within each sword condensed and vigorous to the extreme, with no gaps between them at all, as though there was no need for him to return his qi at all. This caused Jiang Xiong to have the misconception of being simultaneously attacked by multiple Yen Zhaoges at the same time. The ominous glint in his bloodshot eyes grew stronger and stronger, and the expression on his face became more and more serious. The other evil shifting sect martial practitioners, as well as Yang Chu-fan, Fong Min, and the other Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners, were similarly taken aback. Amidst their extreme shock, the battle between them was no longer as intense as before. Everyone diverted a considerable portion of their attention as they watched Yen Zhaoge beat Jiang Xiong into constant retreat. All of them were rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Fong Min asked blankly, "Martial Uncle Yang, he seems to be fighting barehanded against Jiang Xiong, who is already controlling a spirit weapon." Yang Chu-fan was equally stunned. That's right. However shocked the onlookers were, they could not compare to Jiang Xiong, who was directly facing Yen Zhaoge's sharpness. He clenched his teeth and suddenly held his saber with both hands. The grayish-white bone blade in his hands suddenly shone with a strange light. As Jiang Xiong raised the saber high above his head, a thick, murderous aura gathered on the blade and his body. Jiang Xiong's true yuan and baleful qi fused together with his martial Dao saber intent, turning illusory into real, forming a set of bone armor on his body. The bone saber in his hand also became extremely huge, as if it could split the heavens. Black wind and scarlet blood were absorbed into the white bone, causing the white bone's baleful aura to become even more intense. Jiang Xiong let out a muffled roar, his saber chopping down towards Yen Zhaoge once more. The supreme martial art of the evil shifting sect, the gloomy sifting white bone saber, which was superior to the profound dark saber qi and the blood sea saber qi. The ferocious saber move and the baleful aura caused heaven and earth to wail. Looking at this saber, Yen Zhaoge's expression did not change in the slightest as he extended a hand, spreading his fingers wide. The sword light transformed into numerous azure dragons that coiled around each other at this moment. It was as if the muscles and tendons of a human body were intertwined to form a huge palm. The shining giant hand directly grabbed Jiang Xiong's bone saber with the momentum of holding up the sky. The baleful aura of the saber wildly destroyed this huge palm, but it was all in vain. The moment the bone saber was grabbed by the giant hand, it was instantly immobilized. It was completely fixed in the air. No matter how hard Jiang Xiong tried, he could not move it at all. Not to mention continuing forward, it was wishful thinking to even withdraw his saber and retreat. Yen Zhaoge's palm that was vast as the heavens and the earth constricted at this moment, as though the heavens and the earth had transformed into a cage. Jiang Xiong was completely unable to extricate himself. Amidst the deep roar, light flashed above Jiang Xiong's head. The 8 spirit flowers shone brightly, as if they were communicating with heaven and earth. His concept was unleashed to the maximum, but he was still like an ant trying to shake a tree, unable to advance or retreat. The evil shifting sect martial practitioners were all greatly shocked. One of the two late Essence Spirit martial grandmasters who were attacking the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners hurriedly separated, chopping towards Yan Zhaoge with his saber, wanting to help Jiang Xiong escape. While the other evil shifting sect martial practitioners were still clashing with Yang Chufan, Fang Min, and the others, their minds were already in a state of chaos at this moment. Yang Chufan and the others did not make use of this chance to counterattack, as they too looked stunned at the scene before them. It is rumored that when the dark evil Jiang Xiong was in the mid-essence spirit stage, his spirit sprout sprouted, obtaining 9 spirit leaves. When he stepped into the late essence spirit stage afterwards, the 9 leaves blossomed into 8 flowers, being a powerful foundation inferior only to the 9 leaves blossoming 9 flowers. Therefore, he possesses such great strength. The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners exchanged looks. From what we have seen today, we know that the rumors are not false. The third of the 10 strongest essence spirit martial grandmasters is well deserved. However, even such a powerful Jiang Xiong, accompanied by a spirit artifact and one with the saber, executing the supreme martial art of the evil shifting sect, the dim shifting white bone saber, was still unable to stand against Yan Zhaoge. Yang Chufan felt bitter. While also at the late essence spirit stage, me and those 2 evil shifting sect martial grandmasters joining forces might not be Jiang Xiong's match. Where exactly did this youth pop out from? The question within their hearts was currently also the question within the hearts of all the evil shifting sect martial practitioners. Yan Zhaoge completely ignored that late essence spirit martial grandmaster of the evil shifting sect who was assaulting him as he appraised the illusory scene of light above Jiang Xiong's head rather interestedly, looking at those 8 spirit flowers. Right, also at the 8 flowers, just a little stronger than that Haijingjie. Yan Zhaoge laughed. This means that this person should be 9 leaves blossoming 8 flowers, while that Haijingjie is 8 leaves blossoming 8 flowers. Yan Zhaoge locked onto Jiang Xiong's dim, shifting, white bone saber with a heavenly broad creed palm, casually striking out with his other hand, scattering the blood sea saber chi of that evil shifting sect martial grandmaster. I wonder what cultivation base your sect's #1 expert possesses. Is it a martial saint? Yan Zhaoge asked casually. I wonder if he has a sacred artifact? Jiang Xiong's face was covered in sweat, unable to speak. Fang Min now called out, the chief of the evil shifting sect is not a martial saint, and they also don't have a sacred artifact. The group of evil shifting sect martial practitioners roared furiously in unison. That evil shifting sect martial grandmaster staring at Yan Zhaoge, saying in a muffled tone, So what? Our chief is ranked 4th amongst the top 10 transcending mortality experts, our sect possessing as many experts as there are clouds. We admit that we have underestimating you. However, if you think that you or the power behind you can do anything to our sect, feel free to come at us. If you have the guts, leave us all here today. Yan Zhaoge laughed. You misunderstand. Hearing his words, the faces of Yang Chufan, Fang Min, and the others abruptly turned pale, while the evil shifting sect martial practitioners all heaved a sigh of relief, their faces regaining their proud, confident expressions as they felt that their sect's power had intimidated the solitary martial practitioner who had sprung out of nowhere. The more a solitary martial practitioner faced a major sect, the more it would appear that he was alone. While he might not be at a disadvantage here in order to avoid enraging the seniors and experts of the other side sects, he would often be helpless. It was just that these evil, shifting sect martial practitioners did not dare to relax completely. The Spirit Rhino Island that Yang Chufan, Fang Min, and the others hailed from was a massive entity that was not inferior to their evil shifting sect in the least. If Spirit Rhino Island protected him, perhaps this youth before them would dare to take the risk out of desperation. Yang Chufan, Fang Min, and the others all had the same thought as they wanted to speak up in support of Yan Zhaoge, boosting his courage. However, they heard Yan Zhaoge continue. I asked if your sect has a martial saint and a sacred artifact in order to gain a better understanding of you, so that if I were to face your sect in the future, I would be prepared. It has nothing to do with whether or not I kill you now. Yan Zhaoge shook his head. Don't think too much. Whether or not your sect has a martial saint, you are already dead men. Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge retracted his palm, that massive palm that had condensed sword light, and grabbed onto Jiang Xiong's saber, retracting as well, dragging Jiang Xiong over. Unable to resist, Jiang Xiong's figure shifted. Yan Zhaoge raised his other palm high into the air, slamming down with it, resembling the collapse of the heavens. To be continued. Chapter 499. Whether or not your evil shifting sect has a martial saint, a sacred artifact or not, you are all dead for sure today. If you have a martial saint, I won't even be merciful in killing you, much less transcending mortality martial grandmasters and essence talisman martial grandmasters. Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm, his tone seemingly casual as it carried no killing intent at all. Still, his palm descended, directly shattering the bone armor on Jiang Xiong's body. Jiang Xiong wanted to struggle, but Yan Zhaoge struck out with another palm, directly smashing his skull apart, white and red everywhere. All the evil shifting sect martial practitioners instantly felt their entire bodies turn icy cold. Not daring to say anything else, they directly turned and fled in all directions. After slaying Jiang Xiong, Yan Zhaoge substituted a sword with his finger, stabbing into the air from afar. Streak after streak of sword light shot out, resembling the stars of the sky, illuminating the north. Sword lights that resembled the rain of a starry river descended from the sky, piercing through one evil shifting sect martial practitioner after another. Corpses fell into the sea one after another, blood spraying into the sky as the surface of the sea down below was quickly dyed dark red. Yan Zhaoge strode forward, instantly arriving beside a late essence, spirit martial grandmaster of the evil, shifting sect. The other party's cultivation base was not just a level lower than Jiang Xiong's. Yan Zhaoge's sword light transformed into numerous green dragons, easily slaying him. Gazing back, he saw another late essence, spirit martial grandmaster fleeing in the opposite direction. After all, he was a late essence, spirit martial grandmaster, moving extremely quickly as he had already fled virtually without a trace. Yan Zhaoge's expression was leisurely as he did not give chase as he drew back Heaven Shocker, his true essence transforming into a sharp arrow. The sound of thunder resounded, a purple light shooting out before exploding in the distance. That late essence, spirit, martial grandmaster of the evil shifting sect instantly perished. Keeping Heaven Shocker, Yan Zhaoge now turned to look at Yang Chufan and the others who were still rather taken aback as he smiled. Let us continue our earlier topic. Can you tell me how to get to Changli Mountain? Yang Chufan, Fang Min, and the others were shocked as they looked at Yan Zhaoge before them, feeling rather speechless for a time. Where we are now is the bewildering Mei Sea. We need to head south, passing through the Spirit Rhino Sea, where our sect is located before arriving at the directionless sea where Changli Mountain is located. Yang Chufan was the first to react as he answered straightforwardly. While the three seas are adjacent, there is still quite some distance between them. As one of the 6 evil sects, the evil shifting sect was a massive entity just like Spirit Rhino Island of the 7 Pillars of Good. However, Yan Zhaoge had killed the core figure of the evil shifting sect, the rising star of the senior generation, the dark evil Jiang Xiong, just like that. Shifting sect, martial, shifting sect, martial practitioners that numbered several dozens had not, but Yan had killed them all. Yang Chufan now knew that the young man in front of him was an extremely ruthless person. It was best for him and his group to adapt to the circumstances. There was no lack of lawless desperados in any place. If you were stronger than him, there was naturally no need to say anything. But if you couldn't do anything to him, then it was better to make peace. After all, if you fought, the other party wouldn't care about the sect behind you. The dead could not be revived. If they clashed with this vicious person, even if their sect could avenge them afterwards, they would definitely be at a disadvantage now. Hearing Yang Chufan's words, Yan Zhaoga nodded slightly before continuing. My family and I are often overseas, being rather ignorant of the current experts of this world. I have only heard of the 7 pillars of good and the 6 evil sects, but I do not know which sects and which experts are there. The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners exchanged looks. This was not some secret. Any random martial practitioner of the vast ocean world would be able to tell them a thing or two. Finally, it was still Yang Chufan who answered. The 7 pillars of good are Water Crystal Palace, Changli Mountain, the Blood Dragon Sect, Myriad Sword Pool, the Spirit Returning Sect, and the Blazing Wind Sect. Our Spirit Rhino Island lineage is also amongst them. The 6 evil sects are the Sacred Evil Sect, the Dragon Slayer Sect, the Brilliant Thunder Sect, Green Snake Island, Soul Shocking Island, and the Evil Shifting Sect, just now. Amongst them, Water Crystal Palace, the Sacred Evil Sect, and the Dragon Slayer Sect all have martial saints, while the Blood Dragon Sect, Myriad Sword Pool, and Soul Shocking Island respectively possess the sacred artifacts, the 9 dragon fingers, the floating sinking sword, and the Soul Shocking Box. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoga raised his brows slightly. Water Crystal Palace? Yang Chufan nodded. That's right. There were some things that he did not say, because it would be putting down his sect's might. While they stood on equal footing with the Blood Dragon Sect and Myriad Sword Pool. Comparatively speaking, Water Crystal Palace was the most powerful of the 7 pillars of good. Yan Zhaoga looked like he was smiling, whilst also not as he pursed his lips, not continuing on this topic, as he instead asked, Your sect seems to be rather familiar with Changli Mountain. I wonder if Changli Mountain has produced any new experts in recent years? He did not directly state Shui Fei's name, only seeming to ask very casually. However, Yang Chufan nodded. If it is Changli Mountain itself, there isn't. However, there is a youth surnamed Shijun, nicknamed the Big Dipper Sword. He is the most famous rising star of the vast ocean world in recent years, hard-pressed to be defeated amongst those of the same age. He is the disciple of a guest elder of Changli Mountain, and it is said that he grew up in Changli Mountain. While Yan Zhaoga did not reveal it on his face, he was rather puzzled within. The person he had actually wanted to ask about was Shui Fei. While he knew that little Shijun possessed shocking talent, it had only been over a year since they had last met. How could such a great change have occurred? Yan Zhaoga's heart jolted slightly as he thought of a possibility, smiling nonchalantly. Hard-pressed to be defeated amongst those of the same age? How old is he? Looking at Yan Zhaoga, Yang Chufan pulled back the corners of his mouth. Well, he is a little younger than you. Even if he is of the same age, he would definitely not be able to compare to you. I heard that Shijun, 20 this year, is already an outer aura martial scholar. Yan Zhaoga did not say anything, thinking that it was indeed so. The flow of time in this vast ocean world was different from that of the 8 extremities world. Thanks to the eye of the Thunder Emperor and an instant's thunder, with his current cultivation base, he was already able to grasp some of the changes in the flow of time. However, wanting to compare the difference in the flow of time between the 2 worlds, he would have to spend a long time adapting to the environment of the new world before he could slowly make a comparison. And now, hearing Yang Chufan's words after making some estimations, Yan Zhaoga came to a general understanding that the flow of time in the vast ocean world was roughly 5 times that of the 8 extremities world. In other words, a year in the 8 extremities world would be roughly 5 years here. Thinking of this, Yan Zhaoga sighed inwardly. To him, to those of Broad Creed Mountain, it had only been over a year since he had parted with Shui Fei and Shijun. However, To Xue Fei and his disciple, they had already been drifting in this foreign world for many years. Still, hearing Yang Chufan's words, Yan Zhaoga could be considered to have completely set his mind at ease regarding Xue Fei and the others. At the very least, they were all still alive, no accidents having happened to them. Also, from the looks of it, they were living pretty well in Changli Mountain. With that, there was no need for him to be anxious. Looking at the people of Spirit Rhino Island before turning to look at the barrier behind him, Yan Zhaoga suddenly laughed. Previously, I was busy searching for Changli Mountain. In the end, I passed by a treasure mountain, but did not enter, coming out empty-handed. I wonder what exactly is here. Hearing his words, the hearts of Yang Chufan, Fang Min, and the others instantly thumped, bitterness appearing on their faces. To be continued. Chapter 500. Yan Zhaoga was all smiles as he looked at Yang Chufan and the others. Yang Chufan smiled bitterly. We also coincidentally obtained news of the location of the barrier. It was rumored that there were treasures here, so we came to try our luck. We are also not clear on what exactly is here. Seeing you emerge from the barrier, we had still thought that you would be able to tell us a thing or two. Yan Zhaoga spread his hands apart, smiling. You also don't believe that I would emerge from the barrier empty-handed, right? Yang Chufan and the others smiled awkwardly, while Yan Zhaoga nodded nonchalantly. All right, if it were me, I wouldn't believe it either. Since that is so, let's really take a look around. Anyway, I already know how to get to Changli Mountain. Yan Zhaoga leisurely turned, strolling back into the barrier as the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners exchanged looks, smiling bitterly without end. Fang Min smiled bitterly. Forget it. If not for this young Master Yan, we would probably already have perished at the hands of Jiang Xiong and the others. We should be the ones thanking him for saving our lives. Other than her being the granddaughter of Spirit Rhino Island's chief and having been captured alive by Jiang Xiong due to her unique status, the others would have been hard-pressed to survive. Yang Chufan nodded. I don't know how this person entered, but he was originally within the barrier. Whether or not he found any treasures earlier, he was already here before us, not really taking advantage of us. After a pause, Yang Chufan continued. Most importantly, we are also unable to stop him. The other Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners beside him all had rather helpless expressions on their faces. Now that he has returned, what do we do? Even if we enter, we won't be able to snatch any treasures from him. Yang Chufan said, this barrier is vast, covering such a vast area. Its depths are hard to predict. Alone, he might not be able to take care of everything. If we enter, we might be able to obtain some fortune. A Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioner beside him asked hesitantly. This person is very domineering, also vicious and merciless. If we obtain a fortune, will he snatch it from us? Fang Min said we have to try. If we obtain it, it is our fate. If we don't, it is our fortune. At the very least, it is better than dying at the hands of the evil shifting sects Jiang Xiong and the others. Yang Chufan said, since it's a fortuitous encounter, it's often not decided by strength alone. If we can fight for it, we will naturally fight for it. He glanced at Fang Min and said, Junior Martial Brother Fang is nearby. Previously, he was trapped by Jiang Xiong and the others and couldn't be contacted. Now that he's here, we won't have to worry about this Yan guy forcing himself on us. At the end of the day, this person has helped us. Our Spirit Rhino Island clearly distinguishes between gratitude and enmity. We just have to repay him later on. However, there's no need for us to avoid him every time we see him, or even hide from him when searching for treasures. Hearing his words, the other Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners all nodded. That is how it should be. Fang Min asked curiously. Second uncle also came to the bewildering maze, see? Yang Chufan said that's right. He sent a signal and left a message. Let's also enter the barrier. Currently within the barrier, Yan Zhaoga strode amidst the air atop the sea. Temporarily not considering the matter of the Eight Extremities world and also not having to worry about Shijun and Su Fei, Yanjiaoge now placed all his attention on the barrier before him, gradually having a different feeling about it. Oh, interesting. This enchantment is not ordinary. It covers such a vast area, but it is usually deep and reserved, making it hard for people to detect. It is grand yet subtle. This kind of method is not something a great grandmaster can do. Seeing it, Yanjiaoge clicked his tongue in wonder. It feels a little like when I entered the old residence of the glacial dragon martial saint back then. Perhaps this is yet another legacy site of a martial saint? Yes, and also a martial saint expert who is proficient in the Tao of barriers and seals. Yanjiaoge thought as he advanced unceasingly. He would occasionally send out a streak of sword light, shooting straight into the skies. The sword light seemed to vanish into the horizon, but very quickly, ripples that resembled water would appear above the seemingly empty sky. Feeling the changes occurring to this barrier as it was shaken, Yanjiaoge unceasingly adjusted his direction. The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners entered the barrier after him, Yanjiaoge not stopping them. As they tried to follow behind him, Yanjiaoge smiled, seemingly not minding at all. However, while his speed seemed leisurely, the more he walked, the more Yang Chu-fan and the others were unable to keep up with his speed, being left behind by him to the point where they could no longer be seen. After a long period of searching, Yanjiaoge suddenly halted. Standing within the sky and gazing downwards, there was nothing in the air above the boundless sea, no islands to be seen. After gazing at the surface of the sea down below for a moment, Yanjiaoge suddenly raised his palm, striking downwards. His true essence condensed into a single line, breaking through the seawater and heading downwards, unceasingly descending before his palm finally landed at the bottom of the sea. Yanjiaoge could clearly feel an intense, rebounding force emanating from the depths of the sea, even causing him to feel a chill in his heart. With this force, it can't be wrong. This is the seal left behind by a martial saint. Yanjiaoge raised his brows slightly, looking at the sea down below that had been split apart by his palm force. The seawater dispersed into the surroundings, revealing a massive spirit formation that flickered with radiance at the bottom of the sea. Streams of light circulated on the spirit formation, a powerful force beginning to expand unceasingly into the surroundings, stirring the seawater as a massive whirlpool was gradually formed. With the spirit formation as its center, the whirlpool rotated unceasingly, the seawater within a radius of thousands of kilometers being stirred together, a rather majestic sight to behold. Yanjiaoge descended, landing within the whirlpool, heading towards the spirit formation at the bottom of the sea. The center of the whirlpool merged with the spirit formation, seemingly piercing through space as a door was formed. As Yanjiaoge strode through the door, before him was a foreign dimension. This space gave off a feeling of barrenness. As Yanjiaoge gazed over, all he saw was a blurry scene. He could not feel much abundant spiritual qi, nor did he feel any shocking power, just feeling heavy and heavy. Yanjiaoge closed his eyes, his entire body's true essence circulating as streams of clear qi seemed to flow out of his acupoints, next drifting indistinctly as they expanded towards this foreign dimension. Where the clear qi passed, it was like it was one with space, as the situation here was displayed to Yanjiaoge in its entirety. Even with his sensory abilities raised to the maximum, Yanjiaoge still felt that this place was completely empty, causing him to wonder if he had been a step too late. Even if there were treasures here, they had already been taken away by someone else. Yanjiaoge's mind jolted slightly as he felt a stream of clear qi seemingly vanishing into the sea, actually losing its connection with him. Not shocked, Yanjiaoge was instead overjoyed, a hint of a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth as he immediately set off in that direction. A moment later, a stone statue appeared before Yanjiaoge. The stone statue depicted a thin old man seated in the meditative position, alone within this foreign dimension. His surroundings were dark and gloomy, with no vegetation, no soil at all. Looking at this stone statue, Yan Zhaoga fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, outside of this foreign dimension, within the region of sea that was enveloped by a barrier, Yang Chu-fan and the others were currently walking on the Great Sea. Suddenly, joyous expressions appeared on their faces. Swiveling their heads, they saw a figure traversing through the air in pursuit of them. His majestic power shook the heavens and the earth, his martial true intent being of Spirit Rhino Island's direct lineage, his cultivation base clearly being that of an Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster. Fong Min called out happily, second uncle. Chapter 501. That figure came to a halt before the people of Spirit Rhino Island. It was a middle-aged man in his 40s with an authoritative bearing. Fong Zhaohong, the youngest son of Spirit Rhino Island's Chief Fong Ken, Fong Min's uncle. Seeing Fong Zhaohong appear here, the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners, Yang Chu-fan included, all heaved a sigh of relief. Amongst the newer experts of Spirit Rhino Island's senior generation, Fong Zhaohong was the indisputable number one. He had been a genius whose name had shaken the vast ocean world in the past, now also an elite amongst martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. As compared to his cultivation base, he was still young, but his potential was still limitless. He was slightly older than Jiang Xiong of the evil shifting sect and Hai Jingjie of the blood dragon sect. Back when he had been an Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster, he had been one of the top 10 Essence Spirit experts, ranking even higher than Jiang Xiong and Hai Jingjie. After he had stepped into the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster realm, the rankings of Jiang Xiong and the others had advanced. Fong Zhaohong nodded slightly towards Fong Min before looking at Yang Chu-fan. Senior apprentice brother Yang, what exactly happened? The information you transmitted was too simple. Yang Chu-fan hurriedly explained the situation. A Spirit Rhino Island disciple finally said, Senior apprentice Uncle Fong, that person surnamed Yan has returned, entering the barrier once more. We do not know where he is now. What exactly? Fong Zhaohong said slowly. If there is a treasure, we definitely cannot let him get it. And now, it is not a matter of treasure. We have to be careful of this person's schemes. If we can capture him, we will. Otherwise, we can also kill him on the spot. Fong Min was rather taken aback. Second uncle, he saved us. Otherwise, facing dark evil Jiang Xiong, we wouldn't even have been able to ask you for help. Little Min, you are still too inexperienced. Fong Zhaohong shook his head, gazing at Yang Chu-fan, Fong Min, and the others. Just now, you said that the gap in the barrier was not opened by you using the Vong Yuan spirit flag, but by that Yan Zhaoga. Is that correct? The Spirit Rhino Island Martial practitioners exchanged looks before nodding in unison. Fong Zhaohong asked again, then, do you know what he used to open the barrier? They shook their heads in unison. Fong Zhaohong snorting, it was the blood ghost heavenly talisman. The younger Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners had yet to react when Yang Chu-fan involuntarily exclaimed, Blood, ghost heavenly talisman? Fong Zhaohong nodded with a solemn face. When I came in through the gap, I felt that something was wrong, so I stopped to study it. The remnant aura and traces were the holy evil sect's blood, ghost, heavenly talisman. It's rumored that the blood ghost heavenly talisman is a treasure that the sacred evil sect obtained from unearthing the great calamity ruins. Its quantity is limited, and one used means one less. Yang Chu-fan muttered to himself. After all, he was a veteran of Jianghu. Although he could not distinguish the blood ghost heavenly talisman, he had heard of its existence and use. Fong Zhaohong said that's right. After so many years, logically speaking, the holy evil sect shouldn't have much left. But such a rare and precious treasure has appeared in this person's hands, which shows that his intentions are not small, and we must guard against him. Yang Chu-fan mumbled. The martial art that person used was very unfamiliar. Fong Zhaohong swept a glance at him. The sacred evil sect has always been mysterious and unfathomable. No one has been able to clearly find out its roots. Fong Min said, rather hesitantly, he killed someone of the evil shifting sect at the end of the day, and not just any random disciple at that. It was dark evil Jiang Xiong, the evil shifting sect senior generation expert with the greatest potential. The 6 evil sects often have internal strife, with even those of the same sect killing each other from time to time, much less those of different sections. Fang Xiaohong looked solemnly at Fong Min. The other party clearly wants to gain your trust by injuring himself in order to harm our spirit, Rhino Island. Fang Xiaohong looked at Fong Min, pausing for a moment before secretly sending via sound transmission. I especially suspect that he has specifically come for you, wanting to use you to accomplish his evil deeds. Little Min, you are still too inexperienced. Do not be easily deceived and used by others. Hearing his words, Fong Min's face reddened slightly as she lowered her head. Second uncle, he did not even look at me once. Fang Xiaohong snorted. It is just a small trick. Otherwise, why would he still remain within this barrier? The treasures have long since been looted. Returning and entering the barrier means that he definitely has a follow-up plan. Looking at his niece, his expression eased slightly. Little Min, you have already grown up. Still, you must know that the pugilistic world is dangerous. While our spirit Rhino Island does not have a martial saint presiding over it, even a martial saint would not dare to lightly step onto our spirit Rhino Island. In order to destroy our foundations, the enemy will use all sorts of methods. The disciples of our sect must be vigilant at all times. Fang Xiaohong's gaze swept the surrounding region of sea, his expression rather dark. This kid is truly sinister and crafty. Sadly, he made a mistake, not knowing that I once saw the traces of the blood, ghost, heavenly talisman being used elsewhere, thus giving himself away. Yang Chufen asked, "What do we do now?" Fang Xiaohong said, "The sacred evil sect's intentions are not small, wanting to harm our spirit, Rhino Island. We naturally cannot just sit here and wait for death. It would be best if we could capture this person alive and figure out his plot. If that is not possible, we will strike first and kill him. Evil and crooked, everyone has the right to slay them. As you say, this kid possessing such a cultivation base at such a young age is truly terrifying. Given a little more time, he will definitely be another sacred evil in the future. He definitely cannot be left alive, thinking that his scheme has succeeded in deceiving your trust. Just as he is feeling pleased with himself, his wariness will instead drop. This would be a great time to slay him." Standing in midair, Fang Xiaohong closed his eyes and carefully felt the spiritual qi flow of the surrounding region of sea. Oh, there is a vortex that has not dissipated for a long time. He opened his eyes. It is very likely to be there. Saying thus, he transformed into a streak of light, shooting into the distance. Within the foreign dimension, Yan Zhaoge was currently seated in the meditative position, facing that stone statue. Streams of clear qi emanated from his body before coiling and landing on that stone statue. The clear qi connected Yan Zhaoge with the stone statue. The acupoints of Yan Zhaoge's entire body shuddered together, causing specks of light to light up on the corresponding acupoints of that stone statue. The specks of light resembled the numerous stars of the universe. As the light lit up, a vigorous feeling of power gradually emanated from the stone statue. That power was extremely terrifying, as even the current Yan Zhaoge felt shocked. Still, he felt even more joy. This really is a good thing. A hint of a smile appeared at the corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth. Still, Yan Zhaoge quickly felt that someone else had entered this foreign dimension. His gaze turned cold slightly as the clear qi connected to the stone statue was instantly severed, being retracted within his body as the flickering specks of light on the stone statue dimmed as well. Turning and gazing over, Yan Zhaoge saw a few figures enter the foreign dimension. Their leader was a middle-aged man at the 7th level of the martial Grandmaster realm, the early essence talisman stage. Beside that middle-aged man was Yang Chufan. Seeing Yan Zhaoge, Yang Chufan hurriedly said to the middle-aged man beside him, "Junior apprentice brother Fong, this is that young master Yan Zhaoge who saved us earlier." The middle-aged man nodded, first bowing towards Yan Zhaoge. "Spirit Rhino Island's Fong Zhaohong thanks this friend for saving my fellow disciples." Chapter 502. Looking at this middle-aged man of the early essence talisman stage before him, Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly, "Greetings." As the gazes of those of Spirit Rhino Island fell on the stone statue behind Yan Zhaoge, they were all rather taken aback. Fong Zhaohong's gaze swept past the stone statue, not remaining on it as he turned and said to Yan Zhaoge, "If you are free, why not come to my Spirit Rhino Island for a visit, allowing us to express our gratitude?" Yan Zhaoge smiled, shaking his head. "I intend to make a trip to Changli Mountain next. If I have the time in the future, I might be able to trouble your clan." Fong Zhaohong said, "Our sect welcomes you with open arms." Looking at the stone statue beside him, Yan Zhaoge smiled. "To tell you the truth, in this foreign dimension, I only found this thing. I am ashamed to say that I still have not completely understood it. It should be something good, but it's obvious that it can't be divided. What does your sect say?" Fong Zhaohong raised his hand and made a please gesture. He slowly said, "If it were someone else, our sect would still fight for it. Treasures without an owner should belong to the most capable. There's no such thing as first come, first served. However, Your Excellency has just saved many of our fellow disciples from the hands of the evil shifting sect, and we are grateful for Your Excellency's kindness. Since Your Excellency has arrived first and discovered this treasure first, we have no face to compete with you." As he said this, he retreated, indicating that he would not compete with Yan Zhaoge. Yang Chufan and the other Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners who had accompanied him retreated as well. It looked as if it wanted to leave the foreign dimension. Fong Zhaohong said, "We will wait outside. If Sir wishes to head for the directionless sea where Changli Mountain is located, the shortest route would be through our sect's Spirit Rhino Sea. We can travel together. You possess such shocking cultivation at such a young age. Please guide the youths of my Spirit Rhino Island." Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. "You are too polite." Seeing the figures of Fong Zhaohong and the others vanish before his eyes, Yan Zhaoge did not continue communicating with the stone statue. Instead, he grabbed it with his power, preparing to first collect this mysterious treasure before leaving this place. As his true essence swept along the stone statue, it just shook a little as Yan Zhaoge wasn't even able to move it with his first strike. With Yan Zhaoge's current cultivation base, even a mountain could be broken apart and uprooted from the ground. However, when he moved the stone statue, he felt as if he was shaking the entire foreign dimension. This feeling was even heavier than when he had taken the true dragon's body at the former residence of the glacial dragon martial saint. Yan Zhaoge's expression didn't change as he exerted even more force. At the same time, streams of clear qi emanating from his body, infusing into the acupoints of that stone statue. The entire foreign space trembled slightly, but that heavy stone statue finally left the ground. Yan Zhaoge opened his shadow shrinking pouch, wanting to keep it within, yet found it extremely difficult. Using the same old method, the pillar of the divine palace once again displayed its effect, suppressing the stone statue. The stone statue actually felt much lighter, but just at this time, light suddenly flickered above Yan Zhaoge's head. Streams of light intertwined, forming a round mirror. In the light of the mirror, a figure appeared. It was Fong Zhaohong, who had just left. Fong Zhaohong appeared just inches away from Yan Zhaoge, then struck out towards him with both his palms. Spirit Rhino Island's supreme martial art, spiritual light flash. Borrowing the martial intent that he had secretly left behind, Fong Zhaohong's sneak attack this time had traveled 1,000 miles in an instant, catching everyone off guard. He returned, his palms descending together. Jade light flickered as a massive true martial talisman appeared, profound and indiscernible. However, darkness suddenly obstructed the space between him and Yan Zhaoge. With this, the distance of mere inches became the distance between the heavens and the earth. Feng Xiaohong's heart sank as he changed his stance, streams of jade light circulating as he advanced amidst the darkness. However, the sound of thunder suddenly resounded amidst the boundless darkness. The next moment, the strange white light of thunder filled the air, shooting towards Feng Xiaohong like a tidal wave. Feng Xiaohong was slightly shocked as he hurriedly retracted his palm and retreated, his entire person seeming to transform into a streak of jade light as he shifted within the air. Enveloped by the thunder of eternal night, Yan Zhaoge's figure was indistinctly visible. Oh, Spirit Rhino Island's martial arts also have their unique aspects. Feng Xiaohong knit his brows, striking out towards Yan Zhaoge with one palm while beckoning towards the distant air with his other palm. A mirror light flickered within the air. It was a high-grade spirit artifact. Amidst the surging radiance, Feng Xiaohong's figure flickered as he arrived before Yan Zhaoge once more. Yan Zhaoge placed one hand on the shoulder of the stone statue as he flicked his sleeve with the other, the roar of a dragon resounding as green light flickered within his sleeve. Wielded by Yan Zhaoge, the high-grade spirit artifact, the green abyss sword, transformed into a green dragon, shooting viciously towards Feng Xiaohong's jade light mirror. An essence spirit martial grandmaster has a high-grade spirit artifact? Feng Xiaohong's heart sunk once more as he completely calmed his mind, unleashing Spirit Rhino Island's supreme martial art, the Spirit Rhino Palm, to the maximum. Executed by Feng Xiaohong, this supreme martial art was incomparably far from Yang Chufan's as compared to the heavens and the earth. Jade light flickered within Feng Xiaohong's eyes, resembling two round mirrors as Yan Zhaoge's sword was reflected within them, as well as the possible variations that might follow. As the true martial talisman circulated, streams of profound aura connected to the surrounding area. Feng Xiaohong transformed into a jade light, evading Yan Zhaoge's sword. Jade light flickered continuously as he analyzed the variations of Yan Zhaoge's sword whilst also looking for its weak points, attempting to counterattack. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge laughed lightly. Telepathy suppressing the enemy first? His sword stance did not change, his gaze suddenly becoming as deep as the sea. Feng Xiaohong's mind wavered slightly as it was as though a massive spirit turtle had appeared before his eyes, unmoving and unmoving as it lay within the depths of the sea. It was also like the sea's surface was completely still, without any wind or waves at all, without any ripples at all. His high-grade spirit artifact, the Jade Light Mirror, was perfectly compatible with Spirit Rhino Island's supreme martial art, the Spirit Rhino Palm. Unleashing their effects together, it predicted the enemy first, suppressing the enemy and obtaining victory. However, at this moment, his mind was completely empty as he was completely unable to extrapolate Yan Zhaoge's following moves. As Yan Zhaoge executed the coiling dragon sleeve, he also executed the mantra of the stabilizing ocean spirit fist of the 6 spirit demonic fists, instantly leaving Feng Xiaohong helpless. "I don't know why you want to fight with me," Yan Zhaoge said mildly. "Still, I actually don't care about the reason. Don't tell me that it's a misunderstanding or whatever." Before his words had landed, Yan Zhaoge's sword stance changed once more. As the azure dragon flew, it abruptly opened its mouth, roaring. A river of stars tilted as specks of starlight filled the air, enveloping Feng Xiaohong. Yan Zhaoge was no longer using the stabilizing ocean spirit fist now. A spiritual light flickered within Feng Xiaohong's mind as he was able to extrapolate the variations of his sword once more. However, as Yan Zhaoge's sword struck over at this moment, myriad variations seemed to exist within, as Feng Xiaohong was completely unable to extrapolate them all. In an instant, Feng Xiaohong was struck by a number of swords. His injuries were not serious, as compared to his body's injuries. What made Feng Xiaohong feel even worse was that he felt as though countless things had been forcibly stuffed into his head, as though they were about to explode. That uncomfortable feeling left Feng Xiaohong wishing that he could retract his cultivation, not daring to use the spirit rhino palm again. "Aren't you very good at extrapolating? You can't take it anymore?" Yan Zhaoge smiled, having already completely kept the stone statue now. Without the stone statue holding him back, Yan Zhaoge's power erupted mightily, no longer using nimble fighting techniques, as he instead directly concentrated his power and launched a frenzied, head-on attack. "You can't do complicated things. Let's do something simpler then." Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge slashed through the air, chopping towards Feng Xiaohong with the momentum of splitting the heavens. To be continued. Chapter 503. As Yan Zhaoge slashed out with his sword, the myriad starlights were retracted, seemingly merging into one. As the azure dragon roared, it merged with the starry river. 7 spots of light appeared on the surface of its body, looking like the Big Dipper hanging in the sky. The first move, dragon riding the 7 stars, turned the endless sword light into one, and headed straight for Feng Xiaohong. Feng Xiaohong's mind relaxed slightly. The thousands of changes had all disappeared, leaving only one. His spirit Rhino Island's spirit Rhino Palm was about projecting variations and analyzing his opponent's next thoughts, unceasingly dispelling the false and retaining the true, obtaining the one or more that were most likely to occur, from which he would consider how to deal with them. Previously, with Yan Zhaoge's myriad swordlights, innumerable possibilities had surged into Feng Xiaohong's mind at the same time. Every single one of them had seemed so realistic, making it hard for him to predict and choose. Now it was much simpler. There was only one type of transformation. It should be said that this sword of Yan Zhaoge's did not intend to change at all. On the other hand, it was precisely this unchanging sword strike that seemed to have transformed the ordinary into the miraculous, and it converged the complicated into the simplest, causing Feng Xiaohong to be unable to deal with it. A powerful force was condensed in the sword, completely breaking through Feng Xiaohong's palm attack. Then, the sword stabbed forward, sealing off even his path of retreat. At this moment, Feng Xiaohong felt that he couldn't retreat even if he wanted to. He could only take this sword head-on. Faced with Yan Zhaoge's all-conquering sword, the essence talisman condensed of his martial true intent, and his true essence began to crack apart inch by inch, seemingly about to shatter. The movement of the sword was clear, but he just couldn't block it. Feng Xiaohong was greatly alarmed. With a fierce roar, his figure abruptly turned, transforming into a ray of light as he charged into the high, grayed jade light mirror. At the critical moment, Feng Xiaohong executed the supreme martial art of Spirit Rhino Island once more, spiritual light flashing. The jade light mirror remained where it was, having become Feng Xiaohong's substitute puppet as it shook intensely as it was pressured by Yan Zhaoge's sword light. Feng Xiaohong, however, couldn't care less about that now. "I can't leave." Yan Zhaoge's expression was indifferent as he wielded the green abyss sword with his right hand, his left hand having long since been prepared. He spread his fingers, then clenched them into a fist. Within Yan Zhaoge's palm, there seemed to exist a clump of chaos. As he spread his fingers, streams of chaotic air currents spread out and filled the void. When Yan Zhaoge clenched his fist, that region of chaos seemed to have transformed into a black hole. Everything in the surrounding void, whether tangible or intangible, seemed to be pulled by a boundless, immense force as they all flew towards Yan Zhaoge's left palm. In the space in front of him, the jade light mirror shook even more violently. Large amounts of light shot out from the air, shining for no reason. A wisp of jade light was forcibly sucked out of the jade light mirror, revealing Feng Xiaohong's figure once more. That terrifying sword light was already in front of Feng Xiaohong. Feng Xiaohong summoned the jade light mirror to protect himself, but with the sharpness of Yan Zhaoge's sword, where light flickered, Fresh blood spurted madly from Fang Xiaohong's body. The sword light that had transformed into an azure dragon shattered Fang Xiaohong's talisman and pierced through his body. The sharp and tyrannical quintessential essence continued to wreak havoc in his body. Fang Xiaohong gritted his teeth and struggled to survive. Now that he already knew that he was not Yan Zhaoga's match, he only wished to be able to flee this place. Fang Min and the other Spirit Rhino Island disciples with lower cultivation bases had already been sent out of the barrier by him, returning to the Spirit Rhino Sea to seek reinforcements. As long as he did not die here, he would have a chance of escaping with his life. However, that sword light that had transformed into an azure dragon did not dissipate after having pierced through his body. Instead, it meandered about, coiling around Fang Xiaohong's body. The dragon's scales stood erect, resembling infinite swordlight that surged explosively at the same time, unceasingly blasting towards Fang Xiaohong. Yan Zhaoga's left hand did not cease in its movements. As he clenched his fist, a massive suction force dragged Fang Xiaohong before him. Then Yan Zhaoga's left hand transformed into a bright, glazed color, flickering with a golden light as it resembled Vajra. Feeling the terrifying power within Yan Zhaoga's left fist, the shadow of death loomed over Fang Xiaohong's heart. At the same time that Fang Xiaohong appeared to attack Yan Zhaoga, Yang Chufan and the other 2 Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners also appeared at the entrance to the foreign dimension before rushing over in Yan Zhaoga's direction. However, as they neared, they saw a shocking scene. While they had witnessed how Yan Zhaoga had slain Jiang Xiong, they had still not thought that even the Essence Talisman Marshal Grandmaster Fang Xiaohong would actually not be Yan Zhaoga's match at all. Why don't you guess? How much strength do I need to use to beat trash like you? Yan Zhaoga's joking words from back then surfaced in their minds as a chill involuntarily shot up from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. Yang Chufan and the others all felt bitter within their hearts. Only now did they know that Yan Zhaoga had not been joking back then, slaying dark evil Jiang Xiong, who was bolstered by a mid-grade spirit artifact barehanded. Yan Zhaoga had not used his full strength at all. Currently, facing Yan Zhaoga, the Essence Talisman Marshal Grandmaster Fang Xiaohong had also been beaten to the point of being completely unable to retaliate. Yan Zhaoga glanced at Yang Chufan and the other 2 from the corner of his eye. He saw that they were currently rushing over towards him, 6 palms and 3 streaks of jade light attacking towards his back. Clearly, they wanted to coordinate with Fang Xiaohong. Sadly, they had not thought that Fang Xiaohong would be defeated so quickly. Go. With just a thought from Yan Zhaoga, the eternal night thunder sword surged with boundless darkness once more, blocking before his opponents. Yang Chufan and the others had not thought that the situation would actually turn out like this. Of course, they could not even think about escaping. White thunderbolts exploded, instantly blasting Yang Chufan and the other 2 into disarray. Just struggling to stabilize themselves, they saw Yan Zhaoga execute the Vajra body, his left fist bright as Vajra. Yang Chufan hurriedly called out, "Please show mercy." There must be a misunderstanding here. Before his words had landed, Yan Zhaoga's fist had already descended. Fang Xiaohong's eyeballs seemed on the verge of imploding as a boom resounded, blood splattering everywhere. Seeing the blood spurting madly before them, Yang Chufan and the other 2 stared blankly, their mouths agape and tongue-tied as though someone had grabbed them by the neck. Yan Zhaoga now swiveled his head to look at the trio, saying nonchalantly, "Misunderstanding? Speaking of misunderstanding now, what were you doing just now?" A Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioner was somewhat unable to control his emotions as he roared sorrowfully, "You killed Senior Apprentice Brother Fang, forming a blood enmity with my Spirit Rhino Island." Yang Chufan shook his head repeatedly, an expression of absurd disbelief on his face. "How did the sacred evil sect produce someone like you? You first killed Jiang Xiong and then Junior Apprentice Brother Fang. Even if the sacred evil sect is protecting you, the evil shifting sect, and our sect will not let you off. Yan Zhaoga smiled. Well, I don't know who this person surnamed Fang is. It looks like his position in your spirit Rhino Island should not be low. I have already offended the evil shifting sect. If I offend you guys as well, it would undoubtedly be adding hail to snow. Let alone the fact that I want to go to the directionless sea where Changli Mountain's located. I will also have to pass through the Spirit Rhino Sea that your Spirit Rhino Island occupies. You want to say this, don't you? Yang Chu-fan looked dazedly at Yan Zhaoga. Yan Zhaoga's expression was calm as he brandished the sword within his hand. Your logic is not wrong, but this does not mean that I have to endure it when you come to provoke me. Since you like to court death, I'll grant your wish then. Where his sword passed, the light of blood was everywhere. To be continued. Chapter 504. Having slain Fang Zhaohong and the others, Yan Zhaoga's expression was calm as he smacked his lips. Sacred evil sect? How strange. Having already kept the stone statue and checked that there were no other treasures within the foreign dimension, Yan Zhaoga collected the weapons of Fang Zhaohong and the others before leaving this foreign dimension in a calm and unhurried manner. Having arrived on the great sea outside, Yan Zhaoga raised his brows slightly. Raising his head, he felt that the barrier that enveloped this region of sea was in the midst of gradually dissipating. Yan Zhaoga nodded slightly. The source of power that created this barrier, supporting its existence all this while, is precisely that stone statue. No other Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners could be seen at the entrance of the foreign dimension. Yan Zhaoga knew that other than Yang Chu-fan and the other two who had been brought along by Fang Zhaohong to assist him, the other Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners with lower cultivation bases seemed to have already left. From this, it could be seen that the other party had decided to besiege him from the very beginning. The training of the younger generation disciples was cancelled to avoid being affected. They left immediately. If he did not leave them here to receive him, he would most likely have gone to contact the other experts of Spirit Rhino Island. Now that he had killed all those from the evil shifting sect, the news would not have leaked out. Since Spirit Rhino Island was unable to contact Fang Zhaohong and the others, they should have already guessed what had happened. In this way, even though the forces of good and evil were at odds with each other, they could still leak information to the evil shifting sect. Being unfamiliar with this place, moving in such a foreign environment, he should be as careful as possible. Having killed those of the evil shifting sect, he should avoid news of it leaking out. Still, Yan Zhaoga would still find it very hard to silence them for no reason at all. However, Fang Zhaohong, Yang Chu-fan, and the others took the initiative to harm him. That was another matter altogether. Yan Zhaoga had no qualms about sending them to hell. As for the possible consequences, weighing that shadow, shrinking pouch containing the stone statue, Yan Zhaoga seemed to be deep in thought. This thing is interesting. While I am already aware of the current overall situation of the vast ocean world, I am still unclear on many of the details. The bewildering maze sea was a danger ground of the vast ocean world, its situation somewhat similar to the marsh of illusory sea of the Eight Extremities world. The difference was that even though the marsh of illusory sea had the word sea in its name, it was actually a swamp on a continent, whereas the bewildering maze sea was a vast ocean that was filled with illusions, and it was difficult to determine one's direction, causing one to easily get lost within it. Still, there were still various treasures within the bewildering maze sea that attracted the martial practitioners of the vast ocean world to enter and seek them. Yan Zhaoga also encountered some seafarers and martial practitioners within, asking for directions from time to time. Walking and halting, going in circles, Yan Zhaoga had gone in quite a few circles as well, finally gradually exiting the bewildering maze sea. During this period of time, although Fu Enshu's injuries had not yet healed, she was slowly waking up. After giving Fu Enshu a general introduction of the reason for their arrival and the current environment, Yan Zhaoga asked the question that had always been on his mind. Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu, what happened back then? How are Junior Sister Feng and the others? While Fu Enshu's injuries had yet to heal, she could still walk on her own, naturally not having to continue staying within Yan Zhaoga's shadow shrinking pouch. The Grand Elder of the Sacred Sun clan, Meng Feng, launched a sneak attack on us, and I was separated from Yunxing and Lu Hua. Recalling this, Fu Enshu was also rather resentful. In the process of clashing, I was at a disadvantage, being forced to push Meng Feng along as we were swept into the frenzied tides caused by the Tai Imperial breaking formation, sealing the Flame Devils, being heavily injured by them. Meng Feng was a longtime elder of the Sacred Sun clan of the same generation as Huang, Guanlia, and Panbuetai, the Dawn Lord of the first generation of the 7 reigning suns. After stepping into the transcending mortality, martial, Grandmaster realm, Meng Feng had entered secluded cultivation as a Grand Elder, no longer caring about the daily affairs of the clan, as the name of the Dawn Lord had also been passed down to others. Unlike Panbuetai, who was so high profile, Meng Feng usually spent most of his time either cultivating in seclusion at the Sacred Sun clan's world illuminating peak or in the southern underground palace, not casually leaving the clan. With the East Sea and the Earth domain having simultaneously changed this time, his sudden appearance had not aroused any suspicions. However, the Sacred Sun clan's schemes were not small. This sudden attack had caused Fu Enshu to suffer a loss. While Fu Enshu had stepped into the late essence, talisman, martial, grandmaster realm, facing the transcending mortality Meng Feng, she was still inevitably not his match. However, Fu Enshu's personality was unyielding and resolute as she had been determined to perish together with her enemy, dragging Meng Feng along as they were engulfed by those frenzied tides that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. Martial saints not appearing, transcending mortality was king. In the end, Fu Enshu had been saved by Yan Zhaoga, while Meng Feng had been ripped apart by that terrifying force. A peak martial grandmaster, an expert of the transcending mortality stage, having perished just like that, one could only sigh helplessly. Yan Zhaoga's brows were knit tightly. Other than Meng Feng, were there any other people of the Sacred Sun clan? Could Junior Apprentice Sister Feng and the others have also been swept into the frenzied tides caused by the power of the seal? Fu Enshu was currently also deeply worried. I am unable to confirm Yunxing and Liu Hua's situation. Logically speaking, the place where I got separated from them was still some distance away from the boundary of the frenzied tides. If they had retreated to the outskirts in time, they should not have been swept within. Yan Zhaoga was silent, letting out a long breath. The Sacred Sun clan was aiming for Junior Apprentice Sister Feng and the others. Fu Enshu nodded. That's right, I think so too. That is why I went all out in restraining Meng Feng. Yan Zhaoga asked Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu, "Did you meet Meng Feng by chance? If it was not by chance, how would the people of the Sacred Sun clan have sensed your movements and locked onto your position? The great sun heaven measuring ruler was sent into the 9 underworlds by us, and Huang Guanlia is within the Tai Imperial breaking formation. While Meng Feng is a transcending mortality, martial grandmaster, unless he is near to a certain extent, he should not have been able to discover you." Yan Zhaoga rubbed his temples. Because of the Tai Imperial breaking formation seal at the time, the surrounding spiritual qi had completely collapsed, the heavens and the earth having been thrown into chaos. Even if you were very close, Meng Feng probably would not have been able to find you. Even if he could find you, how could he be sure that it was you and not someone else? Yan Zhaoga looked at Fu Enshu. If nothing unexpected happens, the other party should not know at all that our clan's 2 maidens of extreme Yin have come to the EC. Junior Apprentice Sister Yin's existence should still be kept a secret. Was it Junior Apprentice Sister Feng who exposed her? Fu Enshu sighed. Lu Hua unintentionally encountered people of the Sacred Sun clan before. For some reason, it seems like they discovered her identity as a maiden of extreme Yin. As for afterwards, Fu Enshu shook her head slightly. The heavens and earth changed greatly, and in the great battle with the flame devils, Lu Hua was separated from Yunxing and me for a while. She was saved by a solitary practitioner of the East Sea, and with his help, she found Yunxing and me. In order to keep it a secret, I originally wanted to detain that solitary practitioner first. However, the environment was chaotic at the time, with the flame devils also attacking from the side. He managed to escape. Not long after that, the people of the Sacred Sun clan came looking for us. After a great battle, I was separated from Yunxing and Lu Hua. Fu Enshu's gaze turned cold. Thinking back on it now, I'm afraid that the problem lies with that solitary practitioner. Yan Zhaoga raised his head slightly. Our clan has been growing stronger and stronger in recent years, already gradually returning to the #1 sacred ground. That solitary practitioner should not have been bought over at the last moment, instead having been a spy of the Sacred Sun clan since a long time ago. Junior apprentice sister Yin's experience is too shallow. She cannot be entirely blamed for this. Fu Enshu's expression was a little gloomy. What I'm only worried about now is that other than Meng Feng, there were also other Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners in the vicinity at the time, acting against Yunxing and Lu Hua. Yan Zhaoga closed his eyes, Yunxing's bright smile appearing within his mind. To be continued. Chapter 505. Fu Enshu asked, Zhaoga, how much longer will it take for us to return to the 8 Extremities world? Yan Zhaoga said, we'll have to wait for the lofty prestige mirror to recover before we have any hope of returning to the 8 Extremities world. Still, our chances are very high. He exhaled slowly, saying in a relaxed tone, the time flow of the vast ocean world is not much more than 5 times that of the 8 Extremities world. Even if we wait a little longer here, not too much time will actually have passed before we return to the 8 Extremities world. Fu Enshu nodded slightly. I will do my best to recuperate and recover as soon as possible. Yan Zhaoga's gaze was cold. When we return this time, there are some debts that I will have to properly settle with the Sacred Sun clan. Fu Enshu said, right, you only spoke about the matter of the East Sea and this vast ocean world earlier. How are things in the 8 Extremities world, the Earth domain and the 9 underworlds? How are Master, the other senior apprentice uncles and second apprentice brother? Hearing Fu Enshu ask this, Yan Zhaoga's gaze dimmed slightly. After informing Fu Enshu of the situation of Yuan Zhengfeng, Feng Zhuan, and the others who had gone to the Earth domain, Fu Enshu could not help but feel a little dazed. Master, Yan Zhaoga sighed, Grand Master has experienced many great storms and waves in his life. He will definitely be blessed by the heavens. Fu Enshu nodded slowly, but the worry within her gaze could not be concealed. She and Yuan Zhengfeng were like father and daughter, their relationship even surpassing that of ordinary master and disciple. Having been raised by Yuan Zhengfeng since young, hearing of his situation now, while she consoled herself time and time again, she was still unable to set her mind at ease. As she thought about it, fury and hatred surged within Fu Enshu's gaze. Shinli really deserves to be killed. Her fury instead caused her to sober up from her grief for Yuan Zhengfeng, her thoughts also becoming clear. Frowning, Fu Enshu looked at Yan Zhaoga. Master has been lost amidst the chaotic flows of space. It is unknown when he will be able to return. Junior apprentice brother, Yan is temporarily unable to leave sealing the flame devils on the East Sea. Our clan's 2 martial saints are basically no longer here. Also, as you say, the clear chi robe needs to protect senior apprentice brother Feng, and is temporarily unable to use it. While the Sacred Sun clan's East Huang is also trapped within the seal of the East Sea, that scum Shenli having fled in the face of battle, he instead obtained his freedom. We have to be wary of him causing trouble. Yan Zhaoga said, at the final moment when the seal of the East Sea was completed, in order to avoid being crushed to death by the power of the seal, we entered the dimensional passageway together and came to the vast ocean world. The situation over at the Eight Extremities world after that is uncertain. However, other than the Heavenly Thunder Hall's Shinli, Turbid Wave Pavilion's pavilion, Lord Qing Lin, was similarly spared. While Turbid Wave Pavilion has always been strictly neutral, if the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall go too far, Pavilion Lord will most likely intervene. After all, a situation where a single power dominates is definitely not something that Turbid Wave Pavilion would like to see. The Extreme Yin Crown is still in the hands of the Sacred Sun Clan, but Infinite Boundless Mountain also has the Heaven Cleaving Axe. While the Heaven Cleaving Axe has been heavily damaged, as long as it can survive this, it is a force that cannot be overlooked. Moreover, from what I know, Mangwan seems to have been injured as well. Yan Zhaoge said, slowly, finally, with Grand Master not appearing for a long period of time, the news of his disappearance will probably not be able to be concealed. However, with the clear Qi robe returning to the mountain, it will be able to intimidate the weak. While the clear Qi robe will have to look after second apprentice uncle, while the higher echelon experts of our clan know of this matter, the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall will not know of it. They will also have some reservations. This way, while Grand Master, the Painting Saint, Father, Huang Guanlia, and Jade Sea City Lord Song are temporarily unable to appear in this world, the overall situation of the Eight Extremities world, barring any major incidents, is still stable. Yan Zhaoge's tone was resolute and decisive, let alone Mangwan being injured. Even if she is safe and sound, as long as Junior Apprentice Sister Feng is fine. In the 7th Extreme Yin bout, Mangwan will not be able to stop Junior Apprentice Sister Feng from ascending to the top. Fu Enshu said, "You said just now that a major incident." Yan Zhaoge's gaze hardened slightly as he said, "There are 3 possible major incidents. Firstly, as mentioned earlier, the Sacred Sun Clan may have established a connection with the world beyond worlds. In this great tribulation, they lost Huang Guanlia, suffering a great blow to their vitality. If not for the extreme Yin Crown in their hands, even the Heavenly Thunder Hall would be able to climb over their heads." Yan Zhaoge analyzed. Under such circumstances, whether their backer in the world beyond worlds would feel disappointed in them or change his attitude of not interfering all along and lend them a hand is still uncertain now. Fu Enshu nodded, "That's right. We have to guard against it." Yan Zhaoge continued, "Secondly, it is Infinite Boundless Mountain's Heaven Cleaving Axe. Previously, when Jade Sea City's Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword was forged and the chaos in the East Sea and Hell had yet to occur, the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall joined hands to attack Jade Sea City. I was already worried that the other side would openly attack Jade Sea City while secretly plotting against the Heaven Cleaving Axe." Fu Enshu nodded. "I also specifically reminded Infinite Boundless Mountain earlier that Master and Junior Apprentice Brother Yen were also wary of being diverted by the other side." Yan Zhaoge spread his palms apart. Afterwards, because of the chaos in Hell, the 2 sides temporarily stopped fighting and made peace. However, in the East Sea this time, Infinite Boundless Mountain's #1 expert, Chu Yen, was heavily injured and returned to the mountain in advance, leaving the Heaven Cleaving Axe in the East Sea. While it is also controlled by Infinite Boundless Mountains transcending mortality martial grandmasters. With this sacred artifact having been heavily damaged at the end of the day, the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall might be able to make use of it. If the Heaven Cleaving Axe falls into the hands of the other side, with 1 + 1-, the balance of the situation might be broken. Fu Enshu sighed. This is also something that can't be helped. After all, having to concentrate as much power as possible on dealing with the Flame Devils earlier, the only fear was that there might not be enough experts. Yan Zhaoge chuckled. The Sacred Sun Clan really has their own little schemes in mind. The third thing that we have to guard against is a change in the mindset of Turbid Wave Pavilion. At this point, Yan Zhaoge put his hand to his forehead. After Father transcended mortality and entered sainthood, he is truly invincible in the 8 Extremities world. even being able to challenge the combined forces of others alone. Adding on Grandmaster and the clear chi robe, our clan is virtually about to return to the peak era of the exalted Heaven Shaker. Now, even if Grandmaster is temporarily missing, as long as Father is here, our clan is indisputably the #1 sacred ground of the 8 extremities world. Fu Enshu's expression was also a little strange now. Junior apprentice brother Yen still has the possibility of improving. At that time, he will be able to sweep through the entire world single-handedly. Exchanging glances, the two didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Under such circumstances, while Yen Di was currently temporarily unable to extricate himself from the seal of the EC, it was really hard to predict what Turbid Wave Pavilion would think of this. Yen Zhaoge said, "If we want to return to the 8 extremities world, we still need time. Thinking about this now is also useless. We can only hope that the situation in the 8 extremities world is stable and that Junior Apprentice Sister Fong and the others are safe. As long as there are no internal problems, we should be able to get through this peacefully." Fu Enshu looked at Yen Zhaoge. "That's right. Thinking about this now is also useless. Still, you said earlier that Xue Fei and Shi Jun are both here. Let's go see them, trying to bring them back to the 8 extremities world together. However, according to what you said, having offended these 2 local bullies, would it be disadvantageous to Xue Fei and the others?" Chapter 506. Due to various reasons, the young Fu Enshu had been a true little devil king, a Broad Creed Mountain disciple who caused the most headaches amongst her peers. At that time, the person she had feared the most had not been Yuan Zhengfeng, who was like her master and father. Instead, it had been her eldest apprentice brother Shi Tai. It was only in front of the strict and serious Shi Tai that Fu Enshu would restrain herself greatly. However, Fu Enshu did not feel any resentment toward Shi Tai. On the contrary, he was one of the closest to her amongst her fellow disciples. Fu Enshu was both respectful and fearful of this eldest apprentice brother of hers. In the great tribulation of Broad Creed Mountain, Shi Tai had perished for the clan, causing Fu Enshu to feel incomparably sad. Fu Enshu had been worried about Su Fei and Shi Jun's whereabouts in the vast ocean world previously. Now that she knew that she and Yen Zhaoge were currently in the vast ocean world, Fu Enshu was naturally very concerned about their situation. Yen Zhaoge said, "You can rest easy, senior apprentice aunt. Over this period of time, I have also interacted quite a bit with the martial practitioners of the vast ocean world, understanding some things. While Changli Mountain is not one of the top existences amongst the 7 pillars of good, they're not to be taken lightly. Their strength is not inferior to that of Spirit Rhino Island or the evil shifting sect." Yen Zhaoge said slowly, "Of the 7 pillars of good, Water Crystal Palace is the strongest. However, the Blood Dragon sect and Myriad Sword Pool both have the ability to contend with them. These 3 powers are in a tripartite balance. Because the other 4 sects do not have martial saints or sacred artifacts, they are comparatively weaker. Still, they all possess considerable strength and foundation." Hearing his words, Fu Enshu nodded. "It is more or less the same as the situation over in our 8 extremities world." Yen Zhaoge continued, "Even as the 3 powers of Water Crystal Palace keep each other in check, they are also fighting to rope in Changli Mountain, Spirit Rhino Island, the Spirit Returning Sect, and the Blazing Wind Sect. While maintaining their independence, Changli Mountain and the other 3 powers are more or less biased towards one another. Amongst them, Spirit Rhino Island is biased towards Myriad Sword Pool. The Blazing Wind Sect is biased towards the Blood Dragon Sect, while Changli Mountain and the Spirit Returning Sect are both biased towards Water Crystal Palace. The loose alliance formed by these 3 forces is the strongest. While the other 2 forces are guarding against each other, they seem to be working together to fight 4 against 3. No one can do anything to the other." As Yen Zhaoge said this, he spread his hands apart. "There are still the 6 evil sects outside. Therefore, under normal circumstances, these 7 pillars of good would not cause too much of a commotion. Of course, there is also disharmony amongst the evil sects, with the conflict even more intense. I heard that senior apprentice brother Sue and little June, Er's current situation at Chongli Mountain is still all right. When I came into contact with those from Spirit Rhino Island earlier, I only said that I was heading towards Chongli Mountain. They probably wouldn't suspect senior apprentice brother Sue and the others. Yan Zhaoge paused for a moment before continuing. However, through comparing our martial arts, the other party might be able to see the similarities. Fu Enshu said, "If it's Tai Ching Qigong, unless it leaves an obvious mark in someone else's body, it's not so easy to compare. Other than the basic martial arts, among the more advanced martial arts in our sect, you don't know the Great Heaven and Earth Sword style, and the other martial arts that you cultivate, Xue Fei, and the others don't know. The only similarity is the 7-star sword." Yan Zhaoge recalled for a moment before smiling. "Coincidentally, I used the 7-star sword once, not leaving anyone alive at the scene." Fu Enshu waved her hands. "It's fine then." Yan Zhaoge said, "Spirit Rhino Island cannot control Chongli Mountain, but that Yang Chu Fan and the others seem to have slandered me as a member of the sacred evil sect, even saying so with such certainty. I wonder where their confidence comes from." The sacred evil sect is one of the 6 evil sects. Involving the conflict between good and evil, Spirit Rhino Island and Myriad Sword Pool would have an excuse to make a fuss. Fu Enshu gazed at the distant Great Sea. "Whatever the case, let's first hurry to Chongli Mountain. I heard you mention just now that the fastest direct route to Chongli Mountain is through the territory of Spirit Rhino Island?" Yan Zhaoge nodded. "That's right. The directionless sea where Chongli Mountain is located is precisely separated from the bewildering Maze Sea by the Spirit Rhino Sea. If we do not go through the Spirit Rhino Sea, we will have to make a detour through the Flying Turtle Sea." Fu Enshu's brows were knit tightly. "You said just now that the chief of Spirit Rhino Island is a transcending mortality martial grandmaster? If he is a transcending mortality martial grandmaster, it would be very difficult, The one you killed was his son, and he would definitely want to put his life on the line. Currently, the Spirit Rhino Sea should already be under lockdown, with Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners everywhere." While she was a competitive person, Fu Enshu was able to clearly recognize the situation and the strength of both sides. Yan Zhaoge smiled. "If I really had to say, I heard that Spirit Rhino Island has 2 transcending mortality martial grandmasters. Chief Feng Ken is ranked 7th amongst the top 10 transcending mortality martial grandmasters of this vast ocean world." Hearing his words, Fu Enshu's brows were knit even more tightly. However, carefully looking at Yan Zhaoge's expression, her heart suddenly jolted. "I just broke through into the late essence talisman stage not long ago, and it is impossible for me to break through into the transcending mortality martial grandmaster realm within a short period of time. Moreover, my injuries have yet to recover, affecting my strength as well. If you have a way, just say it." Yan Zhaoge spread his palms apart, smiling. "To tell you the truth, I currently also don't have a very good way. Still, I might have one in a couple of days." Fu Enshu asked curiously, "You are about to break through into the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster Realm? I know that you are like Yen Di, a heaven-defying genius with shocking strength at the same cultivation level. Even at such a high cultivation level, you still possess abilities that far surpass those of the same generation. However, you are already able to stand against a transcending mortality martial grandmaster at the early Essence Talisman stage? Or is it that you are able to consecutively jump several cultivation levels within a short period of time?" Yan Zhaoge chuckled. "Speaking of which, I have to thank the people of Spirit Rhino Island. I obtained a good thing in this bewildering Maze Sea. However, if I want to be of use, I still have to go to a place and make some preparations." Yan Zhaoge pointed into the distance. "The direction we are currently heading in is precisely that place. We're not heading directly towards Changli Mountain, instead deviating slightly from that direction. However, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of chopping firewood. Now that there are fewer detours, it will be a flat stretch of land afterwards. Fu Enshu's gaze flickered. Oh, what place? Yan Jiaoge answered, the place where the Spirit Rhino Sea, the Flying Turtle Sea, and the bewildering Mei Sea intersect is known as the Deep Abyss Corridor. I asked about it from the vast ocean world martial practitioners who are traversing this bewildering Mei Sea. There's something I want there, which can be considered a pleasant surprise. Fu Enshu said, this matter cannot be delayed then. Let's speed up. The two were currently already not far from the deep sea corridor. As they sped forward, Yan Jiaoge estimated the distance and felt that it should be in the vicinity. Let's go! As Yan Jiaoge said this, he led the way into the depths of the sea. Fu Enshu naturally had no objections as she let Yan Jiaoge lead the way. As the two dived downwards, they could vaguely see a trench at the bottom of the sea. In this place, there were endless turbid currents coming from 3 directions and converging here. Yan Jiaoge and Fu Enshu exchanged glances, discovering that other than them, there were already quite a few martial practitioners gathered here. There were Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners amongst them, but their cultivation bases were not very high. At the very least, it would be impossible for them to surround and capture Yan Jiaoge. Also, other than Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners, there were also people of other sections. With everyone gathered here, it was as though they were all participating in a grand event. To be continued. Chapter 507. The Deep Sea Corridor was located at the intersection of the Spirit Rhino Sea, Flying Turtle Sea, and bewildering Mei Sea. 3 completely different tidal vortexes stirred up the strange miasma in the deep sea and gathered here, forming a unique polluted undercurrent. The vast ocean world was formed from a small amount of land and a great deal of oceans. In other places, there were also places where the 3 seas intersected. However, this polluted undercurrent could only be found at the intersection of the Spirit Rhino, Flying Turtle, and bewildering Mei Seas. It was a unique landform. However, this deep, filthy undercurrent was extremely filthy. To a martial artist, there was no benefit to it. Therefore, most of the time, even if a martial artist entered the sea, they would not be willing to approach this place. Now that so many people had gathered, Yan Jiaoge felt rather puzzled. Could it be that the rumors were wrong? The polluted undercurrent formed a huge whirlpool. At the center of the whirlpool, there was no seawater, forming a large vacuum zone. At this moment, everyone gathered in the open space, discussing spiritedly. Li Xing finally couldn't hold it in any longer and wants to challenge Zhang Haoqing. A battle between the top 2 of the Essence Spirit top 10 powerhouses has not been seen for a long time. Water Crystal Palace and the Dragon Slayer sect, the 2 leaders of good and evil, are finally going to clash head-on. I wonder, will the blue dragon Zhang Haoqing truly be number 1, or will the previous number 2, heaven-slaying pillar Li Shang, prevail? Don't underestimate Li Shang. Although he's bloodthirsty, he's not a reckless person. He might have reached the final bottleneck by challenging Zhang Haoqing this time, and wants to make use of this to break through to the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster realm. Who would dare to underestimate him just because he has 9 leaves and 9 flowers? Hearing his words, Yan Jiaoge gradually understood that a battle was about to commence here. The 2 parties to the arranged battle were the 2 peak essence spirit martial grandmasters of the current vast ocean world. Just like Water Crystal Palace's position amongst the 7 pillars of good, the Dragon Slayer sect had always been recognized as the number 1 sect amongst the 6 evil sects. The name of this sect simultaneously offended Water Crystal Palace and the Blood Dragon sect. They could virtually be considered to be mortal enemies. In the ranking of the top 10 martial artists, it was inevitable that some of them had not fought against each other before. The ranking was based on their past comprehensive battle records and the strength they had displayed in actual combat. There would definitely be people who wouldn't accept this. The loser would not accept the outcome of the battle and would train hard for many years in order to wash away the humiliation. Not to mention the fact that they had never fought before, yet they were suppressed by someone else. How many martial artists could endure this? A fierce battle was about to unfold in front of them. Yan Zhaoge blinked, not paying too much attention to it, as he just found it interesting. That Jiang Xiong of the evil, shifting sect whom I killed seemed to be rank 3rd, right? He smiled and shook his head. He passed through the vortex and arrived above the clearing. On one side is the Spirit Rhino Sea, and on the other is the Flying Turtle Sea. Both are our righteous path's territory. That Li Xing sure is courageous. He actually dared to challenge us here. Behind him is the bewildering Maze Sea. If an Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster wants to kill him, he can just retreat into the bewildering Maze Sea. The Dragon Slayer sect will definitely send experts over as well. The cause of this matter was that a young disciple of the Dragon Slayer sect had a conflict with a young disciple of Water Crystal Palace nearby in the first place, suffering some losses. Knowing that Zhang Haoqing was here, Li Sheng immediately came looking for trouble. As they spoke, they noticed that Yan Zhaoge and Fu Enshu had appeared. At first, they had not paid much attention to it. After all, there were many solitary martial practitioners, and no one would be able to recognize all of them. However, thinking about it carefully, they all felt that Yan Zhaoge looked familiar. This was especially so for the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners, who abruptly stared, "It's you!" Yan Zhaoge's image of light had naturally been preserved by those who had returned to Spirit Rhino Island back then. With no news of Feng Zhaohong, Yang Chu Fan, and the others at all, those of Spirit Rhino Island felt that they had most likely already met with a mishap. Over the past few days, Spirit Rhino Island had been searching for Yan Zhaoge everywhere, with the Spirit Rhino Sea being completely under lockdown. Seeing Yan Zhaoge now, they instantly recognized him. Seeing the reactions of the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners, the others gradually realized, could it be that person who killed dark, evil Jiang Xiong? Hearing their discussions, Yan Zhaoge's expression remained leisurely as he just glanced at those of Spirit Rhino Island, seemingly smiling whilst also not. The other party had indeed not intended to keep it a secret. Having spread the news that he had slaughtered those of the evil shifting sect, the evil shifting sect must have already begun searching for him. As for the matter of Feng Zhaohong and the others, in order to avoid losing face, there was no need to announce it so early on. After all, Spirit Rhino Island still had a bit of hope as they had yet to see their corpses. Seeing Yan Zhaoge's calm expression, the others were instantly unable to remain calm. That was the dark evil Jiang Xiong, essence, spirit, martial grandmaster of the vast ocean world. Someone who was likely inferior only to the blue dragon Zhang Haoqing and the heaven-slaying pillar Li Sheng. Without a martial saint or a sacred artifact, the evil shifting sect's reputation could not compare to the Dragon Slayer sect, the sacred evil sect, and soul-shocking island of the 6 evil sects. Nor could it compare to Water Crystal Palace, Myriad Sword Pool, and the Blood Dragon sect of the 7 pillars of good. But Dark Fiend Jiang Xiong was ranked 3rd among the 10 strongest essence spirit martial artists. Moreover, he was extremely young and had great potential to be unearthed. The entire evil shifting sect had high hopes for him. Yet, news from Spirit Rhino Island had spread that such an expert of the senior generation had perished in the hands of a youth. How would this not cause the evil shifting sect to go mad, causing the entire vast ocean world to look over? Especially shocking was the fact that, according to the words of Spirit Rhino Island, this youth was a descendant of the sacred evil sect. Of the 7 pillars of good and the 6 evil sects, the most mysterious was the sacred evil sect. They were few in number, but whenever someone appeared, it would shake the heavens and the earth. Their chief, the sacred evil sect, was one of the few martial saint experts of the vast ocean world, being especially mysterious. The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners exchanged glances, all feeling their scalps turn numb. Someone secretly sent a sound transmission to the martial practitioners of other sects beside them. He is very likely the new sacred son of the sacred evil sect. Good and evil are irreconcilable. Let's join forces and slay him. Possessing such a powerful cultivation base at such a young age is simply unheard of. Even the sacred evil sect is probably inferior to him. If he is allowed to grow, the consequences in the future would be unimaginable. Due to its geographical location, other than the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners, most of the people here were those of the Spirit Returning sect who ruled over the Flying Turtle Sea. The Spirit Returning sect martial practitioners frowned as they looked at Yen Jiaoge. Are you sure that he used the blood, ghost, heavenly talisman? The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioner said anxiously, the barrier has already vanished, but it definitely cannot be wrong. Also, while the blood ghost heavenly talisman is limited with his cultivation base, his position in the sacred evil sect is definitely second only to that of the sacred evil sect. He definitely has more on him. The Spirit Returning sect martial practitioner smiled bitterly. We originally only came to watch the show, not having the ability to take him down. He glanced lightly at Fu Enshu from the corner of his eye. Moreover, that person beside him, the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioner said, later, Water Crystal Palace will definitely send people to suppress Zhang Haoqing. While the Dragon Slayer sect might also come, it is likely that they will not help either side. We have already sent word back that their chief will be arriving very soon. You should also contact the experts of your sect, lest this fella hides back into the bewildering maze sea. Hearing that the chief of Spirit Rhino Island, Fong Kan, was coming personally, the expression of this Spirit Returning sect martial practitioner changed slightly as he began considering this seriously. Their exchange of glances fell into the eyes of Yen Jiaoge and Fu Enshu, who asked mildly, "Clear the area?" Yen Jiaoge shrugged, "No need. Anyway, there will still be people from Water Crystal Palace and the Dragon Slayer sect coming over later. And whatever I want to do, they won't be able to stop me. Whether they stay or chase them away, there is no difference at all." Chapter 508. Fu Enshu looked at the surrounding polluted undercurrents and then at Yen Jiaoge, not understanding what Yen Jiaoge wanted to do. Yen Jiaoge smiled, flying into the air as he approached the polluted undercurrents. He extended a palm forward, streams of true essence agglomerating to form a massive vortex. The earth-devouring burner was enveloped by this vortex, merging within the polluted undercurrents, which instantly began to fluctuate slightly. Yen Jiaoge did not stop after sending his true essence into the polluted undercurrents. Instead, he shifted the earth-devouring burner with a unique rhythm. Accompanied by his movements, the frequency of the movements of the polluted undercurrents gradually turned from irregular to traceable, nearing that of Yen Jiaoge's shifting of the earth-devouring burner. Seeing this, the surrounding vast ocean world martial practitioners all felt shocked. How is he able to control the polluted undercurrents? Amidst their shock, they all felt perplexed. What exactly is this person doing? Due to the fame of Yen Jiaoge having slain dark, evil Jiang Xiong, no one here dared to approach now, as they could only watch from the side with uncomprehending expressions on their faces. The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners looked first at Yen Jiaoge and then at Fu Enshu, similarly not daring to speak as they even began to retreat stealthily, attempting to leave this place. Fu Enshu's cultivation base was much higher than theirs. Even injured, the vast ocean world martial practitioners present were also very hard-pressed to determine her exact cultivation base. However, she did not conceal her aura at all. They could more or less tell that she was already an essence talisman martial, grandmaster expert. Seeing Fu Enshu, the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners felt like they had found the reason why Feng Xiaohong had never returned. They wanted to retreat, but were also curious about Yen Jiaoge's current actions. Gazing carefully, they saw that the massive vortex formed of the polluted undercurrents was growing more and more unstable as it shook intensely within the Great Sea, resembling a tall building on the verge of collapse. The surrounding seawater was also roiling unceasingly, the undercurrents surging beneath the surface of the sea as great waves rose and fell on the surface of the sea. Looking down from above the sea, one would be able to see that the area where the three seas intersected, which had already not been peaceful in the first place, was currently surging with turbid waves that surged to the heavens. Beneath the sea, Yen Zhaoge's expression was calm, but his gaze was very focused as he observed the changes of the polluted undercurrents before him whilst recalling the special technique within his mind. True essence swept up the earth-devouring burner, moving in and out of the polluted undercurrent. Even now, this thing was still extremely mysterious. Yen Zhaoge was still unable to wield it of his own accord. As Yen Zhaoge's cultivation increased day by day, unceasingly analyzing and researching this treasure, he discovered that this thing was very likely incomplete, actually being a portion of a complete treasure that had been split apart. However, this earth-devouring burner was still marvelous. When some kind of power attacked it, it would unleash that marvelous devouring power. Things were dead while people were alive. While the power of the earth-devouring burner was very passive, Yen Zhaoge had always been attempting to turn it into an active one. The polluted undercurrents converged, continuously crashing into the people and objects that entered. When the earth-devouring burner entered, it would be attacked by the deep pollution undercurrent. At that time, the power of the deep pollution undercurrent would be devoured by the earth-devouring burner. Yen Zhaoge sent the earth-devouring burner in for a moment before retrieving it and sending it in again. The polluted undercurrents, which were already unstable to begin with, were constantly changing in strength. Gradually, through controlling the frequency at which the earth-devouring burner entered, Yen Zhaoge began grasping the frequency at which the polluted undercurrents fluctuated in strength. Yen Zhaoge calmed himself down, persisting in this. As time passed, the changes in the polluted undercurrents also gradually expanded from a rather small area before him to encompass the entire region of the vast region of sea, until finally the vast polluted undercurrents in the vicinity were all undergoing the same changes. Watching this from the side, Fu Enshu's gaze flickered slightly. The undercurrents of the three seas are all congregated here, pressing and merging together to form this polluted undercurrent, wanting to change the rhythm of its pulsation. Just relying on strength alone would require twice the effort for half the result. Zhaoge's movements have their own unique rhythm within, thus achieving twice the result with half the effort. The rhythm of the entire polluted undercurrent has changed. It is just that with such a change, what would be the result of its current rhythm? As Fu Enshu was thinking, her eyes suddenly lit up. At the bottom of the polluted whirlpool formed of the undercurrents of the three seas, light was actually gradually lighting up. That light was gentle, yet not blazing, bright, yet not piercing to the eyes, as it instead caused one to feel joyful and tranquil upon seeing it. Gradually, amidst this gentle light, droplets that resembled raindrops formed, landing in the surrounding seawater and sprinkling about, not merging with the surrounding seawater as they looked exceptionally distinct, resembling oil dripping into water. Those droplets that resembled raindrops were clear and bright, clear and gentle. While they were small, they were exceptionally eye-catching amidst the dim darkness of the sea. The surrounding vast ocean world martial practitioners discovered this strange change as well, all feeling greatly astonished. Some closed their eyes, carefully feeling the spiritual qi contained within those droplets. Sniffing lightly, they could even smell a faint fragrance that caused their hearts to relax and their spirits to be refreshed. Everyone exchanged looks, only feeling that it was not just the whirlpool formed of the polluted undercurrents up above. Even the surrounding seawater that was not polluted seemed unclean in comparison to these water droplets as well. Those water droplets seemed to be the cleanest existence in this world, as all other streams of water appeared turbid and dirty before them. Fu Enshu was rather taken aback. Sweet pouring raindrops? Yen Zhaoge smiled. Compared to true sweet pouring raindrops, it is still quite lacking. Still, with our current conditions, it is already very hard to come by. Looking at those clean and clear water droplets as well, Fu Enshu clicked her tongue in wonder. Sweet pouring raindrops were treasures that had existed before the great calamity. Fu Enshu did not know whether they existed elsewhere after the great calamity, but they did not exist in the Eight Extremities world as they had already become legendary objects recorded in ancient texts. The purest sweet pouring raindrops of legend were the bane of all filthy and evil things, being able to cleanse all filthy and filthy things under the heavens, even having a suppressive effect on the 9 underworld's devils. Other than that, it was rumored that the sweet pouring raindrops had other unique, miraculous uses that were worthy of praise. It was just that Fu Enshu had not thought that she would actually see them here today. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Even before the great calamity, sweet pouring raindrops were also extremely rare. With too many wolves and not enough meat, what could be done then? Some experts researched out a method to turn something rotten into something miraculous, creating peace amidst the filth as they used the polluted undercurrents to create the sweet pouring raindrops. While there was some difference in quality, it was still a great feat. When I saw it earlier, I only took it to be the work of an eccentric person, not taking it to heart. After all, not just the sweet pouring raindrops, even the polluted undercurrents cannot be seen. Never would I have thought that there would actually be a polluted undercurrent in this vast ocean world. Hearing this news in the bewildering maze sea, I immediately rushed over here. Amidst his words, those sweet pouring raindrops increased in quantity, unceasingly congregating, condensing yet not dispersing as a thin, clear stream actually gradually formed at the bottom of the sea. Looking at that clear stream that resembled a white line at the bottom of the sea, Fu Enshu sighed in admiration as she asked, "Still, what do you intend to do with this thing?" Chapter 509. Yan Zhaoge was similarly gazing at that clear stream of water. Hearing Fu Enshu's question, Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. "For the things I obtained in the bewildering maze sea to be of use as soon as possible, it will all depend on these sweet pouring raindrops." As he said this, Yan Zhaoge's movements did not cease as he was still unceasingly stirring up the undercurrents of the deep sea. In the end, the dirty flow gradually receded, and the undercurrents of the 3 seas converged and merged into a faint, glowing whirlpool. At the bottom of the whirlpool, the sweet pouring raindrops turned into a gurgling stream that flowed quietly on the seabed, extending into the distance. Even though Yan Zhaoge had kept the earth-devouring burner, no longer stirring the great sea, this water vein still continued to flow. Fu Enshu stared at the water vein formed by the sweet pouring raindrops, and her heart jolted slightly. The direction of the flow of this water vein seems to be stuck at the boundary between the Spirit Rhino Sea and the Flying Turtle Sea? Looking first at the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners, and then at the Spirit Returning Sect martial practitioners on the other side, she asked Yan Zhaoge, "You scoundrel, setting a trap for someone else again?" Yan Zhaoge's expression turned serious. "Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu, what are you saying? I have a use for this water vein now, but it will be fine after I am done with it. This is formed due to the geography and environment of this place, and I can't take it with me. Leaving it here can also be considered as benefiting others, not having come to this vast ocean world in vain." Fu Enshu shot him a sidelong glance as Yan Zhaoge chuckled, saying that I am a descendant of some sacred evil sect. That Spirit Rhino Island is just saying it. This water vein is actually here. Would the Spirit Returning Sect give it to Spirit Rhino Island? Yan Zhaoge said, "From what I know, the mainstream artifact forging technique of the vast ocean world is the quenching of refined copper. This sweet pouring rain dew is very beneficial to it. However, the water veins that originate from the confluence of the 3 seas cannot be separated. If one wishes to draw water from within, a special container would be required. Otherwise, they would not be able to bring it away, even if they wanted to. I have previously inquired about it, and there is no such thing in the vast ocean world. The people here can only come to the water vein if they want to use it. Fu Enshu frowned slightly. The two families can also reach an agreement to share a water vein. According to your words, this sweet pouring raindrops can raise the artifact forging standards of Spirit Rhino Island and the Spirit Returning Sect. This will allow them to gradually grow stronger, which will instead be beneficial to Spirit Rhino Island. Yan Zhaoga nodded. While that is true, the actual situation might not be so ideal. It's common for two villages to fight over a water source in the countryside. No one would easily let go of a resource that's stuck at the border. A win-win situation is a better choice, but as long as there is a chance, people will always want to monopolize it. The corners of Yan Zhaoga's mouth arched slightly. Moreover, when I enter the water later, a great amount of its essence will be consumed. After I use it, the remaining part will gradually lose its power. Unless I do it again, after a certain period of time, the clear stream will gradually dry up and degenerate back into the dirty stream. However, that period of time was already sufficient for the Spirit Rhino Island and the Spirit Returning Sect to clash. Even if the remaining portion of that period of time fell into the hands of the Spirit Rhino Island, it would still not be enough for them to make a huge leap forward. Fu Enshu shook her head and laughed. You're full of evil tricks. Yan Zhaoga coughed dryly. Senior Apprentice Ant, I am a righteous person. Looking at that clear stream, the nearby vast ocean world martial practitioners were all somewhat spellbound for a time. Whether it was the 7 pillars of good or the 6 evil sects, they were all great sects with long histories and legacies, like Broad Creed Mountain, Infinite Boundless Mountain, and the sacred Sun Clan of the 8 Extremities world. They had all unearthed the legacies of their predecessors from before the Great Calamity, combining it with their own comprehensions to finally open up a new path. These great sects all possessed extraordinary knowledge and experience as they diligently unearthed the legacies and legacies of their predecessors, gathering all sorts of information on before the Great Calamity. While they had not personally seen the sweet pouring raindrops before, the various sects of the vast ocean world had more or less heard of their unique characteristics and miraculous uses. Seeing Yan Zhaoga actually turn the sea into sweet pouring raindrops at this moment, everyone felt greatly shocked. Meanwhile, after carefully seeing the direction of the water vein, the people of Spirit Rhino Island and the Spirit Returning Sect were all shocked. Their thoughts inevitably surged. If they could possess this water vein for a long period of time, the increase in their strength would be obvious. Generally speaking, the closer the various sects were to each other, the more conflicts there would be. Being neighbors, it was easier for conflicts to arise. Of the 7 pillars of good, it was not without reason that Spirit Rhino Island was close to Myriad Sword Pool, and the Spirit Returning Sect was close to Water Crystal Palace. The Spirit Rhino Sea and the Flying Turtle Sea were neighbors, and the relationship between Spirit Rhino Island and the Spirit Returning Sect had never been very harmonious. It could even be said that these two powers had enmity with each other. When there was no longer the threat of the 6 evil sects, there was no lack of conflict between them. Now that such a water vein had appeared on the border of the 2 seas, it was inevitable that many thoughts would arise between the 2 sides. Exchanging glances, they seemed to be able to see the same thing in each other's gazes. This could very well be a scheme of the Sacred Evil Sect, sowing discord. Let's not let the evil devils see us as a joke. The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioner laughed towards the heavens. The Spirit Returning Sect martial practitioner laughed dryly. That is only natural. It was just that only they themselves knew what they were thinking. This was especially so for those of the Spirit Returning Sect. Looking first at Yan Zhaoga and Fu Enshu, then looking at those of Spirit Rhino Island, they could not help but mutter to themselves. Whether or not Yan Zhaoga and the others were descendants of the Sacred Evil Sect of the 6 evil sects was still something that could not be completely confirmed. This was just Spirit Rhino Island's side of the story. Perhaps they were experts from beyond the seas who Spirit Rhino Island had a grudge with but wanted to drag others along with them. The spirit-returning sect martial practitioners gradually came up with a plan, with Yanjiaoga and the others clashing with Spirit Rhino Island. The other side just happened to not have the strength to contend for the sweet-pouring rain-dew water vein with them. Seeing the flickering gazes of the spirit-returning sect martial practitioners, the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners could not help but curse inwardly. However, they also had their own wishful thinking. Their island chief Fong can having immediately rushed over upon receiving the news. He would definitely arrive faster than the unprepared chief of the spirit-returning sect. At that time, after taking care of Yen Zhaoga and Fu Enshu, their Spirit Rhino Island would also gain the initiative here at the sweet-pouring rain-dew water vein. Looking at Yen Zhaoga, they thought hatefully, "I'll let you be arrogant for a while." Yen Zhaoga was currently not concerned about what the spirit-returning sect and Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners were thinking as he nodded towards Fu Enshu. "Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu, please wait a moment." Fu Enshu said, "Go ahead and do it. Although I am injured, I can still protect you." Yen Zhaoga smiled. "It's fine, I won't need long." Saying thus, Yen Zhaoga's figure flickered, his entire person seeming to transform into a streak of light as he merged within that clear stream of water that was clearly divided within the seawater. Entering the water, with the sweet pouring raindrops on his body, Yen Zhaoga also felt refreshed. Releasing the shadow shrinking pouch, he moved the pillar of the divine palace away. The stone statue he had obtained from the bewildering maze sea's barrier instantly flew out. Streams of clear qi flew out from the acupoints of Yen Zhaoga's entire body, infusing into the various corresponding acupoints on the body of that stone statue. At the same time, the sweet pouring raindrops were also enveloped within the clear qi, flowing into the stone statue together. The stone statue trembled slightly. As time passed, the surface of the stone statue gradually cracked, revealing a jade-like luster. To be continued. Chapter 510. Yen Zhaoga transformed into a streak of light, merging within the clear current formed of the sweet pouring raindrops, instantly vanishing without a trace. Everyone present was taken aback. The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners had initially thought that Yen Zhaoga had made use of the power of the water vein to sneak away. However, seeing Fu Enshu remain unmoving where she was, they denied their earlier guess. Carefully observing that clear current, they could vaguely see two figures within. Two figures? The group of people looked at each other in dismay and were somewhat puzzled. The water formed of the sweet pouring raindrops was clear and transparent, incomparably clean. However, those two figures seemed to have completely transformed into streaks of light as only their outlines could be seen amidst the water, not their exact features. Looking at the sweet pouring raindrops, the vast ocean world martial practitioners were greatly tempted, yet dared not approach. Let alone Yen Zhaoga's situation being unclear within the water, they were also helpless against Fu Enshu, who stood by the side, not daring to act rashly. As time passed, the vortex that flickered with radiance up above still unceasingly formed the sweet pouring raindrops, while the two figures within the water vein grew increasingly blurry. After who knew how long before the vast ocean world martial practitioners could react, Fu Enshu's eyes first twitched slightly. She gazed into the distance, feeling the spiritual qi flow of the sea over there. After a long time, the vast ocean world martial practitioners who were waiting here all felt the changes in that direction as well. The spirit-returning sect martial practitioners were the first to reveal looks of joy. While the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners were less joyful, they all revealed looks of relief on their faces as well. The martial practitioners of the other powers and those of the forces of good all revealed looks of joy on their faces, while those who were close to the forces of evil had obscure expressions on their faces. The solitary martial practitioners were all excited, because the show that they had all been anticipating was finally about to officially begin. In the distance, the seawater surged, undercurrents surging and waves roiling as a few massive beings could vaguely be seen approaching. When they could clearly be seen, there were several massive, scaly dragons, their scales either black or blue. As their scales pulsed, an extremely vigorous, majestic power of chi and blood emanated from their bodies. At the head of the group was a crimson flood dragon. Its body seemed to glow with fire, and as it leaped about in the depths of the sea, it was a dazzling sight. What caused the vast ocean world martial practitioners who had come to spectate the battle to feel pressured was that these massive scaly dragons were all equivalent to martial experts, and experts who had reached the level of essence, spirit, martial grandmasters at that. The other party did not need to send many people. Just this group of flood dragons was a force to be reckoned with. 1 red for black and 4 blue. The 9 flood dragons lined up and advanced side by side. They broke through the waves and arrived at the deep sea corridor, not looking at anything else, just looking at those 9 massive flood dragons. All the vast ocean world martial practitioners present knew the identity of the newcomer. One of the 7 pillars of good, water, crystal palace. On the backs of the 9 flood dragons sat cultivators dressed in ocean blue robes. There were both men and women. Fu Enshu's gaze did not look at anyone else, only looking at an old man on the back of that scarlet serpent. That old man was the Grand Elder of Water Crystal Palace, who was leading the team this time, a veteran martial, grandmaster expert. The old man stood there like a blue ocean. It was as if he was boundless and immeasurable, making it difficult to fathom his depth. Seeing this old man, many of the spectators bowed towards him. "Greetings, Elder Dong." Elder Dong nodded slightly, seeming to sense something as he gazed towards Fu Enshu as well. Feeling that she looked very unfamiliar, he could not help but knit his brows slightly. Fu Enshu then looked at the blue-robed man beside that Elder Dong. His long hair was completely ocean blue, as well his expression calm. This person was naturally one of the contenders for today's battle, the blue dragon Zhang Haoqing, who hailed from Water Crystal Palace and was currently ranked first amongst the top 10 essence spirit experts of the vast ocean world. On the backs of the other scaly dragons were other Water Crystal Palace martial practitioners. Amongst them were youngsters with comparatively lower cultivation bases who had been brought along by their seniors to broaden their horizons. With Fu Enshu's cultivation base, she too appraised Zhang Haoqing carefully. Late essence spirit stage 9, leaves blossoming 9 flowers. Even in the 8th extremities world, such figures were few and far between. The number of manifested spirit flowers displayed a martial practitioner's current strength to a certain extent, at the same time also displaying their future potential. Of course, their current strength and hidden potential did not mean that they would definitely be superior to others in the future. Still, as compared to martial practitioners with 8 leaves blossoming 8 flowers or 9 leaves blossoming 8 flowers, Zhang Haoqing with 9 leaves blossoming 9 flowers had a higher starting point, his chances of success being greater. Him currently occupying the throne of first amongst the top 10 essence spirit experts was already proof of this. Fu Enshu appraised Zhang Haoqing for a moment before retracting her gaze, looking in the direction of the bewildering maze sea. That Water Crystal Palace's Elder Dong looked curiously at the sweet pouring raindrops and Fu Enshu before also gazing in the direction of the bewildering maze sea. After a moment, a piercing killing intent emanated from the direction of the bewildering maze sea. The formless saber intent broke apart the seawater, a crevice directly splitting open within the great sea as the seawater parted to the sides, a path appearing in the middle. A group of black-clothed martial practitioners walked over from the distance, their terrifying auras seemingly transforming into a formless, massive blade that opened up a path before them. Only after they had passed did the seawater close up once more, regaining its original state. The people of the Dragon Slayer sect have come as well. The people of good present all felt solemn, while the devil martial practitioners felt exhilarated. The leader of the black-clothed group was a black-clothed middle-aged man who had a long beard and a saber by his waist, his aura not any weaker than that of Water Crystal Palace's Elder Dong in the slightest. Beside him was a tall, black-clothed martial practitioner. Seeing this person, Zhang Haoqing nodded mildly Li Shang. The tall, black-clothed martial practitioner was the heaven-slaying pillar, Li Shang, who had challenged Zhang Haoqing to a battle today, the current second-ranked figure amongst the top 10 essence spirit experts of the vast ocean world. Beside Li Shang were similarly many Dragon Slayer sect martial practitioners. While there were conflicts between good and evil in the vast ocean world from time to time, the current situation was relatively mild. However, a battle between experts on the level of Zhang Haoqing and Li Shang was not something to be trifled with. Water Crystal Palace and the Dragon Slayer sect both viewed it with great importance, their respective longtime experts holding down the fort. The gazes of the Dragon Slayer sect martial practitioners that looked at Li Shang were filled with confidence. Led by their clan's longtime elder, the group of Dragon Slayer sect martial practitioners halted, while Li Shang continued to advance, surpassing them. As Li Shang advanced, numerous black saber lights surged around him, flickering amidst space. Wherever the saber lights passed, the scenes at the bottom of the sea seemed to shatter, appearing exceptionally terrifying. Boundless killing, intent, and viciousness caused everyone present to feel like they were about to suffocate. Looking at that terrifying saber light, everyone simultaneously inhaled a breath of cold air. No wonder he challenged Zhang Haoqing. So he has already mastered the sixth saber of the Seven Seas dragon-slaying saber, the Shattering Annihilation saber. The supreme martial art of the Dragon Slayer sect, the Seven Seas dragon-slaying saber, was rumored to have a total of 7 sabers, the final one of which could only be mastered by martial saints. It was with this final saber that the chief of the Dragon Slayer sect had rampaged the 7 seas, slaughtering all life forms. In the great battle that year, he had even relied on this saber to suppress the palace lord of Water Crystal Palace, being acclaimed as the #1 expert of the vast ocean world. Other than this final saber, the strongest saber of the 7 seas dragon-slaying saber was the 6th saber. It had always been believed that only Essence Talisman martial grandmasters could master it. However, Li Shang, who was clearly still at the late Essence Spirit stage, had mastered the saber, virtually cheating in a battle against those below the Essence Talisman stage. Everyone could not help but feel shocked. Looking at Li Shang, Zhang Haoqing took out an item. Seeing this, Li Shang's pupils instantly dilated slightly. To be continued. Chapter 511. Seeing that Li Shang had successfully mastered the 6th saber of the 7 Seas dragon-slaying saber, the Shattering Annihilation saber, even the expression of Water Crystal Palace's Elder Dong turned solemn and serious. Both sides could be considered to have come to know each other's strength. The people of Water Crystal Palace were well aware of what this saber entailed. The Water Crystal Palace martial practitioners who had followed Zhang Haoqing here, Elder Dong included when they were at the late Essence Spirit stage, felt that they would be doomed if they were to face the current Li Shang. While he was still at the late Essence Spirit stage, he was a truly powerful opponent, let alone the current top 10 Essence Spirit experts. Even if it had been the top 10 Essence Spirit experts of any era of the vast ocean world, the current Li Shang would be a strong contender for first place. Still, while the people of Water Crystal Palace were shocked, they were not worried. Facing Li Shang, Zhang Haoqing slowly took out an item. Everyone present who knew the origin of the item immediately paled. It was not forbidden for weapons and treasures to be used in battle. Therefore, if Zhang Haoqing were to take out a powerful treasure now, no one would actually be too surprised. At most, they would say that he was lacking in confidence when facing Li Shang. However, what Zhang Haoqing had taken out now was a sword. Everyone knew that Water Crystal Palace did not cultivate in the Tao of the sword. It was not that Zhang Haoqing had secretly learnt some supreme sword art through a fortuitous encounter. He indeed did not use the sword, This sword was his spoil of battle. A mid-grade spirit artifact was not especially precious to major sects like the 7 pillars of good and the 6 evil sects. However, those who recognized this spirit artifact all knew that the original owner of the sword, the sea-flipping owl Lung Kuan, was a rather famous expert amongst solitary practitioners, an early essence talisman martial grandmaster. There were lawless fugitives everywhere who did not care about their opponent's background, only seeking to enjoy themselves before them. Lung Kuan was one of the best amongst them. To a martial practitioner like Lung Kuan, as long as the sword was, so was the person. And now that his accompanying weapon had fallen into Zhang Haoqing's hands, the result was obvious. It was said that the higher one's cultivation base, the smaller the gap between martial practitioners of the same cultivation level, the greater the gap between martial practitioners of different cultivation levels. However, there would always be a few amongst the few, geniuses amongst geniuses, experts amongst experts, who had the ability to surpass the norm. Whether it was Zhang Haoqing or Li Shang, they were both such figures. Of the current top 10 strongest essence spirit martial artists, there had always been a clear gap between the 2 of them and the others from the 3rd place onwards. But even so, the fact that Zhang Haoqing was able to kill the early essence talisman stage Lung Kuan with his late essence spirit cultivation still left everyone shocked. After all, the difficulty of killing an opponent and seizing their weapon was different from simply defeating them. Even though Lung Kuan was a solitary practitioner, and his foundation was not as solid as that of martial arts sacred grounds like Water Crystal Palace and the Dragon Slayer sect, he was still in essence talisman martial grandmaster through and through. Li while to Lung Li, Li Cloud Li Li, Long Chen that Lung, Chen Sheng, Li Li Zhang Li Chen Feng, Li Zhang Kama, Chen, while it was indeed shocking for him to be able to cultivate a supreme martial art that others could not, in terms of actual combat, solid battle results were still the most convincing. Even the Dragon Slayer sect martial practitioners had solemn expressions on their faces as they sighed unwillingly, as expected of the number 1 of the 10 strongest essence spirit martial practitioners. As soon as the 2 sides had appeared, the atmosphere had already reached a fever pitch. The spirits of the other martial practitioners present were greatly boosted as well. It was not that there were no battles between martial practitioners who were stronger than Zhang Haoqing and Li Shang. However, it was rather rare for the 1st and 2nd ranked of the 10 strongest essence spirit martial practitioners to have a direct battle, perhaps even a battle to the death. It would not be difficult for those with higher cultivation bases to defeat Zhang Haoqing and Li Shang. However, at the level of essence spirit martial grandmasters, the battle before them virtually signified the pinnacle of competition, especially when the 2 were both 9, leaves blossoming 9 flowers, and were respectively from the 2 great martial arts sacred grounds of Water Crystal Palace and the Dragon Slayer sect. It made this battle even more so. Even Fu Enshu was extremely interested. However, as she stood there, the experts of Water Crystal Palace and the Dragon Slayer sect all turned to look at her. The polluted undercurrents of the deep sea corridor where the 3 seas intersected in the past had disappeared, and the sweet pouring raindrops that they had never seen before had actually appeared instead, caused their hearts to pound. Within the water vein formed of the sweet pouring raindrops, those 2 indistinct figures also attracted their attention. While the attention of Zhang Haoqing and Li Shang was primarily focused on their opponents, they could not help but pay attention to the unexpected situation before them. Some martial practitioners who were familiar with them hurriedly came forward to explain the situation. Hearing their words, the martial practitioners of Water Crystal Palace and the Dragon Slayer sect all frowned. The leader of Water Crystal Palace, Elder Dong, looked at Fu Enshu, asking in a heavy tone, "Are you of the Sacred Evil sect?" Fu Enshu's expression was indifferent. "I just heard of this sect from the mouths of others a few days ago." Elder Dong and the others all frowned as they pondered, the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioner hurriedly saying, "The youth who was together with her broke through the powerful barrier of the bewildering Maize Sea with the blood, ghost, heavenly talisman of the Sacred Evil sect. Our clan's senior apprentice uncle Fong personally confirmed it. It cannot be wrong. Hearing their words, Fu Enchu was not angered as she just smiled. Elder Dong asked, "Are you talking about Fong Zhaohong? Where is he?" That Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioner pursed his lips. It was precisely because senior apprentice Uncle Fong discovered that the youth had given himself away that he was silenced by these demons of the sacred evil sect. "Senior apprentice Uncle Yu, what should we do?" A Dragon Slayer sect martial practitioner approached the leading elder, asking him quietly. The leading elder of the Dragon Slayer sect shook his head. Wait and see. The sacred evil sect was mysterious and strange. While it was one of the 6 evil sects, the other evil sects were extremely wary of it as well. Li Xing spoke for the first time since having appeared, his voice cold as a saber. Killing a Jiang Xiong does not count for much. Zhang Haoqing gazed at the figure within the water vein, formed of the sweet pouring raindrops, as he said, "But it is said that he is only in his 20s. Li Sheng said coldly, "I do not care whether he is of the sacred evil sect or not. I have come here to battle with you, to see who is the true #1 expert of the vast ocean world of the Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster Realm. After battling with you, if I do not die, I will naturally have to meet him." Zhang Haoqing said, "Being able to kill Jiang Xiong already proves that he has the qualifications to battle with you and me. I have actually never heard of such a person before. I would like to exchange blows with him first." Li Sheng's expression turned cold. Zhang Haoqing continued, "His presence here will also affect our battle. The 3 of us should be the strongest of the vast ocean world's Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters, right? There is no need to trouble the longtime elders of the Essence Talisman stage, just exchanging pointers with each other." His voice was condensed with his true essence as he sent it towards the water vein formed of the sweet pouring raindrops. "What do you say?" Before his words had landed, a light laugh suddenly resounded from within the water vein. "Are you sure that you have come here to seek abuse? Why bother?" The next moment, light surged from within the water vein, flickering unceasingly as Yan Zhaoge's figure slowly rose up amidst the radiance. Li Sheng was greatly enraged upon hearing his words. Zhang Haoqing knit his brows as well, gazing over, yet both of them were rendered dazed on the spot. Everyone present was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. A silhouette surfaced above Yan Zhaoge's head, 10 spirit leaves appearing, a spirit flower swaying above each of them, to be continued. Chapter 512. The vast ocean world martial practitioners were all rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. 10 leaves blossoming 10 flowers. To the people here, this was a scene that only existed in legends. Ever since the Great Calamity, such a thing had never appeared in the vast ocean world. Even in the great 1,000 worlds of pre-Great Calamity times, 10 leaves blossoming 10 flowers martial practitioners had also been legendary existences. Seeing this scene, Fu Enchu was also taken aback. In the entire history of the 8 extremities world of post-Great Calamity times, other than Yendi, he is the second. Thinking carefully, she discovered that even compared to Yendi, Yan Zhaoge was also so different. While the runes inscribed on Yendi's 10 leaves and 10 flowers were profound and indiscernible, they were all clear and distinct. Meanwhile, Yan Zhaoge's 10th leaf and 10th flower manifested the phenomenon of chaos, even deeper and more profound. Looking at Yan Zhaoge now, the vast ocean world martial practitioners even felt a fear towards the unknown arising within their hearts. This was especially so for the martial practitioners other than Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng. Looking first at Yan Zhaoge and then at Zhang and Li, their hearts were all unsettled. 9 leaves blossoming 9 flowers martial practitioners are already so powerful, presiding arrogantly over all others of the same generation. Then, what kind of existence would 10 leaves blossoming 10 flowers martial practitioners be? Regaining their wits, Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng's gazes simultaneously turned blazing hot as they looked at Yan Zhaoga. Yan Zhaoga's current expression was calm like a clear stream formed of raindrops. No ripples visible at all. In coming to this deep-sea corridor, I have my own matters to attend to. Before coming here, I did not know about the arranged battle between the two of you. Yan Zhaoga spread his hands apart, smiling. Even now, I have no intention of interfering in your battle. If you want to contend for the #1 position among Essence, Spirit, Martial Grandmasters, you can just fight your own battles. Why come looking for me? Zhang Haoqing said mildly, yet you are currently in the deep-sea corridor where we are about to duel. Yan Zhaoga smiled. I am indeed just passing by, staying here temporarily. After I have completed my matters, I will naturally leave. Not having completed my matters, it would not be good for me to leave. But the truth is, me staying in this water vein will not affect your fight. If you really want to decide who is the #1 origin spirit, you can fight on your own. It doesn't matter if I'm here or not. Li Sheng took a step forward, and the saber light around him retracted completely. However, the baleful aura and killing intent around him became even sharper and more resolute. I underestimated you earlier. I didn't expect you to have such a deep foundation. However, the 10 leaves blossoming 10 flowers technique might not necessarily be able to defeat my 9 leaves blossoming 9 flowers technique. I wanted to make a move just now because you were in the way. But now, compared to Zhang Haoqing, I want to fight you more. Yan Zhaoga blinked. Why bother? There is actually no true enmity or conflict between the two of us. Instead, I am a little interested in watching this arranged battle of yours from the sidelines. He was indeed interested in watching the battle between Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng from the sidelines. The fact that the two sides were not lacking in strength was just one aspect of it. The key was that such a scene had evoked some distant memories of Yan Zhaoga's, causing him to erupt with a little mischievous interest. The night of the bright moon, the decisive battle at the summit of the Forbidden City, or something like that. How stylish, how flashy. He too wanted to have the chance to participate in such an incomparable battle that would be the focus of the entire world's attention, his gaze moving between Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng. Yan Zhaoga said rather excitedly, there is no first place in the arts, no second place in the martial arts. The top 2 of the 10 strongest Essence, Spirit, Martial Grandmasters have never clashed with each other before, their rankings having always been determined by others and having always been disputed. Now we finally have a chance to clash. The victor of this decisive battle in the deep-sea corridor will be the indisputable #1 expert of the Essence, Spirit, Martial Grandmasters. From then on, there will no longer be any dispute, the title fully deserving of it. Both of you belong to good and evil. In this battle, you will be able to bring out the momentum of your side, seeing whether it is evil that cannot triumph over good, or the Tao that declines, the devils that grow. If the results of this battle are spread, it will definitely become a legendary story of the vast ocean world. From what I can see, your strength is indeed not bad. If you do not die young, you will definitely become legendary hegemons of these heavens and earth in the future. Today's battle will also become a part of your legend. Yan Zhaoga spread his hands apart, smiling, such a good thing. What need is there to complicate matters? Li Sheng strode forward once more, his sharp saber chi beginning to lock onto Yan Zhaoga. Not battling with you. How can I be considered #1? However, just as his saber chi locked onto Yan Zhaoga's movements, Yan Zhaoga's gaze abruptly lit up, piercing his eyes to the point of pain. Yan Zhaoga said calmly, honestly speaking, your reactions have caused me to think even more highly of you. Martial practitioners are all unconvinced of others, let alone an opponent at the same cultivation level. Who is stronger and who is weaker can only be decided after fighting. It is only normal that you are unconvinced of me. But you seem to have misunderstood something. Amidst his words, the silhouette of the spirit flower above Yan Zhaoga's head swayed. the profound runes gradually showing signs of merging. Everyone was simultaneously taken aback. This is the sign of him forming his own true essence talisman, becoming an essence talisman marshal, grandmaster, raising his head to look at the silhouetted spirit leaf and flower above his head. Yanjiaoga said mildly, manifesting the spirit flower and spirit leaf is not because I want to fight. Instead, it is because I am about to make a breakthrough in my cultivation level. Looking at the two of you exchanging blows, I am a little interested. Personally exchanging blows with the two of you, I am not that interested. You actually don't have to care about me, because I will soon no longer be an Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster. Even without battling with me, you will still be able to determine the number 1 Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster. Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng both felt suffocated. Looking at the rather dazed Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng, Yanjiaoga smiled. I am someone who generally doesn't do things like pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Occasionally, I might play around with it, but most of the time I wouldn't do it. The wolf wants to eat the tiger, pretending to be a pig, causing the tiger to be careless. This is very normal. The dragon wants to eat the tiger. Why must one pretend to be a pig? His tone was mild, but everyone present felt a chill in their hearts upon hearing it. Zhang Haoqing was silent for a moment before he finally strode forward, saying in a heavy tone, Water Crystal Palace's Zhang Haoqing, please guide me. Li Xing sucked in a deep breath, a brilliant light erupting from his eyes. I heard that your name is Yan Zhaoga? Surnamed Yan, there is enmity between us now. This Li wants to stop you from becoming an Essence, Talisman, Marshal, Grandmaster. The enmity of obstructing one's Tao is akin to killing one's parents. Li Sheng roared explosively. With such great enmity, it should be enough for you to fight, right? Looking at Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng, Yanjiaoga instead revealed a look of admiration within his gaze. The merging of the runes above his head, shockingly, came to a temporary halt. Nodding approvingly, Yanjiaoga extended his hand and made a please gesture towards the two. Your hearts towards the martial Tao are resolute and pure. Good, let us have a match then. While he was clearly much younger than Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng, currently also at the late essence spirit stage. Looking at Yanjiaoga at this moment, everyone could not help but feel as though they were looking at a great mountain. Water Crystal Palace's Elder Dong and the Dragon Slayer Sect's Elder Yu were both long-time Martial Grandmaster experts at the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster level. Initially, they had also been vaguely angered by Yan Zhaoga's words and actions, only having not made a move due to Fu Enshu's existence. Now, however, their expressions had all turned grave to the extreme as they looked at the temporarily merging runes above Yan Zhaoga's head. Breaking through to the next cultivation level was done in a single spurt. Many times, luck and fortuitous encounters were even more important. However, who had ever been like Yan Zhaoga, breaking through on a whim, halting on a whim? Yan Zhaoga's halting did not mean that he had failed, nor did it mean that he had given up on the chance before him. Instead, as long as he was willing, he could continue at any time. Wielding something heavy as though it were light like this, how could it still be measured by the late Essence Spirit stage? Looking at Yan Zhaoga, even Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters like Elder Dong and the others felt a deep, unfathomable shock well up within their hearts. To be continued. Chapter 5:13. The battle between Zhang and Li had attracted many people to spectate. While Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng were Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters, they were both famed outside. Their battle was a major event of the vast ocean world that was neither major nor minor. Other than their seniors, there were even other Essence, Talisman, Martial Grandmasters present. It was just that these people had arrived a little later, basically arriving together with the people of Water Crystal Palace and the Dragon Slayer sect. However, they had really not been able to estimate that such a change would actually occur in this battle. Looking at the calm Yan Zhaoga, who sat unmoving amidst the light of water, many guesses arose within everyone's hearts as they discussed spiritedly. Even if he really is a descendant of the sacred evil sect, he is probably the strongest sacred son in the history of the sacred evil sect. While 10 leaves blossoming 10 flowers might not represent invincibility, looking at how he wielded something heavy as though it were light, Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng might really not be his match. How long do you think Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng can last? It's hard to say. Still, they should be able to force out some information from him. The two of them might have a chance of victory if they joined forces, but they would definitely not be willing to do so. This is only natural. While the bystanders discussed, the expressions of Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng both turned calm and focused, casting aside all distracting thoughts as they stabilized their minds. The comparatively calm and silent Zhang Haoqing made the first move at this moment. A silhouette flickered above his head, 9 spirit flowers appearing, runes inscribed within the deep sea as they shook the surrounding area. The next moment, Zhang Haoqing bowed slightly before straightening again, vanishing from the spot. Yan Zhaoga saw a streak of water-blue light penetrating through the deep sea, resembling a light dragon as it lunged over towards him. The flowing light change of water crystal palaces, supreme martial art, the 6 dragon form transformations, was executed by Zhang Haoqing, its essence being displayed to the point of perfection. Seeing Zhang Haoqing make a move, Li Sheng halted, his heart rather heavy. At the very least, Zhang Haoqing was indeed superior to him somewhat in terms of mental state. Yan Zhaoga's expression was calm as he looked at the water-blue light dragon assaulting over towards him, able to feel the surrounding sea roaring and shaking as well. At this moment, Zhang Haoqing seemed to have transformed into the Lord of the Sea as with a single move, the great sea shook, destroying the heavens and extinguishing the earth. The surrounding space seemed to have solidified, infinite seawater condensing, its essence qi abundant to the point of resembling steel as it pressured over towards Yan Zhaoga. There was a force pressing down on him from all directions. There was nowhere to retreat, nowhere to hide. At this moment, the seawater transformed into countless light dragons that spread out in every direction and attacked him together. All the spectators wore solemn expressions. The moment an expert made a move, one would know whether or not he was an expert. Facing Yan Zhaoga, Zhang Haoqing went all out. With a simple first move, he displayed all of his power, telling everyone why he could be ranked first amongst the current top 10 Essence Spirit experts, why he could surpass cultivation levels and slay the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster Lung Kuan. Every single one of the vast ocean world martial practitioners present, even the Dragon Slayer Sect's Elder Yu, felt that they might not be able to defeat Zhang Haoqing at the early Essence Talisman stage. Fu Enchu's gaze similarly flickered with a strange light as she now had a direct understanding of the martial practitioners of the vast ocean world, not underestimating them in the slightest. Even placed in the 8 extremities world, this person is an expert amongst experts of the same cultivation level, one of the peak figures. Seeing Zhang Haoqing make his move, the vast ocean world martial practitioners all felt rather excited. Perhaps he might be able to defeat the Yan Zhaoga. Yan Zhaoga smiled, nodding as well, very deep. Saying thus, he raised his right hand, pushing forward with his palm. Within his palm, there seemed to exist a mass of qi that resembled chaos, indescribably profound and profound. As soon as Yan Zhaoga struck out with his palm, the countless light dragons formed of the surrounding seawater instantly shattered together, resembling bubbles, as the encirclement instantly collapsed. The water-blue light dragon formed of Zhang Haoqing's fist intent had originally possessed a majestic aura, overturning rivers and overturning seas. At this moment, however, it seemed to have been grasped within Yan Zhaoga's palm, trapped within a single inch of space. Everyone, including Li Sheng, looked at this scene in shock. Looking first at Zhang Haoqing and then at Li Sheng, Yan Zhaoga said, "You come as well, the two of you together. I have no intention of looking down on you. On the contrary, as the battle in which I bid farewell to the Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster Realm, I want to go all out and fight." Yan Zhaoga smiled. "The two of you will probably not have a time in your lives where you can join hands to face an enemy, whether it be in the past or in the future. Now might be your only chance. Do you want to give it a try? Perhaps it will be fun for you." Li Sheng stared fixedly at Yan Zhaoga. Yan Zhaoga blocked Zhang Haoqing with his right hand, smiling as he did not speak. "Good. Just a single move." Li Sheng's gaze shone with a cold light as he roared. In an instant he vanished. As for a brutal black saber light, it hacked through the vast sea, chopping towards Yan Zhaoga. The great sea was directly split into two, all things being extinguished where the saber light passed. The seawater was not forced apart by the saber light. Instead, everything that obstructed its advance was completely destroyed. The sixth saber of the seven seas dragon-slaying saber, the strongest saber that martial practitioners beneath the martial saint realm could grasp. It was not as majestic and imposing as Zhang Haoqing's, possessing both offense and defense, not revealing any flaws. This saber of Li Sheng's only pursued a single thing: to kill the opponent. Within this saber, other than ultimate destructive power, there was nothing else. In the vast ocean world, the maximum offensive power that an essence spirit martial grandmaster could attain. Zhang Haoqing wanted to retract his move, but discovered that he was being held back by Yan Zhaoga's palm force, unable to retreat. He sucked in a deep breath, letting go of everything as he pushed on with all his might. As the water-blue light dragon roared, the scales of its entire body pulsed, as though its reverse scale had been touched as it descended into a frenzied rage, wanting to destroy everything, breaking through the very heavens. The 6 dragon transformations, the heaven-shattering transformation with the greatest offensive power. 2 violent forces simultaneously assaulted towards Yan Zhaoga. Yan Zhaoga's expression did not change, but the stance of his right palm suddenly changed. That chaos abruptly expanded, extinguishing all. The world seemed to have returned to before the heavens, and earth had opened at this moment, the myriad scenes no longer existing. No yin, no yang, no before, no after, no beginning, no end, no movement, no stability. The next moment, chaos mightily exploded. It was as though all things had been subsumed within chaos before chaos was extinguished, the universe opening once more. Beneath this palm it was invincible. The water-blue light dragon extinguished. The black saber light extinguished. The 2 heavens favored sons of the vast ocean world, Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng, were simultaneously sent flying backwards. Water Crystal Palace's Elder Dong was greatly shocked as he hurriedly caught Zhang Haoqing, only to see him spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, his entire body limp. Greatly enraged, he swiveled his head to look at Yan Zhaoga, only to hear Zhang Haoqing say anxiously he showed mercy. He wanted to fight 1 against 2. It was not arrogance, but that we overestimated our own capabilities. Li Sheng, who had been caught by Elder Yu of the Dragon Slayer sect side as well, we were only heavily injured, our cultivation bases not crippled. He was helping us. In battling with him, there were boundless profundities that I cannot explain clearly, unable to describe. We can only experience it ourselves, comprehend it ourselves. The difference between our levels and his is just too great. Everyone was taken aback. Zhang Haoqing similarly looked at Yan Zhaoga, his expression complex as it finally transformed into admiration. Everyone gazed shockingly at Yan Zhaoga, who had defeated Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng with a single move. Yan Zhaoga laughed leisurely. The 10 spirit flowers above his head bloomed, the process that had paused earlier beginning anew. The numerous runes merged, gradually transforming into immeasurable radiance that illuminated the entire Great Sea. To be continued. Chapter 514. Yan Zhaoga was completely enveloped within the Sea of Light. Above his head, numerous runes gathered together to form a profound spirit talisman. The talisman looked extremely simple, but it seemed to contain infinite principles that were difficult to describe. Yen Jiaoge raised his head and looked at it. This was his true martial spirit talisman. Once this talisman was formed, he would officially step into the essence talisman martial grandmaster realm. Yen Jiaoge smiled slightly, the essence talisman above his head suddenly changing in appearance. It was no longer that simple, no longer that profound, instead becoming something that could be described with words, resembling the vast sky, the vast clear sky. In the next moment, the elemental talisman changed again. Its entire body seemed to be formed by a coiling azure dragon. As the radiance flickered, it looked like a dragon shuttling through the clouds. The elemental talisman changed again and again, turning into scarlet and purple flames that gathered together to form a pill cauldron. A single essence talisman contained myriad phenomena, myriad variations, manifesting the essence of the many martial arts that Yen Jiaoge was proficient in, encompassing all phenomena. Finally, with just a thought from Yen Jiaoge, this essence talisman was kept above his head. The radiance surrounding his body also gradually retracted. As the radiance dissipated, everyone in the outside world could finally see Yen Jiaoge's appearance clearly, while Yen Jiaoge was just sitting there calmly, seemingly not having changed at all. Everyone here knew that this youth who had appeared before them was already an essence talisman martial grandmaster. Indeed, as he had expected, the threshold to essence talisman martial grandmaster was not a question of whether or not he could cross it. Instead, it was a question of whether or not he wanted to cross it. He stopped when he wanted to and left when he wanted to. He followed his heart. Looking at Yen Jiaoge's youthful features now, the martial practitioners of the vast ocean world all felt a chill run down their spines. This was not the work of a person with profound skills who could retain their youthful looks, nor was it the use of a mysterious technique to restore their youthful looks. It was just that his appearance and his true age were the same. Ever since the vast ocean world had come into existence after the great calamity, when had such a young essence talisman martial grandmaster ever appeared? At this moment, everyone was shocked and looked at each other. Wait, let alone an essence talisman martial grandmaster. Is there such a young essence spirit martial grandmaster? Thinking about it carefully, everyone was speechless. Fu Enshu looked at Yen Jiaoge, not speaking for a long time. After a while, she sighed softly. Yendi, other things aside, in terms of cultivation speed, your son has truly surpassed you. Although I did not surpass your record as the youngest martial grandmaster, you also did not reach the essence talisman martial grandmaster level at the age of 25, right? Speaking of which, Jiaoge is still a bit away from his 25th birthday. Your son has really surpassed his teacher. How difficult was it to become an essence talisman martial grandmaster? Whether it was in the 8 extremities world or the vast ocean world, essence talisman martial grandmasters were all figures who stood at the peak of the pyramid. There were many martial artists who were unable to reach that height in their entire lives. Their lifespans were exhausted, and they grew old, helplessly walking towards the end of their lives. For essence talisman martial grandmasters, due to their increased longevity, it was not uncommon for them to outlive their disciples and grand disciples of lower cultivation bases. Their disciples and grand disciples were already in their later years, but even though they were older, compared to their much longer lifespans, they were still middle-aged or even young. It was just that an essence talisman martial grandmaster, as young as Yen Jiaoge, was still shocking. Whether it was Fu Enshu of the 8 extremities world or the martial practitioners of the vast ocean world, looking at Yen Jiaoge at this moment, they all felt rather complex emotions. Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng, who had just been defeated by Yen Jiaoge, were even more stunned into silence. That elder Yu of the Dragon Slayer sect regained his wits after a while, frowning slightly as he looked at Yen Jiaoge. Is he a disciple of the Sacred Evil sect? If he is, he definitely cannot be left alive. But if he isn't, where exactly did such a figure pop out from? I have never heard of him before. Suddenly appearing now, What exactly is it for? Is he friend or foe? Elder Dong of Water Crystal Palace and the other Essence, Talisman, Martial Grandmaster experts present were all filled with doubt at this moment. Standing beside Yen Zhaoge, Fu Enshu looked indifferently at them. Everyone now noticed that while Yen Zhaoge had successfully stepped into the Essence, Talisman, Martial Grandmaster realm, he had still not left that water vein formed of the sweet pouring raindrops. Also, there was a figure indistinctly visible within that water vein. Everyone felt even more apprehensive at this moment. Looking at Yen Zhaoge, the people of the Dragon Slayer sect and Water Crystal Palace felt rather conflicted. Their most outstanding descendant having been defeated by Yen Zhaoge, becoming a stepping stone for Yen Zhaoge's fame to spread throughout the vast ocean world. The reputation of their sects having been damaged. This caused them to feel extremely displeased. However, the two in question, Zhang Haoqing and Li Shang, did not seem so resentful as they instead seemed a little like they were willing to concede defeat. As a result, their fellow disciples could not really flare up. Yen Zhaoge's expression was calm as he said mildly as he looked at them, "This Yen said earlier that I have come here to do something. After I have done that, I will naturally be leaving. It looks like the arranged battle between the two of you will not be able to continue now. I also feel a little regretful. Still, with your talent and strength, I believe that you should have gained something from it. If the people of Water Crystal Palace and the Dragon Slayer sect still want to make a move, that is fine too. I will take them all on. Still, speaking of this, those who are determined to find trouble with me should be arriving soon?" As Yen Zhaoge said this, he laughed lightly, his gaze sweeping across those of Spirit, Rhino Island. They instantly shuddered in unison. Yen Zhaoge smiled. "I do not really understand the sacred evil sect that you speak of. My uncle and I are both from beyond the seas, not being part of your 7 pillars of good or the 6 evil sects. I indeed have a goal in coming out this time. Still, what I am looking for is not Water Crystal Palace or the Dragon Slayer sect, but Changli Mountain." Everyone's hearts jolted slightly as they all fell into deep thought. After communicating with those of the Spirit Returning sect, Elder Dong of Water Crystal Palace glanced at those of Spirit Rhino Island, also feeling rather hesitant. Changli Mountain was on good terms with Water Crystal Palace. Elder Dong frowned, asking, "Still, are you friend or foe of Changli Mountain? Are you going to the directionless sea this time to seek revenge?" Yen Zhaoge spread his palms apart, smiling. "That will have to wait until I have arrived at Changli Mountain before I know. Still, barring any accidents, I should be a friend and not an enemy." Hearing his words, those of the forces of good virtually unconsciously relaxed greatly. Meanwhile, the hearts of those of the forces of evil involuntarily tightened in unison as their gazes that were on Yen Zhaoge instantly turned even more guarded. Yen Zhaoge was not too concerned about this as he sat in the meditative position amidst the light formed of the sweet pouring raindrops. Looking at Yen Zhaoge, Elder Yu of the Dragon Slayer sect narrowed his eyes into slits as he suddenly asked, "You are looking for Changli Mountain. In that case, the ones who are looking for you are Spirit Rhino Island?" Yen Zhaoge said nonchalantly, "That's right." Water Crystal Palace's Elder Dong asked, "Why are they looking for you?" As he said this, the hearts of the Essence, Talisman, Martial Grandmasters here all jolted slightly as they swiveled their heads and gazed into the distance. Yen Zhaoge smiled. "Oh, he's here. Let him speak for himself." Extremely powerful fluctuations of power, that caused a chill to run through the hearts of everyone here, appeared in the distance over the great sea. To be continued. Chapter 5:15. Majestic power fluctuations appeared in the distance over the great sea, rapidly approaching the place where Yen Zhaoge and the others were. Virtually at the same time that they sensed its existence, that majestic will had already arrived close by, its speed so fast that it left one tongue-tied. Fu Enshu looked at Yen Zhaoge, whose expression was as per usual as he nodded slightly, This is the supreme martial art of Spirit Rhino Island that I mentioned to you before. I didn't know its name back then, but after asking around, it should be called spiritual light flashing. Its speed is extremely fast, shifting in the time it takes for sparks to fly off a flint, resembling a streak of light flashing by. It is only slower than breaking through space, but it looks like it ignores spatial distance, moving in an instant. Fu Enchu frowned. In terms of movement speed alone, no martial art in her memory was able to achieve this. The lineages of the 8 extremities world that were most proficient in speed were the current Heavenly Thunder Hall and the already destroyed Black Wind Mountain. However, as Fu Enchu saw it, even the supreme martial arts of the Heavenly Thunder Hall and Black Wind Mountain might not be able to achieve this. The vast ocean world is indeed a place that encompasses all things, possessing a unique flair. Fu Enchu pondered as she said. Yan Zhaoga shrugged, seeing a middle-aged man already appear before them, standing amidst the deep sea. This middle-aged man seemed to have merged as one with the great sea, as it was hard to tell them apart. Streams of light flickered around his body, as if they had turned into mirrors, each reflecting a different scene. The mirror light traversed the great sea, seemingly splitting it into many different regions. Those who were in one region could only feel their vision blurry, as they were actually unable to clearly see those in other regions. This man looked to be around 40 years of age, but those who knew him all knew that, unlike Yan Zhaoga, his actual age was much older than what he appeared to be. There was no martial practitioner of the vast ocean world present who did not recognize him. One of the 7 pillars of good, the chief of Spirit Rhino Island, a transcending mortality, martial grandmaster, Fong Kansas. He was also a bigwig ranked 7th amongst the top 10 transcending mortality experts of the vast ocean world, one of the most powerful and influential figures at the peak of the vast ocean world's pyramid. While Yan Zhaoga had never seen Fong Can before, he had seen Fong Can's second son, Fong Zhaohong. The two of them bore at least a 60% resemblance in appearance. Fong Can's gaze swept the area, falling on Yan Zhaoga. The Spirit Rhino Island disciples who had not entered the barrier along with Fong Zhaohong, Yang Chu-fan and the others had already described Yan Zhaoga's appearance to Fong Can after returning to the island. Fong Can gazed at Yan Zhaoga, his face expressionless. A hesitant look appeared on Zhang Haoqing's face as he said slowly, "Island Master Fong, this young Master Yan should not be a descendant of the sacred evil sect." There might have been some misunderstanding. Fong Can swiveled his head to look at Water Crystal Palace's Elder Dong. Is Water Crystal Palace going to protect him? Elder Dong hesitated slightly before hearing Fong Can say, "Even if Water Crystal Palace is protecting him today, there are still some debts that have to be settled with this kid." Looking at Yan Zhaoga once more, he asked slowly, "My Spirit Rhino Island disciples Fong Zhaohong, Yang Chu-fan, Kaiziki, and Zhongpeng, where are they now?" It was fine for the other 3, but hearing Fong Zhaohong's name, the vast ocean world martial practitioners present all began muttering amongst themselves. The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners all focused their attention on Yan Zhaoga. Fong Zhaohong's group of 4 had already been nowhere to be seen for a very long time. They still held on to the faint hope that Fong Zhaohong and the others had only been captured by Yan Zhaoga and were still alive. Yan Zhaoga could also basically guess their thoughts. Because the corpses of Fong Zhaohong's group of 4 had all been destroyed by him, it was only natural that they would not be able to find them. Still, Yan Zhaoga had not used dead people as hostages. Looking at Fong Can, Yan Zhaoga smiled. "Your son and his fellow disciples wanted to kill me. Their skills were inferior, and they all died at my hands." Fong Can's breathing halted slightly. The streams of light traversing the great sea began to ripple, their violent momentum seemingly wanting to break the great sea apart. While the other vast ocean world martial practitioners all had their guesses, looking at Yan Zhaoga now, they were all rather speechless. Before clashing with Zhang Haoqing and Li Sheng, while Yan Zhaoga had slain Jiang Xiong of the evil shifting sect, the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners had still unconsciously thought that the Essence Talisman martial Grandmaster Feng Xiaohong had died at Fu Enchu's hands. However, after seeing Yan Zhaoga's battle with Zhang Haoqing and Li Shang, the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners already understood that facing Yan Zhaoga, only death awaited Feng Xiaohong. And if Zhang Haoqing and the others had known beforehand that Feng Xiaohong had died at Yan Zhaoga's hands, they would probably have thought twice about battling Yan Zhaoga. Similarly, at the 7th level of the martial Grandmaster realm, the early Essence Talisman stage, Feng Xiaohong was stronger than the sea-flipping owl Lung Kuan who had died at Zhang Haoqing's hands. Gazing at Yan Zhaoga, Feng Can nodded slowly. "Good, very good." Before his words had landed, he directly raised his palm, the surrounding radiance congregating together, descending towards Yan Zhaoga. Fu Enchu frowned slightly, raising her sword to meet Feng Can's. Vast and mighty, while also possessing a vigorous aura that resembled one with the heavens and the earth. The sword instantly caused Feng Can's eyelids to twitch. "What a brilliant sword, Dao, but your cultivation base is inferior to mine." The radiance condensed on his palm turned from silvery white to jade green, circulating amidst the great sea as Fu Enchu's limitless heavenly sword mist. The jade light still shot towards Yan Zhaoga. Sword in her right hand, Fu Enchu flipped her left palm. Purplish-red flames leaping about, instantly forming a sea of flames which still shot towards the jade light. Numerous essence talismans transformed into numerous spirit arrays, coming together to form a white altar which enveloped Fu Enchu's body, causing her attacks to grow fiercer with her left palm and her right sword. Still, there were many damaged areas on the white altar, causing it to appear rather mottled. However, even though she had yet to recover from her injuries, Fu Enchu still did not change her stubborn personality as she replaced a fence with a fence, blocking Feng Can's spirit rhino palm that was aimed at Yan Zhaoga. "So you are injured. This only shows that you overestimate your abilities." Feng Can's face was expressionless as his palm changed, no longer going for the nimble route, as it instead directly descended towards Fu Enchu with a palm. Streams of radiance guarded Feng Can's body, instantly transforming into the image of a giant. It was precisely the true martial avatar that Feng Can had cultivated after stepping into the transcending mortality stage. His cultivation base was higher than Fu Enchu's in the first place, and Fu Enchu's old injuries had yet to fully recover. As they clashed head-on, Fu Enchu instantly emitted a muffled groan. Just as Feng Can was about to increase his power a step further, a palm suddenly extended from the side, also clapping towards his spirit rhino palm, its momentum majestic as it resembled the sky itself. An early essence talisman martial saint can possess such strength? No wonder Hong, and the others fell to the hands of this little beast. While Feng Can was shocked, he did not hesitate in the slightest. He looked coldly at the attacking Yan Zhaoga. "I'm not afraid to tell you that even if the evil saint appears, he will still not be able to protect you. What I have done is what I have done. I don't mind admitting it. For example, your son was killed by me." Yan Zhaoga said mildly, "While it does not affect the final result, it was not done by me. Don't try to frame me for it. Usually, those who slander me don't have a good ending." To be continued. Chapter 516. Feng Can was angered to the point of laughing, shameless boasting. After laughing, his gaze turned even colder. "Whether or not you are a descendant of the evil saint, this old man will still slay you with my palm today." The spirit rhino avatar formed of his martial true intent had no eyes on its face, only having a single vertical eye on its forehead. As this eye opened, it seemed to penetrate through the heavens and the earth, viewing all the profundities of one's heart. Looking at Feng Can, Yan Zhaoga nodded slightly. His attainments in this spirit rhino palm are also much stronger than his son's. They are truly not on the same level. Having stepped into the transcending mortality stage many years ago, Feng Can's cultivation base was already stronger than Yan Zhaoga's. As he flashed his spirit rhino avatar at this moment, Yan Zhaoge and Fu Enshu were like transparent before him. Let alone the changes in martial arts, even a single thought of his was vaguely seen through by Fang Kansas. Yan Zhaoge had many methods to deal with Fang Zhaohong's spirit rhino palm, but they all seemed rather futile when used against Fang Kansas facing Fang Zhaohong. Yan Zhaoge could be unafraid of being seen through, as he could directly suppress him head-on with his overwhelming power. However, with his opponent being Fang Ken, the difference in pure strength between the two sides would be reversed. Forcibly clashing with him would only be seeking trouble for himself. Facing Fang Zhaohong, Yan Zhaoge could strengthen his various variations to the maximum, such that Fang Zhaohong would be completely unable to predict them. However, Fang Kan's spirit rhino avatar was able to project the variations of Yan Zhaoge's various techniques. Facing Fang Zhaohong, Yan Zhaoge executed the ocean stabilizing spirit fist, his mind as deep as the deep ocean, as no ripples arose, as Fang Zhaohong was completely unable to detect the changes within at all. However, Fang Kan was still able to find some clues from within. This was also where Fang Kan's confidence in taking down Yan Zhaoge lay. The difference in their cultivation bases was just too great. Still, Fang Kan was also secretly shocked. Just an early essence talisman cultivation base. If Yan Zhaoge's cultivation base was a little higher, would his spirit rhino avatar still be able to see through him? Fang Kan didn't even dare to think further on this question. Speaking of which, a transcending mortality martial grandmaster should clearly be able to kill an early essence talisman martial grandmaster with a casual slap of his. Why had it become like this? The surrounding vast ocean world martial practitioners did not interfere, as they just stared dazedly at the scene. While he had already seen Yan Zhaoge's strength before, facing the transcending mortality martial Grandmaster Fang Zhuan, he actually still had the strength to retaliate. He still felt it to be inconceivable. However, that was as far as he could go. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Zhang Haoqing, Li Shang, and the others all felt rather regretful. The most frightening thing for a person with astonishing talent was to provoke someone who was much stronger than him before he had truly matured, and as a result, die prematurely. Yan Zhaoge was the strongest genius they had ever seen. Sadly, having encountered the full power of the transcending mortality Fang Kan at the early essence talisman stage, his future had been extinguished prematurely. As the martial practitioners of the vast ocean world saw it, even if Yan Zhaoge's cultivation base was a little higher, he would still have a chance of escaping if he met with the upper threshold. However, with how young Yan Zhaoge was, he really couldn't ask for more. It was just a pity that he didn't know how far he would be able to reach in the future. Fang Kan also had the same thought in his mind. Therefore, he was even more decisive in his actions. Such an enemy with limitless potential must not be left alive. Yan Zhaoge's expression was very calm as he gazed heavily at Fang Kan, not panicked in the slightest. It was fine if his method of dealing with Fang Zhaohong was useless. There were still plenty of other methods. Yan Zhaoge suddenly laughed, his usually calm gaze suddenly turning manic. The vertical eye between the brows of Fang Kan's spirit rhino avatar flickered, its radiance also turning chaotic. Staring at Yan Zhaoge, Fang Kan felt greatly curious because he suddenly discovered that projecting the variations in Yan Zhaoge's techniques and his thoughts was no longer as easy as before. The originally orderly state before him suddenly became chaotic and disorderly at this moment, crazed and unbridled. It was as if a normal person had suddenly become a madman. For a normal person, you could analyze them based on the bits and pieces of their daily life, deducing what they were thinking about and summarizing their patterns. However, for a madman, it would be very hard for you to understand what exactly he was thinking and what he would do at a given moment. This was what Fang Kan was currently feeling. Innumerable threads tangled together as it was hard to find any clues within. Even Fu Enshu, noticing the changes in Yan Zhaoge by the side, was exceptionally bemused. A rather distorted, frenzied smile appeared on Yan Zhaoge's face. Within his heart, there was still a final trace of clarity, just that it was concealed amidst his madness, as Fong Can was still unable to see through it. One of the 6 spirits' demonic fists, the Qilin demonic fist. The Qilin, a beast of virtue, was upright and authoritative, suppressing all evil, being the most upright. However, the Qilin demonic fist was the exact opposite, walking the most frenzied, most violent path, as it was even more frenzied than the other fist arts of the 6 spirits' demonic fist. However, amidst the frenzy, it conformed with the laws of the heavens, as it possessed great power, resembling that violent power of destruction when all things lost their order. It was just that this fist art was not to Yan Zhaoga's liking. Therefore, while Yan Zhaoga occasionally dabbled in the other fist arts of the 6 spirits' demonic fist, this Qilin demonic fist was cast aside. However, this did not mean that Yan Zhaoga was not proficient in this fist art. Currently, while Yan Zhaoga was still using martial arts like the heavenly broad creed palm, his mental state had changed from the calmness of the ocean stabilizing spirit fist to the frenzied chaos of the Qilin demonic fist. Fong Can had been wholeheartedly projecting the thoughts of Yan Zhaoga and Fu Enshu, as well as the changes in their techniques. Due to Yan Zhaoga's sudden chaos, he had nearly been dragged into it as well. His mind seemed to have suddenly sprouted a bunch of weeds, as he felt incomparably vexed. Fong Can snorted coldly, stabilizing his mind as he patiently began to unravel the cocoon. Gradually, unceasingly sorting through the chaos and dispelling the bewildering fog, he finally saw that final trace of clarity and rationality within Yan Zhaoga's mind. "There is no point in dragging things out," Fong Can said with an icy expression on his face. "The person you are waiting for will not be able to come." As if to prove his judgment, everyone suddenly felt intense fluctuations of power emanating from the distance. 2 auras that were even more powerful than Fong Can's clashed intensely in the direction of the distant, bewildering Mei Sea. The aftershocks of their collision affecting the deep sea corridor. One of the streaks of sword chi revealed its sharpness as a voice resounded from the distance. "Evil Saint, you have indeed arrived." Everyone was very familiar with that sword chi. That was the sword Dao legacy of Myriad sword pool of the 7 pillars of good. That powerful force originated from the sacred artifact of Myriad sword pool, the floating, sinking sword. Hearing the voice, the expressions of the vast ocean world martial practitioners present all changed somewhat as they simultaneously looked towards Yan Zhaoga and Fu Enshu. Their originally dubious attitudes all changed slightly now. Could they really be of the sacred evil sect? Fong Can struck out towards Yan Zhaoga with a palm. "If this old man wants to kill you, how would I not be on guard against the evil saint?" It was precisely for this moment that I specifically invited the floating sinking sort of Myriad sword pool to come out. Seeing that Fong Can had already seen through the profundities of the Qilin demonic fist, Yan Zhaoga immediately ceased his cultivation technique, his gaze regaining its calm and rationality. "It was not him that I was waiting for." Yan Zhaoga smiled leisurely. With just a thought, the deep sea corridor began shaking intensely, as though some powerful existence was currently awakening. To be continued. Chapter 517. Yan Zhaoga did not look forward to the appearance of the evil saint at all. On the contrary, Yan Zhaoga was currently laughing coldly within his heart. This evil saint is up to no good, wanting to use me as a spear to fish in troubled waters. In this world, other than Fu Enshu, it was naturally the sacred evil sect itself who knew best whether Yan Zhaoga was a descendant of the sacred evil sect, especially their chief, the evil Saint Lin Qianqing. If he made a move now, it would be equivalent to him being a hindrance to them, making Yan Zhaoga the scapegoat. Yan Zhaoga just glanced out of the corner of his eye and met the gazes of Water Crystal Palace's Zhang Haoqing, Elder Dong, and the others, knowing that they who had originally been dubious were now 70 to 80% convinced. Watching Yan Zhaoga and Fong Can's clash now, Those of the forces of evil increasingly looked like they were watching a good show. Meanwhile, those of the forces of good looked at Yan Zhaoga even more warily and warily. As they saw it, a proud and flamboyant person like Yan Zhaoga would generally disdain disguising himself. However, if he intentionally denied and concealed his identity as a descendant of the sacred evil sect, that meant that he definitely had a greater, more sinister plot. Fang Can roared coldly. Crooked devils, the facts are all there, not allowing you to quibble. We have long since been prepared. Today shall be the day of your death. Looking at Yan Zhaoga, Zhang Haoqing and the others felt uneasy even as they muttered to themselves. The deep sea corridor shook intensely at this moment, a powerful aura seemingly awakening from a deep slumber. Everyone simultaneously gazed at that water vein condensed of sweet pouring raindrops, able to feel that the powerful fluctuations originated precisely from there. Fang Can's gaze was stern as the vertical eye on the forehead of his spirit rhino avatar looked over, yet was unable to see through the radiance within the water vein. It was just that he vaguely realized something from that powerful aura. A bad feeling arose within Fang Can's heart. Who is that? The Lord of Water Crystal Palace, the 9 dragon fingers of the Blood Dragon sect, the chief of the Dragon Slayer sect, or soul-shocking box of Soul-Shocking Island. Could it be that everything has been a trap from the start? Fang Can was shocked and uncertain. However, feeling that power seemed to be in the midst of awakening from its slumber, he was unwilling to retreat just like that. With an enraged roar, his palms transformed into an all-encompassing jade light, condensing into a single line, bypassing Yan Zhaoga and Fu Enshu, who had always been fighting with him, shooting towards that pure white water vein. Yan Zhaoga's expression was composed as he attacked from the side with a palm, saying mildly, "It's the evil saint over at the bewildering maze, see? I don't know. As for me, I don't need anyone else to do anything. You can't do anything to me." Fang Can's palm suddenly changed, sweeping towards Yan Zhaoga once more. The attack on the water vein just now was clearly a diversion. Regardless of what was in the water vein, Fang Can was already prepared to retreat and observe the situation. With only a single strike, Fang Can's target was naturally Yan Zhaoga, who had killed his son. This time he attacked with all his strength. The green light condensed into a line, and its speed was so fast that almost no one could see the trajectory of the green light. Hallucinations even appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was as if the world in front of them was distorting, and everything was being absorbed by the green light, turning into a thin line. Yan Zhaoga's expression did not change as he even had the leisure to smile at Zhang Haoqing, Li Sheng, and the others. As I said earlier, I came to the deep sea corridor because I have something to do. Amidst his words, that water vein formed of the sweet pouring raindrops shook mightily. Amidst the radiance, a figure flew out from within, arriving before Yan Zhaoga in an instant. The jade light formed of Fang Can's palm force attempted to bypass this figure. However, that figure raised his palm, spreading his fingers as it seemed to encompass the jade sea of the heavens, vast to the point of being boundless. The jade light evaded left and right, yet was unable to bypass this person's palm, finally mightily striking it. The figure swayed slightly, but seemed completely unaffected. Fang Can stared, seeing that it was shockingly a stone statue. Broken rocks unceasingly fell off the surface of the stone statue, not having been injured by Fang Can's palm force, instead having fallen off naturally. The stone skin shattered and fell off, revealing a white, jade-like skin that emitted a smooth luster. Everyone exclaimed in shock in unison. That terrifying power to the extreme originated from this terrifying body. The stone statue was that of an old man with a thin face. However, accompanied by the unceasing falling of the stone skin, his features rapidly became younger, showing signs of returning to his youth as he finally appeared to be similar in age to Yan Zhaoga. When the stone skin had completely shattered and fallen off, the figure of a youth was revealed, his features handsome and his figure tall. Yan Zhaoga roared, "Command!" A strange light flickered within this youth's pupils, each condensing into a rune that was exactly the same as the true essence talisman that Yan Zhaoga had formed when he had stepped into the essence talisman martial Grandmaster realm. The light talisman vanished in a flash. This youth roared towards the heavens, directly breaking through the vast sea and shaking the 9 heavens. His incomparably powerful will and power shocked even the floating sinking sword and the evil saint who were battling intensely in the distant, bewildering Mei Sea. Yan Zhaoga smiled coldly as he looked at the stunned Fong Ken. "Whatever the evil saint is, it has nothing to do with me. Did I say that I was waiting for him? What I was waiting for was this clone of mine." Within the barrier of the bewildering Mei Sea, the stone statue that Yan Zhaoga had obtained was shockingly the mortal shell of a martial saint expert who had passed away in meditation. This martial saint expert had been exceptionally talented and had also cultivated in a special cultivation art such that, after his death, all of his power had been sealed within his mortal shell as not the slightest bit of his aura leaked out. Death and death were reborn. The 2 extremities reversed as life and death converged at a single point. While this person himself could not be revived, his old, decaying fleshly body had returned to its youth, resembling the nascent embryo of a newborn infant. Finally, this unique, miraculous body that was blessed by the heavens was created. It was both a mortal shell and a spirit embryo. If other martial saints obtained this mortal shell, they would be able to refine it into their clone, being born as a martial saint, tyrannical to the extreme. While Yan Zhaoga was not a martial saint, he cultivated in the peerless heavenly scripture myriad phenomena returning to their original state. Without beginning and without end, without before and without after, he could accomplish miracles that other martial grandmasters could not. After having stepped into the essence talisman martial grandmaster realm, having been completely cleansed by the purest and purest sweet pouring raindrops under the heavens, he would refine this spirit embryo into his clone. In having hurried to the deep sea corridor, Yan Zhaoga had not intended to seek help from anyone from the very beginning. His preparations were his own methods. With just a thought on Yan Zhaoga's part, the figure before him raised his right hand into a fist, punching out towards Fong Ken. While he was barehanded, as he punched out, it was like a great spear stabbing forward, wanting to directly penetrate the great sea and the blue skies. Where the spear pointed, it was like a massive rock spreading its wings, soaring above the 9 heavens. The roiling jade sea was directly ripped apart, the horizon that was connected to the jade sea seemingly breaking apart as well at this moment. Northern Ocean divine spear, rock ascending 9 heavens. Northern Ocean martial saint Zhuang Kuan. So it's him. After having struck out with that palm of his, Fong Ken had already begun retreating, not waiting to see the results. Seeing that his palm had failed, he knew that things were bad. Now, seeing this spear that penetrated the heavens and the earth, Fong Ken was greatly shocked as he saw that spear that resembled a great rock spreading its wings, instantly arriving before him. He had executed a supreme martial art, spiritual light flashing, yet had still been caught up by this spear. To be continued. Chapter 518. In Fong Ken's memories, purely in terms of speed, amongst the known martial arts of the vast ocean world, there was only the Northern Ocean martial Saint Zhuang Kuan's Northern Ocean divine spear, which possessed a godly speed akin to a rock spreading its wings and soaring into the heavens, comparable to his spirit Rhino Island's spiritual light flash. Ever since the Northern Ocean martial Saint Zhuang Kuan had gone missing, believed to have perished, and the Northern Ocean divine spear had been lost, the spiritual light of spirit Rhino Island had appeared, unparalleled in the vast ocean world in terms of speed. But today, the sharpness of the Northern Ocean divine spear had once again appeared in the world. Fong Ken looked at the spear coming at him in disbelief. Although it was just a shell, it was still the shell of a martial sage. How could it be refined into a clone by a martial grandmaster? Helpless, Fang can forcibly receive the spear of Yen Zhaoga's clone with a palm, the qi and blood of his entire body roiling. He still can't compare to a true martial saint, but he has already reached the peak of the extraordinary realm and is only a step away from becoming a martial saint. Fang Can's heart was heavy, but, however, he could vaguely feel that this was because Yen Zhaoga's clone had just been refined. With the passage of time, this avatar would soon be able to reproduce the glory of the northern dark north martial saint Zhuang Kuan in the past. Even now, the power of this attack was difficult for Fang Can to withstand. He didn't dare to stay any longer. His figure flickered, borrowing the recoil from his collision with the northern underworld divine spear. He was about to once again use the flash of inspiration movement technique, quickly fleeing far away from this place. As Yen Zhaoga had said, even if no one interfered, he would not fear Fang Can. Fang Can's figure had just moved when a seven-colored radiance suddenly shone above his head. Looking up, he saw a huge, majestic stone pillar smashing down on his head. Standing on the pillar of the divine palace, Yen Zhaoga roared as a powerful sealing force pressured down towards Fang Can. Fang Can had no intention of resisting at all. Right now, he only wanted to escape. He clenched his teeth, and the vertical eye on the forehead of his rhino form flickered with radiance. His huge body turned into a wisp of green light, and like a swimming fish, he constantly searched for the weak points of the sealing power of the divine palace's pillars and escaped. The pillar of the divine palace had not completely fallen yet. He really did find a gap and wanted to escape from the inescapable net. Yet, obstructed by the pillar of the divine palace, Yen Zhaoga's Northern Ocean clone had already transformed into a great rock, domineeringly chasing after him. The great rock spread its wings, splitting the sky and splitting the sea. With a flap of its wings, it sent Fang Can back into the range of the pillar. As the pillar of the divine palace descended, the jade light revealed Fang Can's figure once more. He stared at Yen Zhaoga with eyes seemingly on the verge of imploding. "Little thief, you!" Yen Zhaoga's expression was cold and indifferent. "You want to kill me, and I also want to kill you. Let's see who dies first." Fang Can took a deep breath and shouted sternly, "All right, give me your life, little thief!" Amidst his loud roar, this chief of Spirit Rhino Island, who was ranked amongst the top 10 transcending mortality experts, simply stopped running as his entire body erupted with power, shooting ferociously towards Yen Zhaoga. A spirit bead flew up from the top of his head. The spirit bead shone brightly, as if it was reflecting a myriad of scenes in an instant. Numerous silhouettes were projected around Yen Zhaoga, attacking him from all directions. That spiritual pearl was obviously an extremely high-quality spiritual weapon. The treasure of Spirit Rhino Island, the Spirit Rhino Orb, surpassed even Fang Xiaohong's Jade Light Mirror, as it was an elite amongst high-grade spirit artifacts. Seeing this, Yen Zhaoga paid it no heed as he laughed lightly, drawing out a dark green bamboo branch from within his sleeve. While the bamboo branch looked ordinary and unremarkable, it was precisely a treasure that Yen Zhaoga had personally forged. When Yen Zhaoga had been a spirit vessel martial grandmaster that year, the bamboo branch had had 3 segments. Now, however, it had grown once more, seeming as though it could grow on its own as it had turned into 4 segments. Yen Zhaoga tossed it lightly, the dark green bamboo branch landing in the hands of the Northern Ocean clone. The Northern Ocean clone picked up the bamboo branch, swinging it towards the Spirit Rhino Orb above Fang Can's head. As the 2 sides collided, the Spirit Rhino Orb instantly emitted a mournful wail as it was sent flying. Greatly shocked, Fang Can hurriedly kept the Spirit Rhino Orb. Lowering his head, he saw that a thin crack had appeared on the orb, causing him great heartache. He looked disbelievingly at Yen Zhaoga and the Northern Ocean clone, staring unblinkingly at that dark green bamboo branch. No spiritual chi or power fluctuations could be felt from the bamboo branch at all, as it seemed completely ordinary and unremarkable no matter how one looked at it. However, it was precisely this ordinary bamboo branch that had directly caused a crack to appear on his high-grade spirit artifact, the spirit rhino orb. While the spirit rhino orb did not seem like pure weapons like sabers, swords, and armor, as a high-grade spirit artifact, it was naturally made of extraordinary materials. How could it possibly be so weak? Even other ordinary high-grade spirit artifacts might not be able to leave such a clear crack on the surface of the spirit rhino orb with just a single strike. Fong could only feel that the strange things he had encountered today were more than he had in the previous half of his life, completely toppling his understanding of this world. The Northern Ocean clone was unforgiving as he raised the 4-foot-long bamboo branch in his hand, using it as a spear as he executed another Northern Ocean divine spear, stabbing straight towards Fong Ken, wanting to pierce a hole through him. Fong Ken's figure shifted, his body seemingly instantly transforming into countless silhouettes. However, beneath the spear of the Northern Ocean clone, he advanced courageously, sweeping through all that stood in his way as the silhouettes shattered one after another. The seawater of the nearby region of sea had already been shattered by the power of the two sides, a vacuum having been cleared out. The pillar of the divine palace hovered in midair, streams of 7-colored radiance resembling silk hanging downwards as they enveloped the surrounding area, resembling a cage. Fong resembled a beast trapped in a cage as he was forced to engage in a life-and-death struggle. He felt stifled to the extreme. The Northern Ocean Marshal Saint Chuang Kuan had not left behind any legacies, all of his aura having been retracted within the remnant embryo. After Yen Zhaoga had taken the stone statue away, no traces of it had been left behind at all. When Fong had arrived at that foreign dimension afterwards, he had found it completely empty. If he had known that Yen Zhaoga possessed a martial saint corpse, even if he did not believe that a martial grandmaster would be able to refine it, Fong would still have been much more cautious. Now, however, he had slammed headfirst into a metal plate, his head bleeding profusely. Fong had not thought that Yen Zhaoga would still have other methods besides the martial saint corpse, actually making it impossible for him to flee even if he wanted to. This transcending mortality, martial grandmaster's arrogance and ferocity were stimulated as he abruptly erupted, ignoring the attacks of the Northern Ocean clone towards him as he instead shot viciously towards Yen Zhaoga. Yen Zhaoga's expression was calm as the Northern Ocean clone's techniques changed, becoming swift and vigorous. The Kuan Peng was a Kuan in water, a Peng out of water, and a Kuan fish in its transformation, its body being several thousand kilometers long as it was massive beyond compare. The extreme speed of the great Peng, the immense strength of the Kuan fish, the majesty of its strength could be counted on one's fingers. Northern Ocean divine spear, Northern Ocean fish. The majestic, tyrannical force directly shattered Fong Ken's spirit rhino avatar. Fong Ken's entire body shook intensely as he spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes glaring as he ignored everything else and still shot towards Yen Zhaoga. From the looks of it, he was clearly going all out. Yen Zhaoga roared loudly, the light of thunder flickering within his right eye as he traversed space in an instant. An instant's thunder. Fong was greatly shocked. He did not want to perish together with Yen Zhaoga. However, he could not retreat now as he could only grit his teeth and advance. Boom! Fong suffered another heavy blow as the terrifying thunderbolts directly pierced through his body. However, Fong Ken's palm had also arrived before Yen Zhaoga, wanting to kill him, who knew that a small black incense burner would suddenly appear within Yen Zhaoga's hand, blocking Fong Ken's palm. The majestic palm force was like a clay ox entering the sea, vanishing without a trace. Fong stared. You. I what? Yen Zhaoga's expression was indifferent as jade light flickered in his other empty hand, the roar of a dragon emerging from the green abyss sword. If you had known that this would happen, don't come and mess with me. Chapter 519. Looking at the earth-devouring burner in Yen Zhaoga's hands, Fong felt a chill within his heart. The Northern Ocean clone gave him too much pressure, causing him to be unable to deduce Yen Zhaoga's thoughts. As the various scenes of their earlier clash flashed through his mind, Fang Can discovered that he had fallen into a great net that Yen Zhaoga had woven, being trapped in his own cocoon step by step. The fact that both sides were injured, that both sides could perish together, that both sides were fighting with their lives on the line, was all an illusion. Yen Zhaoga had finished weaving the net, waiting for him to crash into it himself. The green abyss sword transformed into an azure dragon and pierced through Fang Ken's chest with a roar. Behind him, Yen Zhaoga's Northern Ocean clone had shockingly already arrived just inches away once more. The shadow of death shrouded Fang Ken's heart, but he was even more unwilling. The surrounding vast ocean world martial practitioners all watched this scene in shock as well. He had originally thought that it would be Yen Zhaoga who would die young as a genius, falling at the hands of a transcending mortality martial grandmaster. Never would he have thought that in the end, it would actually be Fang Can who would be fighting like a cornered beast. And now, this transcending mortality martial grandmaster was shockingly about to perish at Yen Zhaoga's hands. The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners were all completely dumbfounded, as they had never imagined that the situation would actually turn out like this. Their island lord had personally taken action, yet he had actually ended up in such a state. "Don't mess around," a Spirit Rhino Island disciple said with a trembling voice. "Our Spirit Rhino Island is one of the 7 pillars of the good Tao. By killing our chief, you are destroying yourself from the good Tao of the world. No matter how it usually is when it comes to fighting against the demonic path, we, the righteous path, will always be united." Hearing these words, the people of Water Crystal Palace, the Spirit Returning Sect, the Blazing Wind Sect, and the other forces of good all frowned, none of them willing to be the scapegoat for others. However, the gazes with which they looked at Yen Zhaoga were also filled with vigilance and judgment. With the evil saint seemingly blocking myriad sword pool for Yen Zhaoga, those of the forces of good could not help but suspect Yen Zhaoga's identity and stance. Even if Yen Zhaoga did not originate from the sacred evil sect, him slaying the chief of Spirit Rhino Island would undoubtedly be detrimental to the forces of good while benefiting the 6 evil sects. Looking at Yen Zhaoga, Elder Dong, and the others of Water Crystal Palace were all rather hesitant. Hearing his words, Yen Zhaoga seemed like he was smiling, whilst also not as he glanced at that Spirit Rhino Island disciple, his gaze causing them to feel a chill run down their spines. "No matter what happens to me in the future, it is not something that your Spirit Rhino Island can decide. If you have the time to spare, think about what happens to yourselves in the future." Yen Zhaoga laughed lightly, swiveling his head to look at Fang Can as Fang Can coughed out a mouthful of fresh blood, his entire body covered in wounds. However, his expression calmed as he said coldly, "If you dare to kill me, just wait for the encirclement of Water Crystal Palace, Myriad Sword Pool, and the Blood Dragon Sect. At most, this old man will just leave first and wait for you down below." Before he had finished speaking, a boom resounded as Fang Can's head was smashed apart by a single punch of Yen Zhaoga's Northern Ocean clone. His entire body turned into a rain of blood and exploded in the air. "So what if I kill you?" Yen Zhaoga said mildly. "Why wouldn't I dare?" Looking at Yen Zhaoga, the surrounding vast ocean world martial practitioners all felt a chill within their hearts. They had originally thought that defeating Zhang Haoqing and Li Shang in a single move would be the mark of this youth shocking the world with a single brilliant feat, who knew that on that very same day, he would actually slay Fang Can, the chief of Spirit Rhino Island of the 7 Pillars of Good and ranked 7th amongst the top 10 transcending mortality experts. This was already not just shocking the world with a single brilliant feat, but rather earth-shattering and heaven-shocking. The name of Yen Zhaoga would definitely resound throughout the entire vast ocean world after this day, being known by all. Elder Dong and Zhang Haoqing of Water Crystal Palace exchanged looks, their hearts both feeling rather heavy. Such brutal, ruthless, and unbridled methods truly seem like those of the forces of evil. That's not really the case. He has already killed Fang Xiaohong. Sowing blood enmity with Fang can with their irreconcilable enmity. At the end of the day, both sides will have to come to an end. Even if someone mediates between them, they will be able to endure it for a time, but not for a lifetime. What exactly is his relationship with the sacred evil sect? If he really is someone of the forces of evil, the impact would be too great. Now, I instead feel that he is not of the forces of evil. With that clone and such great power, if we were to suddenly kill him in the midst of a great battle with evil, it would not be just Fang Can alone who would die. While those of the forces of good felt uneasy, those of the forces of evil were similarly not having it easy. Elder Yu of the Dragon Slayer sect gazed unblinkingly at Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone. Such a force was too great as it might even affect the overall situation of the vast ocean world. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Li Sheng shook his head slightly, asking Elder Yu, "When will Master arrive?" Elder Yu answered, "He will be arriving soon. I have received news that the Soul-Shocking Box has similarly left Soul-Shocking Island. It seems like the chief of Water Crystal Palace and the 9 dragon fingers of the Blood Dragon sect have both left their seclusion as well." He sighed. They had no choice but to come. If they did not, the heavens might change awe. The focus of everyone's attention, Yan Zhaoge, currently had a calm expression on his face as though he had done something insignificant and insignificant. Yan Zhaoge ignored the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners who were dazed like wooden chickens by the side, instead swiveling his head to look at Fu Enshu, smiling. "I caused Senior Apprentice Ant to be injured earlier, yet still obstruct the enemy and buy time with me." Fu Enshu had already regained her wits now, but the shocked expression on her face had yet to fade completely as she clicked her tongue in wonder as she looked at Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. "It's nothing much. Instead, it was you who really let me watch a good show. It was truly marvelous. So this was the true foundation of that stone statue?" Yan Zhaoge nodded. "That's right." Looking at the Northern Ocean clone, he smiled. "Senior Apprentice, and this show is still not over yet." Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge let out a clear roar. The Northern Ocean clone shot into the skies, his true essence sweeping along Yan Zhaoge and Fu Enshu as he was instantly far away. His direction the bewildering maze sea. The vast ocean world martial practitioners present all came to their senses. Elder Dong and the others grit their teeth, simply following him. Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone resembled a great rock, traversing 1,000 li in an instant. Over at the bewildering maze sea, the two sides who had originally already been paying some attention to the battle situation in the deep sea corridor immediately detected the approach of Yan Zhaoge's group. Feeling that powerful aura of the Northern Ocean clone, whether it was the chief of Myriad Sword Pool Yen Gang who wielded the floating sinking sword or the evil Saint Lin Qiancheng, their movements instantly slowed greatly. This was especially so for the chief of Myriad Sword Pool Yen Gang, who was extremely wary of Yan Zhaoge's group, as he even had the intention of withdrawing and retreating. While he possessed the floating sinking sword, facing Lin Qiancheng and Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone alone, only death awaited him. Still, what caused Yan Gang's heart to jolt slightly was the fact that the Lin Qiancheng before him seemed not to have the intention of entangling him and waiting for Yan Zhaoge to attack together with him, as he instead seemed to have the intention of giving up. The next moment, Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone had already arrived before him. He extended his arms, one in front and one behind, resembling a great spear as he stabbed straight out. Streams of golden and black light congregated, forming an incomparably massive silhouette which bobbed and sank between the heavens and the earth, rising and falling, swift and vigorous. Its target was the evil Saint Lin Qiancheng. To be continued. Chapter 520. First kill a righteous cultivator, then kill a devil cultivator. Yan Zhaoge had never considered such a thought, nor did he need to. Yan Zhaoge snorted disdainfully at Fang Can's words that he would be surrounded and attacked by Water Crystal Palace, Myriad Sword Pool, and the Blood Dragon sect. The righteous and evil sides were in a stalemate, and his existence could break this stalemate. Because of Feng Xiaohong's death, he had fought with Feng Kansas. But before he could confirm that he truly stood on the side of the demonic path, the other righteous path sects would have to be extremely cautious. Otherwise, they would have given the demonic path a chance for nothing. There could only be one reason why Yan Zhaoge had targeted the evil Saint Lin Qianqing. In appearing here, while it seemed like he was expressing goodwill and lending a helping hand to Yan Zhaoge, he was actually pushing the blame of being from the sacred evil sect onto Yan Zhaoge's head. His ulterior motives were as clear as day, as it was equivalent to him having tricked Yan Zhaoge, forcing him to stand on his side. Even as he stirred up the waters, Yan Zhaoge deeply suspected that Lin Qianqing himself had some sort of special plan in wanting to fish in troubled waters. Perhaps, as Lin Qianqing saw it, while Yan Zhaoge possessed shocking potential and strength, he was still only at the 6th or 7th level of the martial Grandmaster realm at the end of the day. Faced with Myriad Sword Pool and Spirit Rhino Island going all out, he would still be unable to resist them at the end of the day. Even if he was dissatisfied, he could only join the demonic Tao in order to not die in Feng Kan's hands. However, he didn't expect that when he forced a snake into its hole, it wasn't a grass snake, but a true dragon. Having refined the Northern Ocean clone, an early essence talisman martial grandmaster, Yan Zhaoge had directly counterkilled a transcending mortality martial grandmaster, Feng Kan of the 7 great heavyweights of good. He had originally thought that this was a pawn that could be cultivated and used, but it turned out to be someone who was on the same level as him in terms of strength. As a result, tragedy befell Feng Kan, and Lin Qianqing did not have it easy either. He immediately realized the consequences of what he had done. "Trust me, I don't like to hold grudges, really." Yan Zhaoge smiled coldly as he looked at Lin Qianqing. "If there is any enmity that can be avenged on the spot, I will do so on the spot. A gentleman does not bear grudges that have been kept for a long time, right? You tricked me, so I naturally have to get back at you. I don't know what you're planning, but I'm going to ruin it for you." Yan Zhaoge smiled coldly. With but a thought, the Northern Ocean clone directly stabbed out with his spear towards Lin Qianqing. Lin Qianqing's entire body was enveloped in a black fog, his 2 eyes bright like starlight. There was no sound coming from the black fog, only the star-like eyes flashed slightly. Streams of black qi suffused the air, blocking Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone's attack while he himself rapidly fled into the distance. The true essence of both sides clashed in the air. It seemed lively, but Lin Qianqing was bent on retreating, and the 2 sides did not engage in a true battle of life and death. Such an action, in the eyes of others, inevitably gave rise to many speculations. Those who had already been suspicious of Yan Zhaoge in the first place grew even more suspicious, feeling that Lin Qianqing was intentionally helping Yan Zhaoge, the 2 of them acting. The chief of Myriad Sword Pool, Yan Gang, was a little hesitant as he did not dare to wield the floating sinking sword with all his might, lest he fall into a trap as he guarded against Yan Zhaoge and Lin Qianqing suddenly joining forces to attack him. Like this, Lin Qianqing was a martial saint at the end of the day, as he did not linger in battle as he only wanted to flee. Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone, having just been refined, would be hard-pressed to keep him there despite its great speed. However, Yan Zhaoge was not despondent as a thoughtful expression instead appeared on his face. Looking at Lin Qianqing's departing figure, Yan Zhaoge suddenly laughed. "You cultivate in the illusory shadow demonic art, right? Its power is indeed unordinary, its variations unpredictable, making it hard for others to see through your foundation. Like an illusory shadow, it is hard for the attacks of others to hit you. At the same cultivation level, martial practitioners who cultivate in the illusory shadow demonic art are extremely hard to kill. Even opponents who are stronger than you would be hard-pressed to kill you. In the vast ocean world, I even suspect that you are the hardest person to kill." Yan Zhaoge said leisurely, "Still, that is under normal circumstances. If this demonic art is not cultivated to the peak of the 10th level of the illusory shadow demonic art, you will be in a state of weakness for a full 9 days out of every month's 30 days. You are at the first level of the martial saint realm. Normally speaking, you should be at the 7th level of the illusory shadow demonic art, at most reaching the 8th level. Yan Zhaoga smiled rather maliciously. When you are in a state of weakness, your devilish art will be unstable. Your body even having your true essence leaking out uncontrollably, exposing your tracks. You better hide well these few days. In the distance, Lin Qianqing's figure did not cease as he vanished into the horizon. However, the minds of all the vast ocean world martial practitioners present wavered for a moment, as they seemed to have seen that lofty evil saint's entire body shake as he staggered slightly. Everyone looked at each other. Are we hallucinating? While others might have seen wrongly, Yen Gang, who wielded the floating sinking sword, would definitely not have seen wrongly. There was only one explanation for that. Yen Zhaoga's words were true. The spirits of all the martial practitioners of good rose slightly. Exchanging glances, Elder Dong and Zhang Haoqing of Water Crystal Palace could both see the shock in the other's eyes. Zhang Haoqing said hesitantly, "If I do not remember wrongly, all these years, when news of the evil saint has not appeared of his own accord, it seems to be on days like the 1st, 5th, 10th, 11th, and 15th of the month?" Elder Dong closed his eyes, earnestly recalling for a while before he opened them, and nodded slowly. "That's right. On the 1st, 5th, or 10th of the month, while not all 9 days are occupied, they are within this range." Zhang Haoqing wrung his hands. If we had not acted, we would not have known that the evil saint had been in a weakened state at the time. Otherwise, this would have been a good time to deal with him. He would not even have been able to conceal his tracks, missing out on so many opportunities for nothing. It was true that the evil saint was powerful, but what was most troublesome was that his movements were unpredictable, his thoughts hard to grasp. A Water Crystal Palace martial practitioner secretly asked via sound transmission, "Could it be yet another trap, a lie that they have colluded with?" Elder Dong said, "If it is a lie, the evil saint's actions over the long years have all been in preparation for this lie. However, as long as we are cautious enough, this lie will not have much effect. The risks far outweigh the benefits, the returns much lower than the costs." Looking at Yen Zhaoga, he sighed lightly. If it is to help this youth gain his trust, it is also completely not worth it. Zhang Haoqing looked first at Yen Zhaoga and then at the Northern Ocean clone beside him, smiling bitterly. Even if the two of them are colluding, it is also impossible for this young master Yen to be of the sacred evil sect. He is able to speak on equal terms with any expert of this world. However, if Yen Zhaoga was not a descendant of the sacred evil sect, where did the forces of good start suspecting him from? Everyone exchanged looks, smiling bitterly. With such great strength, how could they hope for him to just sit there and wait for death when facing Fangken? He was not a fool. Even the chief of Myriad Sword Pool, Yen Gang, felt a headache coming on. At the end of the day, it was still because Yen Zhaoga was too powerful. If such a person was confirmed to be an enemy, there would be nothing to say. They would just do what they had to do, everyone relying on their own methods. However, if it was a neutral person, forcing him to the side of evil, wouldn't that just be looking for trouble for themselves? Therefore, looking at Yen Zhaoga, they all felt their balls aching for a time. Chapter 521. Looking at the fleeing evil Saint Lin Qianqing, Yen Zhaoga shrugged. The sacred evil sect was strange and mysterious, not to mention the people of the righteous path. Even the people of the demonic path didn't have a good relationship with them. The Dragon Slayer sect, Soul Shocking Island, and other forces of the 6 evil sects were very wary of them. Now that he had exposed Lin Qianqing's weakness, there would be many people who had designs on him. The sacred evil sect had been established for many years, and their whereabouts were secretive. They had never encountered any great tribulations, so they definitely had a considerable family business. Whoever could swallow it up would definitely be of great benefit to them. Of course, Yen Jiaoge himself was also such a fat sheep, his entire body filled with treasures. Still, comparatively speaking, after today, those of the vast ocean world would be very cautious in having designs on him. After all, as compared to the evil saint who had been domineering for many years, Yen Jiaoge, who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, was actually even more mysterious, as he was unable to be seen through. Water Crystal Palace, the spirit-returning sect, the Blazing Wind sect, and the other forces of good could only feel their balls aching at this moment. Meanwhile, those of the Dragon Slayer sect, Green Snake Island, and the other forces of evil were currently looking at Yen Jiaoge with conflicted looks on their faces. The most embarrassed person was none other than the sect master of the 10,000 sword pool, Yin Gang. Of the 7 pillars of good, Spirit Rhino Island had always been on good terms with Myriad Sword Pool. Yen Gang had come out of seclusion this time because of Fong Can's invitation. In the end, Yen Jiaoge had virtually killed Fong Can right in front of Yen Gang. Amidst the tragedy of Spirit Rhino Island, Myriad Sword Pool had also suffered a great loss of face. If he wanted to settle the score with Yen Jiaoge, Yen Gang did not have the confidence to take him down. Soul Shocking Island's Island Master and Dragon Slayer Sect's Sect Master were both rushing over with the Soul Shocking box. Yen Gang had to be wary of them taking advantage of him. However, if Yen Gang did not stand up for Spirit Rhino Island, it would be an even greater blow to their Myriad Sword Pool's reputation, at the same time causing a rift between them and Spirit Rhino Island. Furthermore, Fong Can's death also meant that Myriad Sword Pool's alliance with Spirit Rhino Island had suffered a blow to their strength, causing them to be at a disadvantage against the other 7 pillars of good. In the blink of an eye, countless thoughts flashed through Yen Gang's mind. At this time, a voice came from afar. Yen Gang, are you going to continue? This old man is very happy to watch the battle. Yen Gang's expression changed slightly as he recognized the voice of one of the 6 evil paths, the Island Lord of Shocking Soul Island. Although the other party was not a martial saint, he wielded the ancestral sacred weapon, the Soul Shocking Box. His strength was extraordinary, and he was one of the top 3 of the 6 evil paths. Yen Gang gazed at Yen Jiaoge, who laughed. Don't look at me. I don't know this person either. What he is planning, everyone is clear on it. Of course, he knew that it was nothing more than to curry favor with Yen Jiaoge. With Lin Qianqing as an example, the island master of Soul Shocking Island did not act rashly. He only stood far away and restrained Yen Gang. Looks of despair appeared on the faces of the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners. First, not speaking of whether Yen Gang could defeat Yen Jiaoge. Under such circumstances, even if he could, Yen Gang would not be able to make a move. While the relationship between the 2 clans was close, no matter how shameless the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners were, they would not dare to ask Yen Gang to take on the immense risk of fighting 1 against 2 just to stand up for them. The humiliation and hatred of their island lord being killed was destined to never be washed away today. The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners were even beginning to worry about whether Yen Jiaoge might be vicious and merciless enough to finish them off. The face of the Myriad Sword Pool's sect master, Yen Gang, was as grim as still water. He seemed extremely displeased. However, only he himself would know whether he was feeling relieved, no longer having to continue being stuck between a rock and a hard place. Yen Jiaoge smiled mildly, seemingly completely ignoring the tense atmosphere before him as he walked leisurely towards the bewildering Mei Sea with his hands behind his back. The evil saint should have some special motives in wanting to take advantage of the situation. Because I attacked here out of his expectations, he gave up halfway. However, some clues might have been left behind. Are you not interested? Hearing Yen Jiaoge's words, the hearts of Yen Gang and the others all jolted slightly. Yen Jiaoge was not of the sacred evil sect. If Lin Qianqing had not come here to stand up for those of his lineage, why had he specially rushed here? Just helping Yen Jiaoge to be the scapegoat was clearly not sufficient to trouble this evil saint. After all, No one had known before that Yan Zhaoge was actually powerful to such an extent that he could shake the balance of power in the vast ocean world. In that case, Lin Qianqing's actions were truly thought-provoking. Amidst their thoughts, they followed Yan Zhaoge's footsteps, moving towards the interior of the bewildering Maze Sea. Even the powerful, terrifying aura of the chief of Soul-Shocking Island, who had not appeared before them, followed. The Northern Ocean clone brought Yan Zhaoge and Fu Enshu along. Yan Zhaoge paid attention to the surrounding activity. Since he knew that Lin Qianqing cultivated in the illusory shadow demonic art, he had to be exceptionally careful. The traces he had left behind would not be easy to discover. The bewildering Maze Sea itself possesses the power of confusion, which will eliminate many traces. Yan Zhaoge pondered slightly. Still, from the looks of it, he seems to be searching for something. While the others were dubious, they were even more tempted. Something that could cause the evil Saint Lin Qianqing to be mesmerized by it was naturally extraordinary. Still, having been disturbed by Yan Zhaoge like this, there was naturally no need for him to search for it. Next, he would have to pay more attention to concealing his tracks, lest others take advantage of his weakness to sneak in. Seeing that there were no other clues left, Yan Zhaoge stood where he was and pondered for a while before smiling and shaking his head. He leisurely waved goodbye to the others. "Everyone, I have finished what I have to do here. There is naturally no need for me to stay any longer. Let us meet again." True essence surged within the acupoints of the Northern Ocean clone, streams of light transforming into wings that unfurled, sweeping Yan Zhaoge and Fu Enshu along as they instantly flew tens of thousands of kilometers away, vanishing into the distance. The vast ocean world martial practitioners all did not know whether to laugh or to cry, their emotions complex to the extreme as they did not know what to say for a time. It was just that everyone was currently thinking about various things, all of them related to Yan Zhaoge. With his first move, he had slain the chief of Spirit Rhino Island, Feng Kan, of the 7 Pillars of Good, also pointing out the weakness of the chief of the Sacred Evil Sect, Lin Qianqing of the 6 Evil Sects. Every single thing, shook the heavens beneath the heavens. What kind of changes would this mysterious youth who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere bring to the vast ocean world? Whatever the case, however, even if Yan Zhaoge vanished from this world, he had already become a legend, destined to leave behind a heavy, colorful stroke in the history books of the vast ocean world. Powerful auras approached from other directions. Everyone was jolted awake, knowing that they were the Palace Lord of Water Crystal Palace, the chief of the Blood Dragon sect, and the chief of the Dragon Slayer sect, who had hurried over. For a time, the numerous experts of the vast ocean world actually congregated here. Still, very quickly, the chief of the Dragon Slayer sect and the chief of Soul-Shocking Island were the first to retreat, the evil martial practitioners also remaining vigilant against the forces of good as they retreated. Those of the forces of good did not pursue them. Everyone needed time to digest everything that had happened today, as they had to reconsider the future development of the situation as well as their own grand plans. It was instead Yan Zhaoge himself who had stirred up a storm, who was currently feeling rather relaxed and happy. Looking at the Northern Ocean clone beside him, Yan Zhaoge was all smiles. "Oh, it is indeed useful. Still, its cultivation base is much higher than mine, and controlling it requires a lot of mental effort. When this clone fights with others, it would not be so convenient for me to act myself." Fu Enshu pointed at him, showing off. Yan Zhaoge chuckled, not speaking. To be continued. Chapter 5:22. Looking at Yan Zhaoge's lazy appearance, Fu Enshu shook her head and laughed. After laughing, Fu Enshu asked curiously, "Still, how were you able to refine the mortal shell of a martial saint as your clone while still at the martial grandmaster realm?" Even with the help of that sweet pouring raindrops, it should still have been beyond my capabilities? Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change. It should be related to my essence talisman. When I cultivated to the mid-essence spirit stage, I obtained 10 spirit leaves, of which the rune inscribed on the 10th leaf was rather special. That was something that I gained from comprehending the principles of the heavens and the earth during my cultivation. It is profound beyond words, hard to describe. Still, it must have contained some sort of profound principles within, helping me to succeed today. Fu Enshu recalled, nodding slowly, "It is indeed profound. I saw your father's 10 leaves blossoming 10 flowers that year, and it was also profound and indiscernible. Still, it didn't seem to be as deep as yours." She sighed in admiration. Spirit leaves and spirit flowers are everyone's fortuitous encounters, yet also a manifestation of one's accumulated understanding of martial arts. Being able to have such a fortuitous encounter is inextricably linked to the foundation that you have normally established. Yan Zhaoge chuckled. "I think so too." Seeing his shameless look, Fu Enshu was not vexed. "Right. While I have not supervised your cultivation, I know that you have always been very hard-working." Yan Zhaoge asked, "How are your injuries, senior apprentice aunt?" "I fought with someone just now. If I want to completely recover, some time will be needed," Fu Enshu said. "Instead, are we heading to Chongli Mountain now?" Yan Zhaoge nodded. "That's right. Directly passing through the Spirit Rhino Sea now, we will be able to head to the Directionless Sea without any obstructions." Let alone the fact that Fang Ken was already dead. Even if he was still alive, he would still be powerless to stop Yan Zhaoge from bringing the Northern Ocean clone through the Spirit Rhino Sea. Chongli Mountain should have already received news of what happened here in the Deep Sea Corridor and the bewildering Maze Sea. If Bai Jingkong and his wife are still around, hearing the descriptions of my appearance, they should be able to guess my identity. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Still, from the looks of it, the higher echelons of Chongli Mountain should still be tight-lipped. Senior apprentice brother Su became a guest elder there, living together with little June are all these years. There have not been much news of them in the vast ocean world, as they were just ordinary solitary practitioners. Fu Enshu looked slightly despondent. "As you say, it has already been around 7 to 8 years since they came to the vast ocean world. I wonder how that child Yuzhen is doing now." Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge scratched his head a little. "This is really hard to say. We will only know when we have arrived at Chongli Mountain." "Fu, Fu," said Fu, Mountain Yan Mountain, Li Fu, 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 Fu Tian, Fu, Fu, Enshu Fu. Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone transformed into a great rock, grabbing both Yan Zhaoge and Fu Enshu with its claws as it spread its wings, riding the wind and traveling at a high speed. Fu Enshu did not suffer from any turbulence. Raising his head to look at his Northern Ocean clone, Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly. The Northern Ocean martial Saint Zhuang Kuan indeed possessed shocking martial prowess. Sadly, he perished midway. Otherwise, he might have had a chance to head to the world beyond worlds in the future. Yan Zhaoge was rather in favor of Zhuang Kuan's martial Tao as it had its unique aspects. Now that he had become his Northern Ocean clone, he could similarly cultivate and raise his strength. Yan Zhaoge was calculating what kind of supreme martial arts he should pair with in order to allow the Northern Ocean clone to improve even more quickly. This clone already possessed the body of a martial saint. The martial arts that he had originally cultivated in had been extremely stable, as it would instead not be good for him to change and cultivate in supreme martial arts like the peerless heavenly scripture. Forcibly changing it might just be learning to walk like a child, the gains not making up for the losses. Still, it is not that there is no way. It just needs to be done slowly and gradually. As Yan Zhaoge pondered, his true martial spirit talisman appeared above his head, shining brightly. To Yan Zhaoge, there was another meaning to his ascension into the essence talisman martial grandmaster realm. Strange and graceful talisman characters flashed in his eyes. He raised a palm above his head before flipping it over, slapping downwards. His movements were broad, simple and heavy. At this moment, Yan Zhaoge's entire aura was different as he resembled a descended divinity. Accompanied by the flip of his palm, the heavens and the earth seemed to reverse as the sky smashed downwards. Beneath that palm, it was like the heavens were collapsing. It was precisely one of Broad Creed Mountain's 3 supreme martial arts, the heavenly broad creed palm. Still, the heavenly broad creed palm that Yan Zhaoge executed now seemed somewhat different from before. Above Yan Zhaoge's head, other than the true martial spirit talisman with the peerless heavenly scripture as its foundation, another essence talisman was shockingly gradually condensing. As this talisman manifested, the aura of Yan Zhaoge's heavenly broad creed palm rose unceasingly, as it actually seemed like the heavens and the earth were about to be overturned. It was not just the heavens and the earth. All the principles of this world seemed to be reversing along with it. Yin and yang, light and darkness, cold and heat, speed and inactivity, and so on appeared one after another, with the momentum of being overturned. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Broad Creed Mountain's supreme martial art, the heavenly broad creed palm, had been obtained by their founder, the heaven-establishing old man Qiu Yuan, from analyzing the legacies of the jade, clear, direct lineage of pre-great calamity times, having been developed to this day. Meanwhile, this jade, clear, direct lineage martial art that he had unearthed was the cyclic heavenly scripture that was ranked alongside the peerless heavenly scripture and the life creation heavenly scripture. The cyclic heavenly scripture was of the orthodox, direct lineage of the jade, clear lineage, signifying the overturning of the heavens and overturning the earth. Its fundamental profundities and essential principles were not just the mere overturning of the heavens and the earth, but the reversal of 2 extremities. The principle that it researched was the essence of the power that caused even the heavens and the earth to be overturned. It could similarly be manifested in reversing yin and yang, reversing heaven and earth, intersecting movement and inactivity, reversing heat and coldness, and so on and so forth. The 2 extremities that seemed opposite were instead intimately combined as one. Grasping the crux of this, a bit of power would be able to overturn the heavens and the earth, thus forming incomparable power. This was the true intent of the cyclic heavenly scripture, a powerful supreme martial art like the cyclic heavenly seal that could reign supreme over all ages, its fame resounding through the ages. In the past, the head disciple of the jade, clear lineage's founder, the Lord of primordial beginning, the Lord of broad accomplishment, had been proficient in this art. He had also possessed a supreme treasure of the same name, the cyclic heavenly seal, which had slain countless experts in that legendary era. The current heavenly broad creed palm of Broad Creed Mountain was actually a variant and derivative of the incomplete cyclic heavenly seal. When Yan Zhaoge had chosen his 3 supreme martial arts that year, he had not chosen the limitless heavenly sword that he was most familiar with or the immeasurable heavenly saber that his father cultivated in, instead choosing the heavenly broad creed palm. It had actually been to establish a foundation for this day. While he did not cultivate in it, being proficient in the cyclic heavenly scripture had allowed Yan Zhaoge to achieve twice the results with half the effort when learning the heavenly broad creed palm. Whether it was in terms of cultivation speed or comprehension of martial arts, he had far surpassed others. Now, with the foundation established by the heavenly broad creed palm being converted into the cyclic heavenly seal, he would soon be able to attain minor accomplishments in it. Having stepped into the essence talisman martial grandmaster realm and condensed his true martial spirit talisman, Yan Zhaoge would now be able to start cultivating in other supreme martial arts besides the peerless heavenly scripture. To be continued. Chapter 5:23. Another true martial spirit talisman was slowly condensing above his head. Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm as his breathing coincided with the principles of the heavenly Tao. Amidst his breathing, a surging power seemed to agglomerate. A person's simple breathing at any time and any place actually contained the principle of one withdrawing and one releasing, the two extremes reversing. The great Tao was simple as it contained infinite profundities. Yan Zhaoge had achieved minor success in cultivating in the cyclic heavenly scripture. Even if he did not specially circulate his martial arts, he would secretly accumulate power amidst his breathing, causing his martial arts to grow deeper and deeper. Bit by bit, his cultivation base grew stronger and stronger, as though he was cultivating it every single moment, every single instant. This was indisputably of great benefit to the increase of his cultivation base, allowing him to cultivate much faster than other martial practitioners, saving innumerable amounts of time as well. Under normal circumstances, the higher one's cultivation base, the harder it would be for them to make breakthroughs, the more time and effort they would have to expend. However, Yan Zhaoge, who had some success in cultivating in the cyclic heavenly scripture, could go against the flow, breaking through this norm. Taoism was supreme, the direct lineage of the three clear lineages. Whether it was the peerless heavenly scripture or the cyclic heavenly scripture, they both possessed boundless miraculous uses. As Yan Zhaoge cultivated, he was brought along by the Northern Ocean clone, traversing the Spirit Rhino Sea and heading to the Directionless Sea. At the same time, Yan Zhaoge took out that dark green bamboo branch of his, appraising it as he pondered. Perhaps it should be called a bamboo cane now. The bamboo joints had already grown to 4, each a foot long. The entire bamboo cane was now 4 feet long, having also become a little thicker than it had been initially. Even this bamboo cane could cause high-grade spirit artifacts to be unable to withstand it, having to retreat in order to avoid it. With it, mid-grade spirit artifacts could now be directly shattered into smithereens. Yan Zhaoge lightly brushed past the dark green bamboo cane, gazing at the faint purple light that flickered on its surface. After pondering for a moment, Yan Zhaoge opened the internal crystal furnace, throwing the bamboo cane within once more. Most of the mid-grade spirit artifacts that Yan Zhaoge had obtained earlier had been thrown into the internal crystal furnace, merging with this dark green bamboo cane. Now, Yan Zhaoge was going to throw in high-grade spirit artifacts. Whether it was in the 8 extremities world or the vast ocean world, high-grade spirit artifacts were extremely precious existences. Even for sacred grounds like Broad Creed Mountain, the Sacred Sun Clan, the Heavenly Thunder Hall, or even Water Crystal Palace, the Dragon Slayer Sect, Spirit Rhino Island, the Sacred Evil Sect, and Changli Mountain, high-grade spirit artifacts could only barely be allocated to martial grandmasters of the Essence Talisman realm and above with no excess. For some newly advanced early Essence Talisman martial grandmasters, if they were not proficient in forging artifacts themselves, they would even have to use mid-grade spirit artifacts for a period of time. And if it was an Essence Talisman martial grandmaster among solitary practitioners, it was extremely rare for them to possess a high-grade spirit artifact. Being able to possess the high-grade spirit artifact, the Green Abyss Sword, while still at the Essence Spirit stage like Yan Zhaoge, was an exception amongst exceptions. While Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di unceasingly analyzed and strengthened the internal crystal furnace, they were still unable to mass-produce high-grade spirit artifacts now. Yan Zhaoge had once considered for a moment whether he should keep his high-grade spirit artifact with him. Even if he didn't use it, he could share it with others. Still, after thinking about it, Yan Zhaoge still decided to smelt it into his dark green bamboo cane. A spirit rhino orb and a jade light mirror were both thrown into the internal crystal furnace by Yan Zhaoge. The jade light mirror aside, the spirit rhino orb had been the guardian treasure of Spirit Rhino Island. In the end, following Fong Can's death, it had fallen into Yan Zhaoge's hands as well. Not just the death of their chief Fong Can, this high-grade spirit artifact, having been lost, was also the reason why all of Spirit Rhino Island had been so anxious, unwilling to let the matter rest. Still, Yan Zhaoge ignored them as he happily sent the Spirit Rhino orb into the internal crystal furnace. If the seniors of the clan find out, don't scold me for being a wastrel, treating a high-grade spirit artifact as firewood, hee hee. High-grade spirit artifacts possessed extremely high spirituality and also possessed majestic power, such that the internal crystal furnace was even somewhat unable to bear it, as it required the assistance of the Northern Ocean clone before it could continue circulating. Just like that, Yanjiaoga cultivated while forging treasures, being brought along by the Northern Ocean clone as they flew through the horizon. Due to him being distracted, the Northern Ocean clone did not advance quickly. Still, as a martial saint, he was incomparably swift in his movements. Even though he was moving slowly, he still very quickly traversed the Spirit Rhino Sea, arriving at the Directionless Sea. As they neared the border between the Directionless Sea and the Spirit Rhino Sea, Yanjiaoga's gaze flickered slightly. A few figures appeared indistinctly up ahead. One of them was clearly the Changli Mountain martial practitioner whom he had met once before by Jinkong. The great rock retracted its wings, revealing the figures of Yanjiaoga and Fu Enshu. The Northern Ocean clone stood quietly behind Yanjiaoga. Seeing Yanjiaoga's appearance, Bai Jinkong instead heaved a sigh of relief as he first bowed. "Young Master Yan, I trust that you have been well." Yanjiaoga smiled, nodding. "I trust that you have been well." Seeing this, the other Changli Mountain martial practitioners beside Bai Jinkong all relaxed as well. After having seen Yanjiaoga's appearance from various channels, Bai Jinkong had recognized him. With this, they had at least first confirmed that Yanjiaoga was not of the evil Dao. Also, with their previous relationship, it would also be more convenient for Changli Mountain to interact with him. First, not speaking of what would happen in the future. The strength that Yanjiaoga had displayed now at the very least was worthy of Changli Mountain expressing goodwill towards them. As for the problem of Spirit Rhino Island, it was not a conflict between good and evil as a whole. With Spirit Rhino Island having been damaged, it was impossible for Changli Mountain to stand up for them. The relationship between the two sides was not usually that harmonious, with conflicts and friction occurring from time to time. With Spirit Rhino Island having been damaged and Fangcan having perished, it was not beneficial for the martial practitioners of good to compete with the martial practitioners of evil. However, if Yanjiaoga was willing to lend a hand, it would be much better than Fangcan's. Therefore, those of Changli Mountain were very relaxed and friendly. The other Changli Mountain martial practitioners immediately came forward to greet Yanjiaoga and the others. Yanjiaoga first introduced Fu Enshu to them. Fu Enshu had previously heard that Xue Fei and Shijun were doing quite well at Changli Mountain. Now that she was facing the martial practitioners of Changli Mountain, she felt somewhat cordial. "Right, Elder Bai. I wonder if my senior apprentice brother and junior apprentice nephew are currently at your Changli Mountain?" Yanjiaoga was also concerned about the situation of Su Fei and the others. Bai Jinkong said, "Mr. Su is currently on the mountain, looking after nephew Shijun's mother. If it's nephew Shijun, he was already out before our clan received news of you. I have already sent someone to contact him. Speaking of this, young Master Yan, you caused such a huge commotion this time that everyone in the entire vast ocean world knows about it. Nephew Shijun will definitely know about it as well. I believe that he will return to the mountain very soon." Yanjiaoga smiled. "Elder Bai overpraises me. If not for Spirit Rhino Island finding trouble with me, I would not have intended to make a move at all. I have always been hoping to come to your side as soon as possible." As they conversed, they returned to Changli Mountain together. From the looks of the other party, Yanjiaoga knew that after confirming his identity, Changli Mountain would definitely contact Water Crystal Palace and the Spirit Returning Sect very quickly. This was also a good thing. The blame that Fangcan and Lin Qiancheng had jointly placed on his head could now be removed. Even if there had been no harm done to him earlier, being made a scapegoat was still something that made him unhappy. Indeed, having arrived at Directionless Island where Changli Mountain was located, they saw a man who resembled a mountain, deep as an abyss and deep as a mountain, standing there waiting for them. The man's face was brimming with a joyous smile. It was precisely Su Fei. To be continued. Chapter 5:24. Su Fei first bowed towards Fu Enshu before smiling and hugging Yan Zhaoga. He appraised Yan Zhaoga. "Oh, your age." Yan Zhaoga smiled and nodded. "Only a little over a year has passed there." Shui Fei shook his head and laughed. Fu Enshu asked, "How is Yuzhin?" Zhaoga's judgment is very accurate. The rainbow dawn chalcedony is indeed helpful for sister-in-law Yuzhin's condition. Shui Fei retracted his smile and said with a serious expression, "The current situation is much better than before, but sister-in-law Yuzhin has yet to wake up." Su Fei's expression was still comparatively more relaxed. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoga and Fu Enshu also relaxed. On this directionless island, I was pleasantly surprised to find a spirit spring. The spring water is also effective for sister-in-law Yuzhin. However, the spring water dried up a few decades ago. Now, only a small amount of spring water is produced. Shui Fei said as he walked, "I will now suppress the ice coffin containing sister-in-law Yuzhin's body directly under the spring. I just don't know how long it will take. I must thank the friends of Changli Mountain for allowing us to borrow the spirit spring." Bai Jingkong and the others hurriedly said that there was no need, and Yan Zhaoga and Fu Enshu expressed their thanks once more. After visiting the chief of Changli Mountain, the other party very considerately did not keep Yan Zhaoga and the others any longer, allowing them to head straight to the spirit spring in the back mountain and check on Yuzhin's situation. After analyzing the spring water for a moment, Yan Zhaoga nodded slightly. To think that it could be found in this vast ocean world, the ocean scorching spring. It is indeed effective for sister-in-law Yuzhin. Sadly, the spring water has almost dried up, and we can only slowly grind it out now. He sighed. "I'm afraid it will take many more years. The sea-scorching spring is not easy to carry around. It needs running water to be effective." Yan Zhaoga looked rather worriedly at Su Fei. "I had originally intended to bring you back home. Back to the Eight Extremities world this time." Shui Fei smiled and shook his head. "It's fine. June, and I will continue to stand guard here. Don't worry about us." Yan Zhaoga said, "Seeing that you are safe and sound now, we can finally rest a little more at ease." Shui Fei asked, "How is the current situation in the Eight Extremities world?" As this was mentioned, Yan Zhaoga and Fu Enshu exchanged glances, their expressions both turning rather gloomy. Yan Zhaoga picked out the key pieces of information, summarizing them for Su Fei to hear. There were various pieces of news, both good and bad. The invasion of the 9 underworlds in the Earth domain had been repelled. The flame devils had been sealed in the East Sea and would not be able to cause trouble for a very long time. Yandi had transcended mortality and entered sainthood, his might presiding over the entire Eight Extremities world as he presided arrogantly over the entire Eight Extremities world. Yuan Jingfeng's disappearance, Feng Zhuan's heavy injuries, Feng Yinsheng and Yin Liuhua's situation unknown, their fates unknown, caused Shui Fei to knit his brows in worry. The main problem with Grandmaster is that he fell into space-time turbulence. I don't know where he went, so it's difficult to find him. Yan Zhaoga said softly, "Still, there is no need to worry too much about his safety. While he has lost an arm, he is still a martial saint and a veteran of the world. He should be able to turn the situation around. Second, martial uncle. It'll be fine as long as he recuperates. I've dealt with him before I left, and I can confirm that his life is no longer in danger." Yan Zhaoga rubbed his temples. Instead, it's junior apprentice sister Feng and the others whose situation is unknown. They might be facing a life and death crisis. Even without those of the Sacred Sun clan making a move, if they were swept into the power of the seal, it would also be a situation of certain death for them. After a long time, Shui Fei exhaled a long, turbid breath. "I hope that they can turn the situation around." Yan Zhaoga fell silent. He felt a rare anxiety creeping up from the bottom of his heart, requiring him to control it unceasingly as he warned himself to remain calm and rational. Looking at Yan Zhaoga, Fu Enshu seemed to have felt something. Still, she did not speak in the end, just letting out a sigh that was hard to understand. Shui Fei changed the topic. Grandmaster is missing. Chief is sealing the Flame Devils in the East Sea, and Senior Apprentice Uncle Fong is still in a deep slumber from his heavy injuries. Then, are the two Grand Elders in charge of the clan now? Yan Zhaoga stabilized his mind, saying, Elder Zhang is sitting over the clan. After Second Apprentice Uncle has been sent back to the mountain, he should be helping to look after them and treat their injuries. Elder, he went to the East Sea together with my father. Yan Zhaoga swiveled his head to look at Fu Enshu, who said, Senior Apprentice Uncle, he battled several great flame devils alone, one of which was extremely close to being a flame devil king, not inferior to our transcending mortality, martial grandmasters. Senior Apprentice Uncle, he slew his opponent, also sustaining injuries. Still, his life should not be in danger. If nothing unexpected happens, the two Grand Elders should be in charge of the clan now, with Senior Apprentice Brother Chong handling the day-to-day affairs on their behalf. The Senior Apprentice Brother Chong that Fu Enshu spoke of was that previous East Sea First Seed Elder, Chongzheng. In the great tribulation of Broad Creed Mountain, Shi Tai of the Disciplinary Hall had perished. It had been Chongzheng who had returned from the East Sea, taking over the position of First Seat Elder of the Disciplinary Hall. He was the head disciple of the Grand Elder Zhang Kuan, a late Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster. As compared to Shi Tai, Feng Zhuan, Fu Enshu, and the others, Yan Zhaoga was more unfamiliar with Chongzheng, who was often not at Broad Creed Mountain. After Chongzheng had returned to the mountain, it had been Yan Zhaoga's turn to frequently go out, the two not having any direct contact. However, just from what he knew, this Senior Apprentice Uncle Chong was also one of the few peak figures of Broad Creed Mountain's senior generation, having stepped into the late Essence Talisman stage even earlier than Fu Enshu. Amongst those of the same generation, only Yan Di, Feng Zhuan, and Shi Tai were above him. He had been the first seat elder of the West Heaven region, the first seat elder of the East Sea, all the way to his current position of first seat elder of the Disciplinary Hall. Yan Zhaoga asked, I remember that Senior Apprentice Uncle Chong also went to the East Sea? Fu Enshu nodded, that's right. Still, Senior Apprentice Brother Chong should be fine, not having been injured. Su Fei said, in resisting the simultaneous invasion of the Flame Devils and the 9 underworlds this time, our clan has sacrificed quite a bit. However, as long as we can get through this, the bitterness will be over and the sweetness will begin. Not mentioning anything else, once the seal of the East Sea is completely completed and Chief escapes, there will be no one who can stop him. Yan Zhaoga nodded. Just don't be too careless. He exhaled lightly. Anyway, we have to hurry back as soon as possible. Fu Enshu said, that's right. Now that you have refined a martial saint clone, having returned to the 8 extremities world, you will be a force that cannot be neglected, especially with Junior Apprentice Brother Yen, Old Man Mo, East Huang, and Song Wuliang unable to leave the East Sea. An additional martial saint of our clan will be of great use. With the clear Qi robe in you, it will be sufficient for us to pass through this smoothly, waiting for Junior Apprentice Brother Yen to extricate himself from the East Sea. Su Fei smiled. If Junior Apprentice Sister Feng and the others are blessed by the heavens, our clan will still have a high chance of obtaining the extreme Yin crown. Yan Zhaoga nodded silently. I hope that they will be safe. In the following days, Yan Zhaoga and Fu Enshu remained on Directionless Island, Fu Enshu recuperating from her injuries, while Yan Zhaoga analyzed on the martial Dao, while patiently waiting for the lofty prestige mirror to recover. At the same time, he also waited for Shi Jun to return to Changli Mountain. Yan Zhaoga very much hoped to see the already grown Shi Jun unexpectedly. However, Shi Jun did not return. Instead, he received news related to him. What did you say? Yan Zhaoga and Su Fei both looked in shock at Changli Mountains by Jinkong. Little June abducted someone's daughter, their whereabouts now unknown. Chapter 5:25. Outside, Yan Zhaoge had fought a heaven-shaking, earth-overturning battle with Lin, Qianqing, and Fang Can. But he had still avoided exposing his relationship with Su Fei and Shi Jun as much as possible, fearing that they would be implicated. This was especially so after having come to Changli Mountain this time and learnt that Shi Jun had long since left. Yan Zhaoge rejoiced slightly at his earlier caution. With the flaws of Lin Qianqing's illusory shadow demonic art having been exposed, he now had to carefully avoid the limelight lest he be encircled. With the chief of Spirit Rhino Island Fang Can killed, while there were still many experts, with the sweet-pouring Reindew vein that Yan Zhaoge had left behind, they were still at loggerheads with the spirit-returning sect. They would not be able to extricate themselves for a while, as they were left in a terrible state. However, Yan Zhaoge did not forget that there was another sacred ground-level power of the vast ocean world that had enmity with him, the evil shifting sect of the 6 evil sects. The number 1 essence spirit martial grandmaster of the evil shifting sect, Dark Evil Jiang Xiong, had been slain by Yan Zhaoge in the bewildering Maze Sea along with a few other martial grandmasters. The news had been spread by Spirit Rhino Island back then. During the battle of the Deep Sea Corridor, having learnt that Yan Zhaoge had appeared, the evil shifting sect had hurried over as well. Still, whether it was fortunate or unfortunate, they had been a step too late. When the chief of the evil shifting sect had arrived, the battle of the Deep Sea Corridor had already been concluded. Yan Zhaoge had left after shocking the world. With the Northern Ocean clone present, the chief of the evil shifting sect had not dared to pursue Yan Zhaoge alone, as he could only give up resentfully. Yan Zhaoge had still been a little worried earlier that if those of the evil shifting sect knew of his relationship with Su Fei and Shi Jun, they might make things difficult for Shi Jun. However, he would never have thought that the news he had received had nothing to do with the evil shifting sect at all. Instead, it was that Shi Jun had abducted a female disciple of the Blood Dragon sect, vanishing together with her. What exactly is going on? Yan Zhaoge was tongue-tied as he did not know whether to laugh or to cry. It shouldn't be eloping, right? This kid can do it. I think very highly of him. Bai Jingkong, who had come to report the news, could not laugh. The one who has gone missing is the Blood Dragon sect's chief Shin, Shicheng. The Blood Dragon sect has sent back news. It was that Jun who wanted Shining. Blood sect disciples tried to stop him, but Shi Jun killed 2 of them and heavily injured 1. In the end, Shining was abducted then. She Shen-ing, her shunning, and Shining, he sh, Xue Fei frowned. How is that possible? Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, looking at Su Fei. According to your description of Shi Jun's character these past few days, it doesn't seem like something he would do. According to Xue Fei, Shi Jun's growth was more or less influenced by his father, Shi Songtao. It wasn't that his personality was becoming more and more like Shi Songtao's, but Shi Jun seemed to be intentionally differentiating himself from his father. This was reflected in Shi Jun's inability to tolerate crimes that committed crimes, to the extent that he abhorred evil as if it were his mortal enemy. It was as if he was trying to prove that he was different from Shi Songtao. As Yan Zhaoge saw it, these effects were still within an acceptable range. Still, he still had to be careful. Shi Jun's personality was sensitive and precocious. His life experiences had given him an urgent desire to prove himself. Fortunately, with Su Fei's guidance over the past few years, Shi Jun's character had been very tough aside from his somewhat impatient personality. Just during Yan Zhaoge's stay at Changli Mountain, the Changli Mountain martial practitioners had all praised him greatly. There weren't many who knew of Yan Zhaoge's relationship with Shi Jun, so this kind of evaluation was basically believable. Yan Zhaoge looked at Bai Jingkong. As far as I know, the relationship between the Blood Dragon sect and Changli Mountain is not that harmonious. When Yan Zhaoge had met Bai Jingkong and his wife that year, he had seen them in conflict with the martial practitioners of the Blood Dragon sect, with the other side even attempting to kill them. Bai Jingkong nodded with a sunken expression. That's right. Of the 7 pillars of good, our clan's relationship with the blood dragon sect might be the worst. If not for the conflict between good and evil, the 2 sects of the vast ocean world with which Changli Mountain had the worst relationship would be the blood dragon sect and the evil, shifting sect. They could virtually be considered mortal enemies. All these years, if not for the 6 evil sects being their common enemy, the relationship between the blood dragon sect and Changli Mountain would have worsened even further. Yan Zhaoga spread his hands apart. Therefore, the words of the blood dragon sect cannot be trusted. They might just be making use of this as a pretext to find fault with us. His eyes narrowed into slits, a cold light emanating from within. I am more concerned about where my junior apprentice nephew is now, Su Fei said slowly, not being able to distinguish right from wrong. We have to first find Jun, and hear what he has to say. Bai Jingkong smiled bitterly. The problem now is that we cannot find nephew Shi Jun's whereabouts. He glanced at Yan Zhaoga and Su Fei, not saying anything. Changli Mountain actually also suspected the possibility that Yan Zhaoga had mentioned. In the worst-case scenario, Shi Jun might have already been killed, with the Blood Dragon sect now being the thief calling the thief. Perhaps they don't know about my relationship with senior apprentice brother Su and Jun, but the Blood Dragon sect definitely knows that I am at Changli Mountain. Yan Zhaoga's expression had already calmed as he pondered. For the Blood Dragon sect to dare come so brazenly and openly denounce us, they definitely have something to rely on. After all, your Changli Mountain is on extremely good terms with Water Crystal Palace. Either they really have concrete evidence or... Yan Zhaoga smacked his lips. You should pay more attention to the movements of Myriad Sword Pool. Bai Jingkong nodded slowly. Seeing Yan Zhaoga and Changli Mountain together, it was equivalent to Water Crystal Palace gaining a powerful ally. The relationship between the Blood Dragon sect and Myriad Sword Pool was destined to grow even closer, especially with the alliance between Myriad Sword Pool and Spirit Rhino Island having been weakened. Yan Zhaoga looked at Bai Jingkong. Where was the last news of Jun? As long as he was still alive, even if his whereabouts were unknown, it would still be impossible for there to be no traces of him at all. As for the possibility that something had already happened to Shi Jun, it was not that Yan Zhaoga had not considered it before. Still, as long as there was still hope, he would not give up. Bai Jingkong said, in the star-shifting sea, the news originates from the Blood Dragon sect. As he said thus, he took out a jade talisman, infusing his true essence within. Radiance shot out from the jade talisman, condensing into an illusory scene of light. Within the illusory scene, 2 groups of people were seated facing each other within a great hall, the atmosphere extremely tense. A long-time elder of Changli Mountain said in a heavy tone, While Shi Jun is not a disciple of my Changli Mountain, having grown up in my Changli Mountain since young, this old man is very clear on his character. It is definitely impossible for him to be a rapist. The group of people opposite them were naturally those of the Blood Dragon sect. Their leader, an old man, was seething with rage. You still want to protect such a beast? This old man flashed a jade talisman as well. An illusory scene of light similarly appeared on the jade talisman, seemingly having been left behind by what had happened back then. A youth wielding a sword in his right hand viciously stabbed someone to death. Meanwhile, he was carrying another person under his left armpit. It was a woman. After stabbing an opponent to death, even more people surrounded him. This youth brought that woman along as he leapt into an oceanic whirlpool, instantly vanishing from sight. As Yan Zhaoga and Su Fei were separated by 2 layers of light, the scene was inevitably somewhat distorted. Senior apprentice brother Su? Yan Zhaoga swiveled his head to look at Su Fei. Su Fei nodded. It's Jun.